You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
We at the top again, now what? Help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we'll be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name, you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get
除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪着，时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change
restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the desk for the final time after an incredible 8 weeks. I feel it's been. We are here now for the finals. You're here. We're ready to go. We got Shibby coming in a little bit of a delayed reaction.
I'll be
So we
there.
are going to be joined by him soon. But for now, we got Cam. We got Salt as well. You are both looking absolutely wonderful today. But I didn't realize we were dressing up so nicely. So thank you both. But then I want to
I was
come to
wearing a
you.
sheet.
You were wearing a sheet, or you are continuing to wear a sheet?
No, I had a sheep on before, and then Salt came in a suit, and I was like, I guess it's not a sheep night, so.
Oh, a sheep. I thought you said a sheet. Okay, this is a translation error.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well, the bed's
translation
made
error.
as well. The bed is made as well. That's a casting.
This is progress. I know. We're
101.
leveling up in this road right now.
Exactly, Cam. I want to ask you both, or talk to you both about the game that we've got scheduled tonight. I'll come to you first, Salt, and then jump to you, Cam. But this has been a rivalry that's been building since the beginning, since day one, game one. We've got the Unicorns versus the Guardians here now in the finals. This feels like something that's we've all been building up towards. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about the Guardians and the Unicorns here and their rivalry in this competition?
I mean, the Guardians started off the season very, very strong, you know. They were in first place in a commanding lead, but then they had a couple of bad weeks, and that dropped them down to second, where the Unicorns picked up their slack and managed to bring themselves back up to first place to end off the season. But in playoffs, the Guardians came in, swept them 3-0, and sent them down to the Ducks. And that was a very close series, as you know, the caster on the desk here, Cam, can tell you quite easily. It was a very close series, and it was 3-2. Unicorns did prevail in the end in a nail biter of a series, but now they're back again for revenge up against the Guardians. So what started off as a season rivalry is now going to be, you know, the playoffs rivalry here. The Unicorns are out for blood. The Guardians are also off from a week, so they have not played in a little bit, at least together, unless they've had some scrims and whatnot. But Unicorns are warm, they're ready, and they're hungry for some blood.
Yes, the ferocious unicorns. Cam, I want to come to you now as well as a bit of a follow-up there. For you as a
Mhm.
player, I want to pick up on something that Sol said. For you as a player, what is that like where if you haven't played for a week, like the positions of the Guardians there, where they didn't get to stay warm by facing off against the ferocious Ducks, the ferocious
Oh, yeah.
unicorns, ferocious Ducks, a lot of ferocity going on. Do you
We're
think that's
very
going
nice
to
ducks.
do you think that's going to have affected the Guardians going into this finals here?
Yeah, I think it does affect a lot of teams. Definitely the higher elo it is, I think it affects you more because I'm like 90% sure that they haven't scrimmed. And I know at least for teams that I've played on as well, when you forget to play a week together or you just don't play a week at all, like you just forget that league exists for a week and you have a very excellent week doing other things in your life, then it's like you have to come back to this game. You have to take this series as seriously or more serious than you've taken any other series in this whole split, right? And I think that's something that the Guardians have potentially have struggled with as well, right? Is taking the games seriously enough to actually win them is a win con that they have to actually put effort into focusing on sometimes, you know? So we
Okay.
will see how a week does affect them off.
Yeah, I mean, Salt, do you have anything to add there? The Guardians having to take this seriously? Do you think this is something that they've had to construct over the course of these 8 weeks?
Definitely, but at the same time, you have to look at the roster they're bringing in here, right? It's a little bit different than the one they swept the Unicorns with last time. Different players, so we'll see how it ends up again, but they were able to dismantle, you know, those magical Horuses pretty easily. They're 3-0 in a commanding fashion, but it's a different set of two players, right? So we'll see how different it is going to be and how, the Guardians are going to look, right? Because synergy is very important, but sometimes player gap is enough to just carry you through the series. So we'll see how they look tonight. But Unicorns,
No player
again,
gap here.
there's no player gap here, but the Unicorns have had their time. They played a full 5-game series. They went the distance. They are looking pretty strong, but at the same time, they did show some weakness as well.
Yeah, yeah, and actually, for either of you now here, so why don't we talk a little bit about this or these substitutions on the side of the Guardians? They switch out 2 players. Is this like a top lane switch, a jungle switch? Where are we looking with
Yes.
this?
This is a top lane and an AD carry switch. They also subbed out their top laner and AD carry in their quote unquote semifinals match. So their top laner they are playing with Chitin, who is a very well known player around in gold leagues. So he's been playing in gold earth leagues for quite a while. He doesn't usually play top lane though. I do usually see him either mid or AD carries. So might be seeing some mid or AD carry champions in
Okay.
the top lane potentially, or just stick them on tanks. And then they have a new sub for their AD carry here as well. They're playing with Muchai. Neither, for the record, neither of these players have played with the Guardians in any official matches here in the VRD yet. So, like we said, it has to have been scrims. It has to have been some flex, or they've never played together in a 5v5 setting.
Okay. I mean, it seems like quite an interesting shift now here in the finals to be subbing here. I mean, so do you have any comments on this as well, or yeah, kind of any input on this?
I mean, I'm always a fan of players who play together throughout the rest of the season. So, I mean, either way, whoever wins, it's going to be bittersweet because you didn't win with your normal roster if you win as the Guardians. And if you are the Unicorns, you didn't beat the roster that was contesting you guys throughout the rest of the split. So, it's going to be interesting to see how it does turn out. But again, it's not going to be the same as it was, throughout the start, right? That rivalry of those 5 players going up against each other the entire split. It's going to feel weird. It's going to feel awkward.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. To follow up with that as well, I mean, replacing an ADC, we know that the bot lane is such a delicately balanced lane, and you really have to have that synergy more than any other combination of players on the team, right? Because you're really working in tandem with one another in that bot lane. So, do you think this could have big impacts for the Unicorns with having to switch around their ADC, or do you think that maybe they'll be able to slip into it okay? And that's
We'll
either. I
see.
mean, jump in on either.
I don't think that what is it? They're unicorns, yeah, that's their team name. They don't play through bot lane, so I don't think a bot lane switch up is gonna mean that much in the grand scheme of how macro is going to be playing out. I think top lane will mean a whole lot more because it's the top side true for unicorns that is so well known. It's Bleeding Wolves, Masked Hydra, and JDK. Is that's where they put all of their gold, all of their prio. That's how they beat us. So if that's how they're gonna beat Guardians, that's how it's gonna have to be. So bot lane substitute at least is going to mean less than a top lane, but I mean the fact that they have both sides of the map coming in as new players, that's just rough. You have to play through mid lane. No attack has to not pick enchanters and actually has to win a lane. So good luck.
Okay,
Come on.
okay, big words there. Yeah, I mean, Sol, any kind of follow up on that, and looking at it, you know what? Yes, I was going to say if it was good enough to take down the Ducks, then it's good enough for me. I'm happy to see it played tonight. But yeah,
Wha-
Sol, any
Wait,
kind of
no,
input
limit.
there?
Them some fighting words
Yeah.
there. Those are some fighting words, but I mean, unicorns are looking good and they know their win cons, but the top side being completely different is going to feel really weird for the Guardians here. And I'm fairly certain that the top laner is not as strong as the one they subbed in for the semifinals match. Fairly certain. Don't quote me on that. But uh, I mean, just purely based on the way that the Guardians play, it's going to feel a little weird with a lot of these subs coming forward, right? They had one of the strongest bot lanes coming in to playoffs, and, not playing with Desirus is going to feel a little awkward, and now having a different top laner too, especially with how the Unicorns play. It's a lot of pressure all around the map that the Unicorns want to play around. They get their leads through top and jungle and move that down towards that bot lane eventually, which allows, the consistent ball lane to make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting then deeper into the actual games themselves, we are going to it's a best of 5, so we are going to be seeing at least 3 games tonight. So that will definitely be affecting some of the strategies and the drafts that are going to be occurring. But do either of you want to jump in on what we can expect to see tonight in terms of champions from either side? Anything that you think Guardians or Unicorns should be absolutely trying to get their hands on? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Orns, a lot of Seraphines being picked up and being successful. We saw a really effective Silas last week from the Unicorns. They absolutely
That was not because of
obliterated
the
the
meta.
Ducks. No, Cam, I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm just messing around with you. But yeah, do you think that there's anything that we should be expecting to see or that we want to see?
Yes, if we're going off of last week meta here, Infernal Soul is the worst soul in the game, and you can't actually win with it. So that's kind of crazy. You can't win with Infernal Soul. So yeah,
Wow.
Belveth.
They should
I
fix
would
that.
say I know, right? That's kind of crazy. Belveth is still disabled. She would have been enabled on quarterfinals. That's why she's been disabled for the whole league. So we don't have to talk about her in the meta at least. But I think Seraphine is still B1 or banned on red side.
Yep.
That's just that has to be like Unicorns gave us Seraphine B1 last week. And I made so much fun of them for it because I said on the pre-show we're B1ing Seraphine if they gave it to us, and they did, and we won with it. So it has to be banned, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think out of any champion, I would put the most money on Seraphine having the highest prio in all. I'm assuming all 5 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anything to kind of jump in with that?
I did get some news though that it's actually Noah Tech who's going to be playing top lane here for the Guardians for this series. So not in the mid lane this time. So maybe we'll see some Lulu top. I'm not sure.
Yeah. You love your Lulu.
Lulu's gotten better. Durability patch
No,
made her
Tech,
a lot better.
if you play Lulu top, I'm going to judge you so hard. I judge every single person who plays Lulu top.
Doesn't matter if you win or lose by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning. Winning on Lulu top, it is what it is.
He's not gonna
Yeah.
play Lulu top. It's not gonna happen.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we know that the players watch the broadcast. We know that they are influenced by the words that we say. So if we keep saying it, we will will it
This is true.
into existence. So maybe we will be
Bleeding
seeing
Wolves,
a
you should
Lulu
pick
top.
GP.
Mhm.
I think
Take
GP is gonna be
notes.
very high prio.
Bro,
Absolutely. Yeah, GP. I mean, I've seen some nasty GP tops in my time on the Rift, but maybe I've not seen any so far in this competition. Yeah, when we look at then Seraphine, why is it that you guys feel that Seraphine is such an effective choice to be making when drafting to pick up that Seraphine so quickly?
Well, you can flex her. It's a memed 5 flex, but you can actually flex her 3 ways. Their substitute 80 carry has a very high win rate on Seraphine, at least in solo queue. You could throw it support. I mean, I played it last series for us as the Ducks. It's just always known to be a support. You could still build Moonstone on her, and it could still be a very good enchanter if that's how you want to play her, or no attack. Of course, he probably will end up bringing it into the top lane because he is still subbing up there, and it's a very comfortable champion for him. I'm not. I don't think Kain plays Seraphine, so it might not actually be a threat in the mid lane. JDK definitely doesn't either. So it would have to be a top flex, which should be a little interesting. I think Seraphine, her prio around dragons is one of the biggest reasons that you also pick her, because her ultimate basically reaches through the entirety of that river, right? So I don't think her Herald gameplay is as interactive as her dragon gameplay. But if no attack wants to pick her for comfort, then absolutely you can still pick her because she's just a really
Mm-hmm.
strong champion. Leandra's build, Moonstone build doesn't really matter. Even I think Shirelia's is still half a good mythic on her. I would prefer Moonstone or Leandra's, but Shirelia's is still a potential if you want it.
So just the versatility, the sheer
Mm-hmm.
movement that you do on
Mm-hmm.
the Seraphine, putting into different positions, building differently, and yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe we'll have to have to see if that ends up making a play. But we do know that we are going to be going to draft shortly. Do you guys have any predictions? Maybe we can do predictions now. I don't know if
Oh boy.
production is going to do a graphic or anything
Oh,
yet for us today. But any predictions on Guardians versus Unicorns in this best of 5? I'll come to you first, Cam.
Yeah, it's a Ducks 3-0 here. I think
true.
easily. I don't know. Okay, well, I would try not to meme Ducks too hard. I do think it's gonna be unicorns. I think it's gonna be unicorns 3-2. Both of these, I 100% think it's going to go to 5 games either way. Just with how Unicorns played against us in a best of 5, it really kind of showed. I'm aware that they only went 3 games last time, but with half the team of Guardians changing every time, it just changes, you know. So, Unicorns 3-2 because they took us to 5 games. So I can't say that they take Guardians to less. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, respectable. What about you, Salt?
I would probably say Unicorns 3-2 at this point. I mean, I can't really tell because the only data I really have is working off of what the Unicorns have shown us because they're playing with different. I mean, the Guardians are playing with different players and they're different from the team that swept the Unicorns at the same time, right? So I just got to give. I think it's going to be close no matter what. Like Cam said, it's going to be a battle. I mean, if the Unicorns are going to have a battle against the Ducks, it's going to be a battle against the Guardians as well, right? So it's going to be a long one. It's going to go the distance. So
Mhm.
I think the Unicorns do have it though, because they have their same roster. I think that's still really important.
Yeah, big thing here as well is like we were mentioning, the Unicorns are hot. They're coming off of the victory over the Ducks last week. Guardians haven't played for a week. They've got some subs now. Like you're mentioning, the Unicorns here are probably just going to be in that slightly more comfortable position, especially with their roster. So I'm actually going to go for a 3-1 to the Unicorns because of those reasons. Because the Unicorns are coming in hot, because the Guardians have these roster changes and they're having to move players around. So yeah, I'm gonna go for 3-1, but we'll have to see. I'm sure Shibby is on his way onto the broadcast, and he's desperately trying to like run back home.
He's
And
also
he's
going to
like
say Ducks
typing.
3-0. I will have you on though.
What-
My official prediction for finals is Ducks 3-0. Finals was last week. I'm going to say it once. I'm only going to say it once. Finals was last week. Ducks 3-0. Thank you.
okay. And they did go 3-0 last week, as we know, of course, yes.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Right. Well, yeah. As we, get draft kind of underway, we'll get the team situated and whatnot. Anything else that you guys kind of wanted to bring up to raise going into this final? Anything you guys are really excited for going into the finals? Because this is my first VRD finals. I know Salt, you've been here, you're part of the furniture at this point. Cam, I know you're involved in a whole bunch of Victoris stuff. Anything going into this finals that you guys are particularly excited about?
Just a good series, you know. I think the last time I did cast VRD, it was LR at that or LRD at this point, you know, Legends back when we were before we had the name change, right? But I think it was a 3-0. I think it was pretty quick, easy, you know.
Mhm.
Didn't take long whatsoever.
Okay.
So I want this one to go the distance. I want it to be exciting. I want it to be a battle. So we'll see how it goes here.
Last time I casted a Victorious Finals was last VAS. So that one did go the distance. That one was a reverse sweep as well. So we will see if this one is a reverse sweep. Reverse sweeps are always very exciting. So that one did go a solid 1 a.m. I think we started at 8 p.m. though. It wasn't the 7 p.m. start, which by the way, I swear I did not forget that tonight was 7 p.m. for sure.
Surely
I
not.
I remembered it from my own series. You know, that's what matters.
True.
Look, you were on time and you had enough
True.
time to
I was
change
on
out of
more
the
time on
sheet.
time than you.
Yeah, more on time than me, exactly. So that's saying something. Yeah, I mean, I love a good old fashioned reverse sweep. There's just there's so much in it. There's so much glory in a reverse sweep. So we'll have to see what does end up happening tonight. I do also hope that we go the distance. Hope that we get 5 fantastic games. Last week was absolutely phenomenal. That could have been a final series in itself. So tonight with these 5 games, I really hope that we're going to get just as much juicy gameplay and action as we did last week. We'll have to see if there's any spice in game 5 as we did have between the Ducks and the Unicorns last week. But chat, we're going to give ourselves, our lovely casters here, a moment's respite before we do jump into the draft. We're going to give the teams a couple more minutes to shore up, figure out what they want to be doing going into this game 1 in this best of 5. So we're going to jump to a short break, but we won't be long. I'll join you in the chat very soon. You're all looking fantastic today, chat. And yeah, we'll jump to a break. See you guys in a second.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Game 1 draft, at the very least, of, the VRD. We have the Unicorns in blue, or in pink on the blue side, and Guardians who have selected red side for game number 1 of the night. So we'll see how things roll. We'll see what's banned, what's picked, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, so we have now learned that Stunna is playing on Stunna version 2.0 here, so you will see Mooch as the IGN, but we are being told, and it does look like this is still Stunna as the player. So it's like 2.5, maybe 2.25 substitutes here for Guardians. It's just constantly evolving. We've got a couple jungle bans coming out. Wukong also is a high pro champion that just completely slipped my mind. Wukong probably just as high pro right now as the Seraphine, but just not as much flex.
Definitely. And we just see a lot of picks banned towards the jungle role. Zach, Olaf can be flexed towards the jungle and top. Volibear and Wukong, both flexible towards the top lane. Volley top, I think, is terrorizing many games currently. Ghost TP just runs at you, does not take any damage, and wins. Nautilus, on the other hand, a great support pick. This is a B1 Seraphine. This is a B1 Seraphine. There's
literally 0% chance it's anything but Seraphine. How does this keep happening? Seraphine is gonna get B1 again in game 1 here, and then it's like going to be banned for the rest of the night. Like, nobody's getting Seraphine now. Does it go to JDK? It's probably not going to Juanito. It might go to last Dinosaurs, but Guardians, they made a plan for this. They're gonna lock the Zeri Yumi. This is a very, very high scaling lane, but doesn't really get to play the laning phase.
Negative lane pressure. But scales like a monster, but they also, in fact, gave up Juanito Soul's Jhin for that bot lane there. So they gave up Seraphine and, a big prio pick for the Unicorns, and we'll see what they round out their first phase with here. It could be a jungler, could be a support, or I guess it could just be a blind GP. And, you know what I say to GP? You pick Kale. And the Jin's going to be grabbed up here as well.
I was memeing when I said GP. I hope they know that.
There,
but,
whoa.
Okay,
I would love to see an Aurelia.
I'm not gonna talk about the hovers. I'm gonna talk about the GP. The GP for Bleeding Wolves, I'm assuming that it's not going for JDK in the mid lane. Didn't go so hot for them last week. He didn't really get to play laning phase at all. I do believe Paul went 8-0 in that laning phase against him. That was the game, unfortunately.
Something like that.
Lose though, so you could say that he has 100% win rate on the GP so far.
And it is going to be the Kale locked in here for no attack, and the lane phase isn't great for Kale, but scales very well, and GP has a rough time getting those barrels down, but the Udyr going to be taken off the table as well. He has gotten raised in prio, picked up quite a bit, but more junglers being banned away. The Jarvan Trundle next on the menu, with the final ban coming forward in just the next few seconds here. We see where the focus is for both these teams. They are focusing their bans towards that top, towards that jungle role, and that just goes to show how a lot of teams are playing in this current meta.
Yeah, definitely. With there being only top laners and bot lanes being picked here so far, assuming that nothing is being crazily flexed, right? Then we do just kind of need those mid and jungle pools pinched a little bit more. It will be that Xin Zhao now locked in for Stunna. Very, very classic champion here in the jungle. Saw Milan Narseer. And probably a lot more again tonight as well.
Definitely, and I think after Wukong's taken off the table, he's a very good pick. Trundle's also taken off as well. So, solid picks all around, but we're going to see this Rammus being hovered here by the Unicorns, and I think they did pick it last week, if I'm not mistaken. And
it was in Game 3.
It was in Game 3. I think it lost.
It did.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Doesn't farm very well. Its ganks are decent. Does need to scale up, though. Bot is very solid there into the Xin Zhao, into the Zeri as well. Very auto-attack heavy champion's going to struggle up against this pick. And we'll see what they round out their comp with here. But it doesn't look like... Oh, the Sylas going over for JDK. But from what I can see here, their main winning lane is going to be that bot side. Their jungle is going to look for power ganks. And Sylas is a comfort pick here. So we'll see what the Guardians do want to match into that. And they're covering a lot of things here.
I don't know if it's comfort. I really don't. It's just... I think the told me after the series that they weren't even going to trust JDK unlocking in the Silas and R5, so I don't really know what happened with that one, but Aramis is actually a really strong counter pick here into, like you said, the Zeri, Kale, and Zhao because of how auto-attack based they are. Kale being AP and the other two being AD, so they did decide to lock in two of probably the most scaling solo laners in the game, Viger and Kale, so Guardians, they have to do absolutely nothing in this early game. Like, their early game is so non-existent, but if this team gets to 30 minutes, like Kale, Zeri, and Vigar, they just all can, like, you can't touch this team in team fights, basically. They will outrange you in every single team fight.
Yeah, it's just really impossible to play if they do get to that point while even. The Unicorns do have to look for big fights while they have the chance, while they have that advantage, and they have a lot of range to do so. Their engage range is very long with the Rammus, with the GP, with the Jhin, and the Seraphine. They have a lot of ways to find picks and look for skirmishes and win the game through that, and they have to do so before 25 minutes. They have to be looking to punish this Kale. She needs to go 0-7 in lane. They need to try and deal with this Veigar, but how can you gank a Veigar as Rammus? That's so difficult to do, and the Zeri Yuumi is also just such a safe lane as well. It will go down in CS, yes, but super hard to deal with because of that sustain, and just heavily outscales the Jhin Seraphine. So they need to win this game early, and I think they need to do so by punishing top lane, making sure that Kale is dove over and over and over again. But GP's not the greatest diving champ. Rammus is all right, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's enough, but the Xin Zhao can be there for that counter gank, but I think the early 2v2 goes in favor of the Unicorns.
Yeah, absolutely. They've drafted, in theory here, 3 winning lanes, right? So it should be really easy for Masked Hydra to gank any of these lanes. Even if it is Vigar, you can flash flash taunt. I was gonna play flash stun. He doesn't have a stun. He has flash taunt, and once you hit level 6, then obviously your gank just gets really strong as the Silas and Rammus duo in the mid lane, right? So you just have to be able to invade. You have to be able to keep Stunna from that level 2 gank, as I've learned that Xin Zhao level 2, level 3, level 4 ganks. So if Masked Hydra is able to just keep him from keeping his lanes from winning, then you have 3 winning lanes in the draft. You just have to not let Kale and Vigar get to 30 minutes, and Unicorns close down at 25, and they can take this game 1.
Definitely. It's still rough no matter how you look at it here. Both teams know what they want to do, but if things go awry, I think it looks a lot better for the Guardians if mistakes are made by the Unicorns, right? Unicorns are on that timer, and making mistakes brings that timer ever so closer. So they have to play properly. They're the ones who have to worry about execution when the Guardians just want to peel back, kite back. They don't really have a great way into fights though. Potentially the Xin Zhao, yes, but it's not all that great for looking for fights. They want to be peeling back. They have great kite potential. They have great zone control with the Veigar Yuumi. And if they're not looking for fights, which you did say at the very beginning of this draft, if they're not looking for fights, that's what the Guardians need to do. They need to give up objectives. They need to wait till they get strong. But even when they do get strong, they are still very susceptible to getting engaged on. They need to play very safe. They need to play the peel back. That's their main way of winning this one.
Yeah, Guardians have the range advantage here once it gets to that late game, right? They like you said, they have the insane control over these rivers and these enclosed areas where they can play at super long range and just not get hit by the Rammus, the Jhin, the Silas. The only thing Jhin is going to be able to hit them with is maybe a W and an ultimate, right? And then in theory, hopefully Seraphine can be peel, but they don't have a whole lot of long range damage. It's all very short range, and when you're going into in theory, level 16 Kale, level 16 Zeri, even level 16 Vigar, like these champions, you can't just walk into them. That's not going to be possible.
Chokes are their specialty. They like playing around those jungle corridors if they're allowed to get their damage off. The Kale waves just deal so much damage. The Yuumi ultimate covers all of that little, all those little entrances to the river. And I think the main thing the Unicorns need to look for is to try to get Soul as early as possible. Use the prio from their mid lane, from their bot lane to move towards those dragons. But they also want to try and shut down the Kale too. Levels matter more to her than anything else in the game, as long as she's not too far behind CS-wise. She can go down 30 CS, she can go down 50, that's fine. As long as she's getting XP, she is in a great spot. So it's very scary to play around that Soul win condition and deal with this Kale at the same time. So we'll see how the Unicorns do juggle this double win condition that they really need to meet in order to deal with this Guardians composition.
Yeah, and like you say, anything in the early game in terms of objectives that Guardians are somehow able to get, that just makes that 30-minute timer go down even more. So if
Mhm.
you are able to get like Dragon number 2, even Dragon number 3 to just stop the early 4-0 Dragon stacking for Unicorns here, that extends their timer even more for Kale to be able to hit level 16. I'm saying 30 minutes because that's the average time it takes
Mhm.
for solo laners to hit that 30-minute mark, but if Kale comes out of lane 2-0, if they get the first dragon, even if they get the second dragon, like that gives them so much more leeway to be able to actually close this game out before they even end up losing a lane.
Definitely. And speaking about timers, we're on a timer to head over to a quick break as we got things rolling here for game number 1 of the night. We'll be right back. And it's gonna be crazy. Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Summoner's Rift has started up, and we have a little bit of a cheeky invade coming in from the top side of the map. They're looking for something. Unicorn's looking to use that horn to get this Kale down. But it's a great ward place from No Attack, knowing that this is exactly what they want to do with the Silas, who has great level 1. And they're going to be spotted out. They know all 5 are there, and defensive wards placed all around by the Guardians will help them out just a little bit here. And they know that this red buff should be uncontestable, and they should just walk away.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to think the Guardians are going to walk away from this, but you see Stunna and Cayenne still hovering there, just in case anything fishy does happen. But this is the exact same thing that Unicorns did against the Ducks last week, right? When they locked in the Silas was, you level 1 invade topside, you just go for a ward. They told us after the game they were just going for a ward. That's what they did here. Didn't find anyone to get a 2 kills on first Silas, so the game is still playable.
Yeah, Silas not 2-0 feels pretty good for the Guardians considering what happened last week. So we do see some aggressive wards placed from both sides on the red side or red buff side for both junglers. So at the very least, they know where everyone's starting. They know this is starting towards the bot side. Doesn't matter that he is starting on that blue buff. Doesn't matter that he's not on vision. They know he's not on the red, and that's enough for them to make plays here. And we see Bleeding Wolves using that to just walk up, get that one auto off onto no attack, and just have a great old time here.
Yeah, Bleeding Wolves will have a very small range advantage over no attack for the first 6 levels of this game, so he should be able to just bully him off the wave a little bit. Once it does hit level 6, the matchup goes a little bit more even, and then once it's level 11, the no attack does come out on top in terms of the range and damage, but early game definitely should be more in the favor of Bleeding Wolves, especially with those extra grasp healings that he gets to pick up.
And GP is known as like a little bit of a lane bully for the first levels, no matter what the matchup, as long as he doesn't get caught out by any form of CC, which Kale doesn't have. So one thing to know from both the side laners of the Guardians, they both win fleet, and that's great because they know that they'll scale up no matter what. They don't have to win these matchups. All they have to do is just scale forward, and they'll be fine. Doesn't really matter. They have that in their back pocket. And the timer is already taking 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Nothing's really happened. Both junglers are even, and not a single gank attempt has been made.
Ward number 2 also being placed up there on the top red buff there by Bleeding Wolves as well, so they will know 100% certainty for when Stunna is on the top side. Hydra as well. He'll just walk in there, see that he's currently on the chicken, so they have 100% jungle tracking so far of Stunna in his first clear. Could even be looking to cheese him on that first red buff as well.
Definitely, and we see this Veigar just trying to hold this wave for the little bit, and this Rammus is waiting right there. Mooch is chilling as well, and it's a standoff. It's a standoff.
They see him walking back.
Yeah. And he's going for it, but we see the Rammus looking for it a little bit, but Event Horizon does land onto JDK. Doesn't really do all that much, but Mooch has been taunted up, taking so much damage from the Aftershock, from the burn, and he's trying to find anything. The smite is down as well. One flash will do it, and he's able to get out to safety, but the flash forward from Masked Hydra is not enough to take the kill.
Well, that wasn't even a 50-50 smite. That was just Stunna trying to live while clearing his red buff. Hydra playing it very smartly. They're waiting until Stunna actually used all of his abilities on the red buff and then going in, so there's really nothing that Stunna could do as just level 3 Zhao in a 1v1, right? So he had to flash, he had to smite. Hydra will be able to 3 buff Stunna here now as well, and as an early game jungler, you definitely shouldn't be losing this early game this hard.
Definitely, but it's just that cheese. They knew it was happening, and they still went for the red buff. They did not want to give that one up. At least it is a trade of flashes, so nothing crazy's happened. It's a 100 gold lead going forward for the Unicorns, but again, nothing too crazy has happened, right? Just a trade of summoners, and the cannon goes down without getting claimed.
Oh no, are we going to start rooting for ward clears here now in a minute?
Essentially, and here we go. We're seeing a ward clear, but they're fighting a little bit. Not much going to happen, though. They see the Xin Zhao. They're going to back off, and we're cheering for the ward, baby.
Man, if Stunna wasn't there, I think Foot Stomper dies 100% of the time right there. When
Definitely.
you remember, when you do CC a Yuumi out of their W, it goes back on cooldown for 5 seconds. That is a long time for Yuumi to be forcefully disconnected from someone. So if Stunna wasn't there, that's just a straight up dead Yuumi first blood. So it's a really good padding from him to just run it down bot. There's a dragon coming up, run it down bot.
Definitely. And this dragon here, I really do want to see this Rammus path towards this bottom side. What he's doing, he's starting at that that Gromp, moving down towards that dragon, hopefully using this prio that he should have. And we do see this early Executioner's Calling picked up by Bonito's Soul, and that just feels really bad as a Jhin.
Yeah, that makes this laning phase even harder than it should have been. Remember, these are supposed to be 3 winning lanes here for Unicorns. They have to be able to win these lanes to keep the scaling Veigar and the scaling Kale as far back as possible. And Executioner's not really a win lane type of item. Yes, you do have to build it eventually into Yuumi, but I don't think the healing is that much of a problem that you have to build it first in lane.
Definitely not. And we do see some damage coming forward, but it really doesn't do all that much here. And Juanito is trying to do as much as he can on this Jhin, but all things considered, Muchai having a great time in lane. A little bit of CS up and going to pick up even more with this next little wave here. Is at an item disadvantage for the time being, but it's an Executioners. That's not very much AD, but they are going to at least claim up that first dragon 6 minutes in.
6-minute first dragon, so that is a 21 minutes soul. I think somewhere around
Something
there.
along
I could
those
be wrong.
lines.
Yeah, so 21 minutes soul if it is the 4-0 on dragon spawn for all of their dragons that they take in the future. Remember, that is a Hex Tech dragon coming up as your second, not an ocean. Stenna.
Oh, they're going here onto Bleeding Wolves. Find the knockup, the flash away will get him to safety. And burden that flash on the GP. That's something I wanted to see happen on the Kale. So, not ideal looks coming in, and we do have a pause.
Oh no, Juanito has left the game. He is disconnected. He heard Bleeding Wolves cries from the top lane flashing away jungle diff. Oh no.
Oh no,
That's
and
for sure.
yep, I don't know when this pause was meant to happen. And then you look at chat here, they're bantering a little bit about how the Rammus sort of just kind of curb stomped that Xin Zhao in that early fight up in the top side. It was pretty funny, all things considered. It wasn't even remotely close. The Rammus was just, yeah, I'm going to taunt you, and you're going to have to fight me and the red buff at the same time. Have fun, buddy.
You know,
And
red buff also doing the damage to
2v1.
Stunna, so yeah. 2v1 for both of them, but more so for Stunna.
And we do see this wave getting shoved in towards this top side. GP does have the TP, could just look to give up a few minions and get a nice base off. And, you know, 6 CS up, it's something, but if he does lose this big wave, it's going to feel really bad. And we should see if things are happening soon for both sides, but probably head back to a quick break as we get things, you know, set up, competitive integrity and all that. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. We're back, and we see a quick Deadly Flourish land on a Muchai, but not much going to happen after that. And this game has been really slow. No first blood, and it's a minuscule gold lead going forward for the Unicorns. And this is exactly what we did want to see. We spoke about this in draft. They need to be making plays, and it's already 7 minutes in. Not a single thing has happened apart from one dragon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not a single thing has happened, as, yeah, the one dragon, hopefully 2 dragons will just continue stacking in the favor here of the
Oh
unicorn.
no, Mooch, my friend,
Stunna, why? Stunna, please, please, no.
and he takes
please.
it too. Oh,
Oh,
oh, that's just
no.
miserable. And we see JDK going in for a trade, but Event Horizon not going to land, so nothing going to happen. But we do see the Rammus charge of that power ball, might be looking to make something onto this Veigar because that cooldown is down, but they're not going to find too much here. When, finding some decent damage onto Muchai, the root going to go wide from the Seraphine, looking for something here, some decent damage, but nothing else going to happen. Power ball again being charged. Can they look for anything? Doesn't really look like it, though.
No, but this is definitely more than something, though, right? So, like, you gotta understand,
yep.
like, there
True.
is no jungle available for Stenna right now. He is typing on his keyboard. He's like, oh my gosh, guys, I don't have a jungle. It's a jungle diff right now. I just want to farm my caps. And
Where are
he's
my
got
laners?
one buff. He has gotten a single buff currently in this 8.5-minute game. That was his very first blue buff. He's gotten absolutely nothing else. The CS lead right now for Hydra is only going to continue. And again, this is off the fact that they were able to draft 3 winning lanes for themselves. So you saw their bot lane and mid lane were able to join that invade, and there's just nothing Senna can do. You could say jungle dip, but there's literally nothing he can actually do.
And Mooch going in, not going to find all that much there onto this Sylas, but this could mean a buff for himself. Sylas does not have the TP, will not be able to make their way back. A buff? Buff 2 of the game? That's crazy.
Rift Herald? Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's going to be the Herald going to be claimed up here. And we see the Rammus moving up towards this top side as well. And the Kale, surprisingly enough, is going to have some pressure. Going to move down there as well. But Rammus looking for the play. JDK has no flash, no mana. Taunt not going to be found. Over. He goes using that ball form. And he finds Chitin. Taking so much damage. TP ultimate's there. And it's first blood going over to JDK. No double kill this time, though.
No double kill this time, but he does still have that first Dark Seal coming from his first back, so he does already get to start with 2 stacks on it now. At, the 9.5-minute mark, it is also a very nice early Rift Herald there for the Guardians to, again, just bring their late game slightly earlier than 30 minutes. Drop this in the mid lane or the top lane, even get one of your hyper-scaling stimulators ahead just a little bit, and I don't think it'll take any towers, but a couple of plates for some extra gold to close the gold lead slightly will be nice for the Guardians.
It is a 1k gold lead in favor of the Unicorns, so they're okay. They're in a decent spot, but they really need to push the agenda of this game further and further ahead. Next Dragon up in 120. They should be getting some vision. We do see the Sylas making their way back to lane, has the Lucidity boots as well. So the cooldown is going to be nice and quick. They'll look to try and clear some of that vision down towards this river. And Scuttle is up as well. No team wants to grab it just yet, wants to save it. We do see Masked Hydra moving down towards this bot side as well.
Hydra clearing from top to bot right now so that he will be at that second dragon. Remember, it is Hextech, not Ocean, so I do think with both mid and bot prio, it should be going in the favor of the Unicorns here once again. No full items completed, but you do have currently double anti-heal between both Juanito and Last Dinosaur. So there's not going to be any healing going on in this team, but if there is a fight around the second dragon.
Definitely, but the healing nerf does hit pretty hard. Only 25% here from either of them. Doesn't stack either, so not as high value as it used to be. Remember when it was 30 at level 1? Felt pretty great. Now that 25, only scaling up to 40 once you finish the full item isn't great either. But at the very least, they have this prior. They're using their advantage quite well. Juanito also sitting on the Noon Quiver, so is going to have a decent time for this next little bit of lane. And we see the rotation. We see this mid prio being gained as well. So they should be able to grab this dragon up nice and easy.
And instead of going for this dragon here for the Guardians, Chitin and Stunner are actually going up on the top lane. I don't think there's a wave. Yeah, there's no wave to actually dive Bleeding Wolves, but if they do manage to get a kill, try and bait him out from under his tower, then I do think that getting their solo laners ahead on the top side can be more worth than trying to 50-50 a dragon this early.
Burger flipping the dragon, not going to be ideal, so they are just going to give that one. Looking for the play here, trying to deny some CS, some XP away from this gangplank. They have the Rift Herald as well. They could look to use that to get themselves some more gold in their back pockets. Veigar going to look for that base, just going to give it over to Noatek and to Stunna. And we'll see what their plan of action here is. The Veigar has no TP, has the Predator available, so could look for something there. Rift Herald going to be summoned up on the top side, get some plays for themselves, and they're going to back away.
Hydra and JDK are walking up to this top wave, but yeah, with the help of that Rift Herald, they do get a lot of plates now shared between both Stunna and Noatek. Almost does land that E, but should be all right. Yeah, only one plate left now on the top tower for no attack. That is a lot of
Ooh.
pressure now that no attack is bringing up the top.
That's also a very, very low loss last Dinosaurs, and a beautiful Yumi ultimate comes forward, dealing the damage. Off goes Footstopper, trying to grab that, but the charm lands and cleanse instantly happens. Captain Jack, we see you. And Bonito trying to fight for their life, trying to do something here. 4-shot is available, but he cannot fire it in time. The attack speed is too low. You needed the rapid fire cannon, and Muchai grabs a double kill.
Let's go, Zeri Yumi Gaming. Excellent 2v2 played there by the bot lane of Guardian. Muchai, like you said, the pixel perfect cleanse there, holding it for the Seraphine ultimate charm, and that was able to really just almost entirely win the 2v2 on its own. Now on the recall buys the entire Kraken Slayer. That would have been, yeah, that would have been the first item on the map if Bleeding Wolves didn't have his as well. So, you know, I'm going with first item on the map now off the back of that 2v2 again in the scaling lane. Any of these lanes for Guardians are not the winning lanes. So they won a 2v2 and now they get to have it.
Definitely, and all happens the last Dinosaurs just getting caught out a little bit, taking a little bit too much poke from Yumi, and they can just engage. They have great burst damage when it was Soul and Last Dinosaurs, but their consistency just isn't there. That's what Zeri's great at, just dealing that DPS, having that ultimate, dealing so much damage here, but Event Horizon not going to land Chitin, trying to get away, but a flash forward finds the taunt under the tower, but the damage is there. JDK finds the second of the game, but Muchai going to have to run for the hills, going to dash over the wall, and the ultimate is going to be used. But Stunna might be looking for Flay, going to get caught out, though. Oh, Root going to land. No Wind Becomes Lightning going to be found today. And Juanito Soul going to be able to walk out.
Now, I hate to break it to you guys, but when JDK had 2 kills against the Ducks on Silas, the game immediately was lost. So, he's got 2 kills now.
That's true.
His laner is also 0-2. I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, not ideal position here for this Veigar, but we see double control wards placed down towards his bus side, and Last Dinosaur walking right into Stunna. Beautiful laser gonna find all that damage, and Muchai on a killing spree. Popping off here on those skates.
3-0, 200 gold bounty now for Muchai. That is 100% of the kills for the Guardians, entirely on the 80 carry substitute right now in the bot lane. So he will be able to start doing damage. They could look to potentially fight this next dragon here with the help of, you know, the bot lane lead that they have now actually been able to find. They do have small leads in both of the soul lanes right now, JDK especially over Chitin, right? But I don't know, they're not going to be able to get in range, and especially not on top and land an DCC onto a fully movement stacked Zeri.
It's so difficult to play around this Zeri now. We'll have the cleanse up most likely for the next fight here as well. Both summoners on Yumi will be there too, so just peeling for this area is going to be what's important in these upcoming battles here. They should be able to contest this because their bot side is so strong now. Bonito opting for that execution is calling, just doesn't have the damage to back it up. Mask Hydra might be caught out here. Chitin trying to deal some decent damage, but the resistances come forward, and Rammus is just not going to take any damage at all. The last item was taking so much. Oh no! The anti-synergy coming forward, and the final chapter not going to end Last Dinosaurs today.
No, it will not be the final chapter for Last Dinosaurs. As I was just gonna laugh that they put 2 pink words in that bush, and then all of a sudden Dinosaurs walks in, and it's like that takes 8 auto attacks to clear. As a Seraphine, that's like 30 years. You're not clearing that anytime soon.
I mean, they also have a Jhin too, so it just takes 10 years to clear any of these control wards. It feels so bad. Okay, Minu's going for it.
3. Oh no, they didn't even get 1.
They did.
Wait.
They got it.
They did. Okay.
Okay, they give them both to Juanito. That's 60 gold, baby, in the back pocket. Juanito's popping off.
Why is there another pink word, man? Why are there 3 pink words, like, all right next to each other in the bot lane? Like, usually I tell teams, like, good job, you guys are putting pink words all around in the lane, like, getting some extended vision. Even just getting my soul laners to buy a pink word at all, let alone place it intelligently, is hard enough. But come on, guys. Can we not put them all in a bush right next to each other?
Definitely, but we see this could be a steal. 18, it is going to be Mooch who grabs that stun up, uses that Crescent Guard to buy some space. The Kale ultimate going to go down as well, but Mooch is going to be that sacrificial lamb for that Rift Herald. They get the objective, but JDK on a killing spree.
3-0, 6 stacks now on the dark side.
Oh, the damage could be coming forward here, But Cleanse, once again, Captain Jack already there, but a beautiful Event Horizon buys the space for Kyten, who has to flash out, but does get to safety. And Muchai dealing so much damage, this could be just a double kill. Towers are there, but it's a double kill. It's a rampage for Muchai, and he lives it too. The bot lane, Subsu just carrying this game. 5 kills to 0.
Here comes the TP.
Oh, the
Not
TPs, they're
over.
trying to catch him out. Does he have the dash to get over the wall is the question. Ram is not going to have that power ball. Muchai trying to run for the hills. The slow is there. The laser is there. Foot Stomper not going to be taunted up, but they're trying to find at least one. But the kill ultimate is there from JDK, and it is going to be the shutdown going over to Bleeding Wolves.
That was a 500 gold shutdown going into the pocket of Bleeding Wolves. His first kill of the game as well. That is absolutely huge for a Gangplank. That is more kills than he got a Gangplank in the entire 5-game series last week.
True.
So obviously, already improving is what I'm trying to go with here. Their
Definitely.
Dragon now being taken by the Unicorns 3-0 on the Dragons at 17 minutes. This is not what the Guardians wanted. Even just taking one in the early game would have bought them 5 more minutes of scaling for the Kale and Vigar, but we're, again, looking at, I think, a 22, 23-minute Dragon Soul?
Yep. And one thing to note, though, it is a Cloud Soul. It did not roll the way that the Unicorns wanted it to. It could have rolled a Mountain. It could have rolled Infernal, but it rolls the Cloud, which is pretty great for Silas, but that's about it. Oh, the Event Horizon buys the space for Kyten, trying to deal some damage, trying to kite away, but so far the Silas just does not care.
No, at this point, JDK, he's got his Everfrost. He's going to get a Magi's on his next recall, most likely, saving up some extra gold for that one. And he just gets to continue scaling on this apparent Silas that they don't know when to pick and drop, but when they do, it pops off. So it's just one of those champions.
Yep. It's having a great game. 4-0, you know, 100% of kill participation is on this Silas, but they're looking for Kyten once more. Into the tower they go, and bop, it's JDK who grabs another kill.
JDK 5-0. There is a 10-stack Darksteel, and yeah, come on. We got to get the Magi's. Oh, no. Stunna.
Oh, Stunna could be looking for a play here onto Bleeding Wolves. The damage is there, but Bleeding Wolves is quite tanky. They're looking, but Wind Becomes Lightning does not land. They're trying to find, but the flash over the wall gets them out to safety. Final chapter going to be used onto both of these carries. Trying to deal with damage. Hydra trying to run for the hills, trying to get out, but the Zeri's popping off. She's moving so fast, so furious, but can they find the damage? One more will do it, but they cannot find the last one, and it is just going to be a trade of spells and ultimates. TP on the back end as well. JDK is there, but the healing from the Yumi is going to be something, but JDK not going to find much.
No attack just wanted a better place on the map to TP to, or a better place to recall
TP
from.
Base. Oh my god.
He was just like looking around the minimap. He was like, guys, I want a really fancy spot to recall from. This ward right here, I think I'm gonna TP to this one and then just immediately recall. I mean, I get that it was dissuade JDK from coming in and joining the fight, but it was just a really funny.
Just a really funny thing all around there, but we do see this Rift Herald, or not Rift Herald, Baron spawning up here in 8 seconds, dragging up in 240, and 3 dragons up. The Unicorns could just trade this for a Baron and try and get themselves some more towers, because not a single tower has fallen on the side of the Guardians. They need to try and get the standing gold down, get themselves some more gold lead in their pocket, because they're still up. They're up just over 2K, or just under 2K at the moment. They want to try and get themselves some more of a substantial lead, because at 20 minutes here, the Veigar's 0-3. He's struggling, but this Kale is just a little bit behind. She has all the XP she needs, though, level 13 as well.
No attack, also building a Darksteel here. He sees JDK with the 10-stack Darksteel. I was like, all right, I'm going to build a Darksteel. This then it must be really cool. Was second Rift Herald, that Stunna was able to sacrifice himself for. It does secure a second tower now for Guardians. So both of the Rift Heralds that they have actually been able to take have resulted in, I would say, the best case scenarios. Nobody died for them. They got at least 1 tower each. So that is the best case for this early game, considering they didn't get a single dragon and haven't died too much in the mid lane.
Oh, Bleeding Wolves, though, should be able to grab the tower and looking for Kyten as well, but the Event Horizon is going to land by himself the space that he needs. And we see the Zeri just trying to output the damage. Has the Rune-Ons for more AoE, foregoing the attacks be coming in from Phantom Dancer for this next little bit.
Some extra attack speed there as, yeah, this Executioners that Juanito built first, you see now how much it delayed the rest of his build. Oh, Stunna.
Oh, Stunna's not having a great time here up against Mashed Hydra, but the Zeri should not care whatsoever, but he's just going to run for the hills. The Powerball going to get him out to safety. Curtain Call going to be used. They're going under the tower trying to find the damage, but Evil Crescent Guard finds them, but they do find an encore onto the backline. Muchai is down, and Mooch is forced to run for the hills as well. They commit a lot of ultimates, but they do get the kill. The TP is going to be used, and they're going to turn that into a Baron.
That was every single ultimate burned by Unicorns except for JDK, and JDK did yoink away the Divine Judgment there from no attack, so it is technically on cooldown right now. It's just actually shows on cooldown once he actually uses it. But yeah, that one member being the one with 100% of your kills dying does mean you can look for the Baron. Stunner.
Oh,
Stunner! No,
he gets into the pit, finds a steal lane. They're trying to find a fight here as well, but at the very least, they get the Baron. They trade their life, but the next dragon's up in 30 seconds, and it's going to be a tight race to get there in time for Stunna.
Stunna respawns at the exact same time as the dragon spawns, so it is safe to say that he will not be there for the team fight. Team fights usually happen a couple seconds before the dragon even spawns, but the rest of the Guardians do now get to walk around with the stolen purple cloaks, so a little bit of extra stats if they want to try and push for the bot lane tower before the dragon as well. It gives them some extra prior to do that, but I don't know. Giving your life for a Baron right before the soul spawns in 30 seconds, we'll see if it turns out as worth.
They do have their big carry up, though. Muchai has Flash, has the ultimate available as well, but they definitely it's very hard to walk up here. They find some decent damage onto Last Dinosaurs, who's good at trying and give up their life for this fight here. 4K on the Dragon. Stunna is up now, but it's 3K. It's going to go down. It doesn't even matter. It's gone. Soul has been claimed, and then Horizon going to claim some space, but that's about it. Nothing more.
Now, for all of you Cloud haters out there, Cloud Dragon, I will have to tell you, is a very good soul to have. Maybe it's not as cool as Infernal, but I do
going in.
JDK.
Some decent damage. Last chapter, going to buy the space. JDK forced to flash away. No attack, trying to find the damage using that range that he does have, but the exhaust is down as well. Forces the flash away from Monito's soul. Level 14 has been hit. Muchai dashing forward, trying to deal with damage, but they aren't going to find much, but they're going to use this purple tuxedo that they have to try and buy themselves some towers, get these standing objectives down.
Yeah, with that Baron, they're not able to take the bottom tower, but instead
then Horizon
mid tower down.
Onto Last Dinosaurs and just taken down instantly under the tower. The dive finds true damage, and they're looking to push forward now. Grab the second tier 2, or tier 3.
Tier 3 here, I think should not be able to be claimed. The only minion that they still have left is that, the cannon minion, and with the cannon barrage should be able to be taken down, as unfortunately Last Dinosaur's not able to get his ultimate off before that. In these very large open spaces, it is hard to play the team fights, as really both of these team comps, right? They both are trying to fight in enclosed areas, in the jungle, in these choke points, around or in the pits, even in open
might
spaces.
Be stopped here. The flash taunt is going to be found. Trying to find something here. The event horizon should be available quite soon, but the curtain call is going to be found. Beautiful jump into the back line coming in from the Rammus, but the damage is there. They're trying to find the long range. Muchai's still alive. Over the wall he goes, buying himself the space, but no attack, dealing so much damage. Flash forward from Stunna, trying to find anything. And Eagle Crescent Guard gonna buy at least some damage negation, but that's about it. Onto the back line goes JDK, but Verizon does land, gets the kill, but Mooch is next on the menu as well. They're trying to find at least one, trying to trade it back, but JDK has that. Zonia's is gonna try and use that Kingslayer to buy the space, but it's a shutdown going over to the kill. Level 14, making their way up to that level 16 breakpoint. And they get a couple kills. They do give up 1 or 2 lives, but getting gold on that kill is more than worthwhile.
Yeah, I would say 600 gold shutdown picked up by no attack right there. And a couple more stacks on the Darksteel that he did decide to build as well. Just making sure that he does hit that level 16 at a very high peak moment. And it will be at about the 30-minute mark right now. Haven't been able to accelerate the game too much in their favor. That was the first kill for no attack as well. In the whole game, it was a very large shutdown 600, so it does kind of equate to 3 kills worth of gold. But if he can continue to accelerate this, then he is in a position to carry from the 1 kill.
Definitely. I mean, all things considered, their carries are where they need to be, at least No Attack and Muchai. No Attack, 101, has not participated all that much, but that's perfectly fine, you know. Let's take a look at that XP bar from No Attack. Just dings that level 15, 1 level away from that scaling point. And gonna try and grab up those jungle camps as fast as possible. You see Stunna giving up the blue buff, giving up the Grom, just to make sure the level 16 is hit as soon as possible here. And both their, high DPS 80 carries essentially are ready to roll for this next fight. Elder up in 3 minutes.
Kain still has a few minutes left to get to that scaling point that you do want your Vanguard to be at. But yeah, Muchai and No Attack right now are the 2 damage dealers. You really have to worry about both of them as well. Very long range No Attack. He has 1 more level to get to that max range kill mark that we have been talking about for this whole game. You only have 1 tower left in these outer tower lines, that being that mid lane outer tower here for the Guardians. And I don't think it'll go down here now, but you do have a Baron coming up in 90 seconds. That team fight could just decide the game.
Very much. I mean, I think this next team fight, whoever wins it, I think the Unicorns are still in a rough spot. They need to break at least 3 towers to even make it remotely worthwhile. But if the Guardians win this fight, this game is over. They can run down mid. And it's all about getting this mid priority before this next objective. It will force the Unicorns to answer, force them to try and get something back in that mid lane. And we'll see what happens in the next little bit here. Gonna be quite scary. 1 minute, 51 seconds.
Just wait a couple of seconds here. Get some resets in, get your items built. You see the death cap as the third item for no tech here as well. Got a little bit more gold to get there.
Kyten. Beautiful Everfrost coming in from both of them, but Kyten is going to be next on the menu. Has no way to sustain out of this fight, and JDK is going to take that one.
Gifted to JDK on a silver platter there by his team. You saw everyone else just walked in. They're like, all right, JDK, here you go. Here's another kill. Now 7 stacks once again on the Dark Seal. With that 1 death, it did drop back down to 5, but that is the pick that Unicorns were looking for before this Baron fight. Stunna, he doesn't have vision. He's going to have to waste the pink ward to get into this pit, and even then, it will probably be cleared. It will have to be a blind steal if he goes for this one again.
Definitely gonna be a nice steal. That could happen. You know, it was quite close last time, but flash forward, finds Foot Stomper, finds the stun, but the Encore gonna hit 2, only gonna hit 1, but Mushai can reach this backline, gonna try and find some damage, but JDK finds the first kill of the fight. No attack trying to fight his way out of this one as well, but the Divine Judgment there, gonna buy the space, gonna buy the time to flash forward. The kill has scaled, level 16 is here, and he's just running through the entirety of the Unicorns, taking down these mystical creatures. It's a triple kill, could be the Penta. Bleeding Wolves takes no damage, the Hullbreaker is there, the slow gonna be found from that Ultra Shock laser, and the exhaust is down as well. Bleeding Wolves trying to run for the hills, trying to find the damage, trying to find anything, but they are gonna be able to make it out to safety, but that's about it. The Kale has scaled and is flying to the next objective.
That was everything that could have possibly gone wrong for the Unicorns, all in the span of about 5 seconds right there. JDK, I have to assume he misclicks his Zhonya's the second he flash stuns Foot Stomper. So when they were able to stun Foot Stomper, they weren't actually able to kill it. They weren't actually able to do any damage. So the flash from JDK was entirely useless. And then last Dinosaurs, he ulted to try and get that extended range off of JDK flashing in, you know, but with them being in Zarya's, the extended range didn't even come through, so then his ultimate was wasted as well, so now you got 3 huge cooldowns wasted, and then no attack arrives late to the team fight, which means he's coming in with full HP with a Yumi with him as well, and level 16, yeah, they didn't know it was coming. There it is. There's the almost pentakill the second he hits 16, and all of a sudden no attack is a big, big problem for Unicorns.
Big, big problem indeed. And we're having a big, big problem with these pauses. So we'll be right back as we get things rolling here in just a second.
That's what happens when you have.
All right. Sorry for the delay, but we're back here, and it's going to be the Elder being taken. They're going to grab that one up nice and easy, not even a contest, and they're going to run straight towards that Baron, grab that objective, and they are on the way. They are moving. And this one should go down quite easy as well, although ultimates are available on the side of the Unicorns. They have the Encore, and a nice root's going to land, but not going to find much.
Yeah, I was gonna say they are moving, but you know who isn't moving is Bleeding Wolves, as unfortunately he did DC. That was the reason for the pauses, and with the 10-minute pause timer coming up, he is not gonna be able to come back unless he does come
Miracle
back while
steal.
the game is live.
7K on the Baron.
Hydra.
They could just look to turn to fight, but 9K back. Mass Hydra is on the backside, has the ultimate, can go over the wall. The Soaring Slam is up. 5K. They don't have vision on it. They have one ward. They've gotten it over. 5K still. They have Elder, though. They're going over the wall, going to try and take him out. The flash finds something, but over the wall goes Masked Hydra. No blast cone available. Mooch taking a lot of damage. Trying to find something, but the Powerball finds the knockback. Mooch going to get flashed on. The taunt is there as well. They might just look to turn and burn this Xin Zhao, but the Divine Judgment comes forward just in time to buy the space on both sides, but the UB is down. Moochai onto the backline, finding the damage. Zooming around, moving at the speed of sound, and Mooch is next on the menu, but JDK is still strong as ever. Over the wall goes Moochai, but there are no junglers available. It is going to be a 2 for 3 in favor of the Guardians, and they're looking to burn this Baron down.
2 for 3. JDK has everything he needs. He still has his Zanyas if he wants to continue this fight. Remember, they do still have Elder, though. You have to be very, very worried about this Elder. No attack, no mana. Does have TP if they want to TP back to this play.
They're just gonna hit the wave.
He's hunting. He is looking. He wants these kills.
Over to the wave goes Moochai, can't get over the wall, nice and easy. Predator's going to be popped here, but the Elder is going to find something. The root, the Everfrost is there, and it's a shutdown going over. The breath of the dragon comes forward, and Chitin gets the kill.
Kain does pick up now his second kill of the game. Very large shutdown off that one as well. 200 and the Darksteel stacks as well. I think he just sold the Darksteel on top of that. So unfortunately, no more Darksteel stacks that I get to keep a track of. But Baron is now started up.
Oh
Elder
my
runs out
goodness.
here in a couple of seconds. But Kain, Zeri and Vigar, not the greatest Baron duo in the world, but they were able to start it up and get it loaded up for the rest of the Guardians to come and collect their Baron.
They will grab up the Baron there, and will just look to spend their gold nice and easy, get their resets off. Next objective on the board is going to be that Elder, but the standing objectives are still up, left for the taking.
Man, if only Bleeding Wolves was here, they probably would have won that team fight right there. That was a very close team fight that they were able to keep JDK alive for so long at such high HP, right? You just need a little bit more damage. One more champion
Cannon
could
barrage.
have turned it.
Any barrels landing, anything. Could have changed the tide of that one. Nice and easy. But they're just walking down mid, pushing down this wave. They're trying to wave clear it up here with Juanito and Last Dinosaurs. And the Siege Minion doing not very much work at the moment. Just going to try and push towards this inhib. They can grab this one up. It is a 4v5 for now. And Mooch just going to walk over that trap, but Juanito taking so much damage from the laser. And the next wave is here in just a second. And they're going to grab up that top tier too.
Middle inhibitor being taken. Top inner turret will be gone as well with the help of both of the Baronified Canaan minions. Nobody looks at bot lane. This just shows how irrelevant bot lane is. It's the towers are all still standing. They might as well still have the outer tower. Dinosaur.
Crescent Guard finds the kill. Event Horizon is going to buy the space they need to just take this tier 3 nice and easy. Inhib is next on the menu. No attack, just walking forward. Has the range advantage now. Level 16 means he can hit from so far away. Tower shots be damned. Nexus be damned. They are pushing to end this one right here, right now. Mooch goes onto the back line. Juanito uses that Gale Force to get himself out to safety, but they're taking so much damage. Mooch is still alive. Soaring Slam into the back line. Divide Judgment trying to find the damage as well, but Masked Hydra is next on the menu. Once again, it's used in response. Juanito taken down as well. JDK trying to run for the hills, trying to find something here. He is the carry. He's the one with all the kills, but it does not even matter as the Nexus falls. No attack takes the plus 50 gold, and Unicorns have lost game 1. Guardians up 1-0.
Guardians up 1-0 in the finals 2.0 here tonight of their best of 5 against the Unicorns. So you know what? I don't know. It was just so fortunate that Bleeding Wolves wasn't able to reconnect into that game. I assume he's not coming back for the rest of the series. So Unicorns, they have to find a secondary top laner in the next however many minutes.
Yep, and they will have to find someone, but we're gonna find ourselves some time because we'll be right back as we're going over to a quick break so we can get ourselves ready and rolling for game number 2 of the night. Guardians lead the series 1-0. We will be right back.
do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
We at the top again now, what? Help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger. With everything I carry up on my back, you should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the desk. And that was our series tonight. That was a best of one. That's
Yep,
all
yep.
we had.
Yep.
Closing up shop. No, we did have some issues in that game. Bleeding Wolves there did have a DC. We're looking into that issue, chat. We are going to be looking at seeing if we can get a replacement, if Bleeding can figure out whatever issues they are having. So we're going to be just buying a little bit of time, allowing the players on the side of the Unicorns to figure out what they're going to be doing. We did end up finishing out that series as a 4v5. Unicorns were then down one of their players. Now, this is obviously causing a lot of controversy in the chat. I've never seen it move so quickly. So the production's going to be really happy about their interactions, their engagements. But Cam, talk to us about that one. Was that game going to end any differently? I mean, people in chat talking about this. This Kale got to level 16. It was always going to end that way. Do you feel that that's the case, or could it have gone the way of the Unicorns?
I think Twitch chat is currently showing why I have banter muted after you play a VRD series. It's just the classic, after you play a VRD series, you go, you mute banter, you check it again tomorrow, then you see what actually happened. That's what you have to do sometimes, But yeah, level 16, sometimes that's just how Kale has to be, as we are currently figuring out substitutes. Hold on.
Sure. So why don't you
Take a
take
quick
over
old
for Cam?
gander.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would have been a little bit closer, but I think the end result would have been the same. The Guardians did amass themselves quite a bit of a lead, but I think the Unicorns could have stalled out for a little bit longer if they had that GP ultimate, their GP, putting out those barrels as well. It was a close fight, all things considered, right? Even with the Elder, it wasn't a guaranteed win if it was 5v5. It was pretty close. I mean, if Bleeding Bulls played it perfectly, I think there was the possibility. I don't think it was guaranteed, mind you, that they win the fight, but it could have been turned, possibly, right, at that Baron pit. And unfortunately, the cards fell where they did, and Bleeding Bulls was not allowed to play the rest of the game, unfortunately. So we can't really do much about that. We can only speculate, right? Hindsight is 2020. It was a close fight, all things considered, and unfortunately didn't land where the Unicorns wanted it to. But the Guardians did show that they are more than okay with just chilling back, scaling up, and getting strong, and also showing the strength of their bot lane as well. Just having a great time, outplaying, getting a few double kills. Azeri Yumi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we will jump into that. I do want to just say thanks, Salt, because and actually Cam as well, because I was gonna say like I wanted you guys to be like, oh no, the Guardians definitely 100% won that game, and then maybe everyone in chat would be like, calm down. But now that you're both like, oh, it could have gone either way, then it's like chat's gonna just, yeah, see, I told you that they could, even the analysts,
Guys,
they
it was
said.
a jungle diff. Stunna doesn't know how to play the jungle.
But no, that is quite all right. I mean, these things happen, right? Like we
Mhm.
are a small production chat, so let's be reasonable here. These things happen. We are a new org, in the great wise wisdom of the OTK org. But yeah, talking about that bot lane because we discussed this when we spoke about Guardians having these two substitutes for this evening. And we said, oh, well, they're not really going to be playing around the bot lane that much anyway. It's probably going to be more top and mid side. But actually, the Yumi combo was impactful. So why don't you
Mhm.
talk to us a little bit about that, Salt?
I mean, they found their opportunities. They played the lane quite well. They were not down CS. They were CSing almost perfectly, and they were able to capitalize on every little mistake that Juanito and Last Dinosaurs did make. They were able to capitalize and get double kills over and over and over again. So, I mean, if you're able to find those mistakes and find the chinks in the armor of that Seraphine Jin lane, that's perfect. And they were able to do that all on their own. There was very little jungle presence down in that bot side as well, right? So it was all just a natural lane win coming in from the Guardians, right? They were just able to find their footing and keep the pressure on once they were able to get it and rotated that lead up, eventually buying time for that kill to just scale up and hit that level 16.
Yeah.
Guys, we have a lobby.
We do.
Oh,
Oh,
we have a
oh,
lobby.
winnable.
Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit? Should we talk a little bit about what that lobby looks like? Who have we got going for the unicorns?
So for the unicorns, we will have Boopy subbing in as their top laner, and yes, Last Dinosaurs is still playing. Last Dinosaurs was having some connection issues last game, so he is still able to play. He's going to play again this game, see how the connections continue to evolve, but hopefully he is able to at least play the game at a half decent ping. We shall see how that one turns out, but he is in the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're happy to know that Last Dinosaur is gonna still be in this series because that would really be sad to see the extinction of the dinosaurs in real time. So luckily we're avoiding that. So okay, so Bleeding Wolves is gonna be replaced for at least this game. We'll see what happens going forward. How? I mean, if you're the unicorns here, I'm gonna come to you. So for this one, if you're the unicorns here, your whole just play has been derailed here. Your whole game plan. What do you think the unicorns need to do here in order to get back into this one?
I think their identity is kind of lost here a little bit because they did rely heavily on Bleeding Wolves and Masked Hydra to have that synergy to just make big plays around this top side, right? But I mean, now I think Masked Hydra is going to have to look towards JDK, play around that mid lane a little bit more because I think Juanito And Last Dinosaurs are more of a passive lane. They look to scale up and help out the team later on and use their utility because Winito likes to play these utility carries quite a bit. So play around JDK a little bit more. I mean, that's what happened, I think, a little bit from the Unicorns in that mid game. But get that mid laner ahead, and I think they have a solid chance.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have a status update here. Last Dinosaurs is not able to join the lobby, so I will be subbing in for the Unicorns
Oh, okay.
for this game 2 here. So I must say goodbye. Shimmy will be joining you hopefully very shortly, but I will see you on the rift.
Godspeed, Cam.
Godspeed,
Give him hell.
Cam. Good luck. Welcome back to another series.
Okay, yeah, chat. This is all part of the production. Actually, this is all perfectly as planned. What's happening here is we're rotating players and casters, so we're actually gonna have we're gonna have people from the game. They're gonna be coming onto the desk. We're gonna be jumping in. I'm gonna be playing at some point. I don't know what role I'm gonna be playing. Salt's gonna be in. It's gonna be
Yeah, I'm
fantastic.
subbing in too.
We are gonna be joined by Shibby any moment as well, so he'll be here soon. And, but, yeah, we're just gonna kind of roll with this one. So Cam's gonna be jumping in on the side. We're actually seeing the Ducks. They're coming to the finals. We didn't think we had any of the Ducks, but we have the essence, the mother duck or the parent duck of the Ducks here coming in. So this changes things slightly. How do you think this makes a shift now with Cam coming in?
I think I'm trying to figure out if that's happening or not, but all things considered, I think it doesn't really change all that much because they're going to play the same style no matter what, and Cam fits into that style very, very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, Cam knows these teams really, really well, so Cam's going to at least be very experienced
Hello.
and we have a Shibby. Okay, we'll let Shibby get set up and then we'll welcome him into the broadcast chat. So yeah, Cam knows these players, knows these teams, has been working with the VRD for a while now, so we'll know how to kind of slot into these comps. So that's fantastic to hear, and good luck, Cam, as we say. Give him
Cam
hell,
is
return
not
of the
playing, unfortunately. They have to find a new sub, and while they do look for a new sub, I don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be a
I had
little rough. All
notes.
things
I made
considered.
like some notes tonight. I'm just gonna burn them. I'm gonna throw them away. I
Just
don't
get
need
rid of
them.
him at this point. Too much has
We're
changed.
freestyling. So I'm gonna talk to you then a little bit again. We're also waiting for Shivy here. The Rees in chat. We're also waiting for Shivy to come in here. So JDK here is probably gonna be where the Unicorns look to default, as you're saying. This Silas pick. Talk to me about this Silas because JDK had like 8 kills in that game or something like that. Was doing a very solid job. Normally has quite a solid KDA in all of these games where they're playing the Silas. What is it about JDK with Silas that is able to be so effective? Because forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't actually think we see that much Silas play in the competitive league. And welcome in, Shibby.
He's in a weird spot.
Sorry, guys,
Welcome.
I didn't get the memo. We're wearing suits and stuff. I've got the shorts and the Hoochie Daddy shorts on right now.
Oh, the hooch! Oh, okay. I don't think chat got to see that, but we did.
Oh yeah. Well, good thing chat didn't get to see that. Anyways, yeah, I've got those on right now. So sorry about that. Got to catch game 1 a little bit. I saw the first draft and I saw kind of what's happening. They're drafting right now. Okay.
All right.
Why don't we just jump into it? I'll save my questions for later. Shibby, you're gonna be this initiation by fire. Take it away.
Alrighty, we should be rolling quite soon, and we'll see how things do roll right here, right now. All the bans have been finished, and very similar, junglers. Seraphine, though, going to be taken away by the Guardians here, so we'll see what the Unicorns are willing to blind here, as there be one.
Yeah, I like how Sai touched on the Silas pick, but actually the Swain coming out, which is honestly a force to be reckoned with. Now, I used to be not have an opinion on Swain, right? I didn't think he was that good. I think the itemization was wrong with him. Like, not many people knew what to do with Swain, right? Build him full tank, go Everfrost, so on and so forth. But actually pairing Swain up with a champion pick like a Seraphine, like a Lulu, someone that can heal, makes him nigh unkillable, Salt, and he becomes
Yep.
a force to be reckoned with. And he becomes your tank, damage, DPS, AP. He's a monster. So if the Unicorns can grab something like even a Lulu, a Sona, something like that, and just pair him up with the healer, I think they have a recipe for success here. Even Yumi, for example, would be really good here because they can take it away from the Guardians and take away that dreaded Yumi Zeri combo.
And the Guardians do opt to take away that Silas from JDK and grab themselves up the Zeri once again. And we saw them, Muchai did have a great game there in game number 1. I'll see what the response is coming in from the Unicorns, though. But so far, the Guardians are finding their answers. It's going to be, once again, the Jhin from Juanito Soul sticking with comfort here for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's his pick, right? I mean, when in doubt, he'll pick Jhin. And I think you pair Jhin up with a lot of other champions that, can lock down people, lock CC down. Essentially what happens is Jhin can extend all CC by an extra, 2 seconds, right? I think it's 1.75 seconds done. So the Swainy, instantly another 2 seconds. The Renata Q, the Renata ultimate, right? Another 2 seconds added onto his stun. Unicorns are playing a very pick-heavy composition, so they want to catch somebody like Silas out in the solo lane. They want to catch somebody that doesn't have Yumi attached to them, which I'm surprised that the Guardians were able to nab up, and Unicorns instead opting in for the Renata Jhin lane. Something a lot more dominant, something a lot more aggressive. As the Kayle gets banned out, Udyr and Trundle as well from the Guardians being taken away. Both very, very solid champions. I still don't love Trundle. I do like the Lilia pick, but I think they can go a bunch of different champions here. Poppy would be nice. We've been seeing it in Korea a lot. I don't know. Bel'Veth is disabled, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bel'Veth is disabled. There are a couple jungle picks still on the board here. I believe Xin Zhao is still up. Can go that. Is he gonna go for a farming jungler though? I think right now Guardians need tank.
Gonna be locked in.
Not a hater.
Yes.
Not a hater.
Not a hater of that, no. Stunna loves playing the Kindred, has had great games on stream with the Kindred, but the Guardians also have themselves a Zeri Yumi once again. They have themselves that ball in that won. And they are going to grab themselves up Gragas, though, as that B4. So, going to be that tank up at the top side going in for the Unicorns. So, they have the Swain, going to be a neutral for the most part, and then start dominating mid-game team fights. Gragas, usually just also a great lane neutralizer, and the Jhin. So, just a lot of neutrality coming in from the Unicorns here. The Renata and Jhin, though, should have a pretty solid time into Yumi Zeri, but for the most part, Jhin used as a lane neutralizer. We'll see what the final pick here is. It should be something aggressive in the jungle to at least, break some of that neutrality, get these lanes ahead. We'll see.
Lee Sin is still up. I don't know if he's a Lee Sin player. Are they really going to lock this in? Wow, this is a full-on pick composition coming out from Unicorns. They are simply saying, we're never going to 5v5 you. We're going to find somebody that's split pushing lane. We're going to find your Kindred out in the wild, your Zeri, your Silas, whoever is splitting in any of these side lanes. Are they going to go with the Yone? Are we going to see the Sunfire Yone build, right? Or Yone, sorry, into the top lane here?
Nope.
That could potentially be a Silas top or a Azir top. We saw in the LCK. Azir was actually picked as a GP counter, though. Don't know how well it does. I don't know if that was a misclick.
Nope,
no,
I don't think so. They're ready.
It is an Azir, so I think it's Silas top, Azir mid. A lot of AP damage coming out from the Guardians. No solid tank, and their engage is what scares me. Are they going to use Silas as their primary engage tool? Right? Are they going to lock in, the Silas ultimate? They're going to open it up with the Jhin ultimate. Are they going to open it up with the the Gragas ultimate? Right? They look to split somebody up. How Guardians front to back team fight in this composition is going to be very interesting because they don't really have a front line.
They don't, but at the same time, last game, they didn't have a frontliner either, right? It was all about peeling back and disengaging. They don't have the Veigar in their back pocket this time, but they have the Azir. They have ways to push away the Unicorns and force them to fight on the Guardians' terms. Again, they're still great in chokes. Azir, great positioning, great zone control, also has that Emperor's Divide to just dissuade big engages coming in. And the Silas has a lot of great ultimates to take. The Vi ultimate, really nice. Gragas ultimate, a great engage tool as well, so they can yoink the engage too. And the Guardians, they don't need to engage, right? They didn't need to last game, and they're going to play a very similar style this time. But I think this composition gives them a few more options because they have the Azir who can go in, because they have the Silas who can go in. They have more ways to play this game out, while the Unicorns have drafted themselves pure pick composition.
I feel the disengage isn't that strong, right?
Not as strong as last time.
I will always take an 8-second Event Horizon versus a 120-second Emperor's Divide.
Very true.
Like that is where I say if Unicorns can bait out the Emperor's Divide, if they can get that out, oh, that just opens them up so much to get another pick, so much to like extend the team fight, right? They have multiple ways of getting into these fights. Gragas E flash, Vi flash Q or flash ultimate, right? Jin opening up with his own ultimate, right? Slowing somebody down. Swain E, Renata, like there's so many different ways that they can pick and pull apart the Guardians composition that I want to see what Guardians are going to do. Are they going to go for unfair angles of engage, right? Are they going to throw the Azir on the other side while Silas is swinging from the back? Are they going to look to engage hard with the Yumi Silas onto somebody with the Vi, right? Make him super, super tanky, similar to what Swain does, right? Silas with the Kingslayer plus Conqueror plus Yumi. I would have loved to see Yumi on the Unicorn side, but instead they end up taking the Renata here more for that lane dominant tick, more to really shut down and limit how much CS Zeri and Yumi get and to stall that late game powerhouse that they will eventually become. So Unicorns have all the momentum, right? In terms of, not in terms of the game and like the series score or anything, but they have the front foot, right? They have the lane domination. They have the way to, affect early ganks. Kindred is somebody that's going to be farming a lot, right? Vi can gank you at level 3, can farm to level 6 as well. You have so much proactivity on the side of Unicorns that they need to keep their pedal to the floor and consistently push this game, on a pace that the Guardians are not used to.
But that X factor coming in from the Guardians is going to be that Kindred ultimate. It's so strong against the Renata, against the Gragas, against the Jin, all whose, ultimates are very helpful, right? Everything coming in from the Unicorns is very upfront. The Vi burst, the Gragas burst, the Renata ultimate blast just a little bit. Same with the Jin. Most of their damage is very upfront, and Kindred is great into those compositions here. Will deny them so many cooldowns, so much time, but if they can bait that Kindred ultimate before a big fight, that's what they're going to need to do, because this Kindred denies so much of the Unicorn's potential.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of good timing on Stun. I trust this guy's Kindred pick. This man has picked it multiple times, right? But I'm just looking back to maybe I'm just more old school. Maybe I'm stuck in the past, Salt, but I think having a solid front line, having that to lean back on when you can execute on these knife's edge compositions, I want to say, that the Guardians have kind of picked, where like Silas has to be very on point on whose ultimate he takes away and who he engages onto, right? Zeri, Kindred, both have to not be, on the same side of the engage, right? They should be fighting on opposite flanks so that the Unicorns have to pick and choose which AD carry do we deal with, which hyper scaling AD threat do we deal with, all while Azir is super long range, can try to play the keep away game like you said against the Unicorns. But I mean, Unicorns have a Vi ultimate. It's hard to keep that away when you have an unstoppable force coming at you, right? And then you can follow up with the Renata ultimate, the Gragas ultimate. There's a lot to chew through for the Guardians. I don't know if they have enough bite here.
That's very true. They're going to be playing keep away for the most part, and we don't want to keep you away from this game for too long, but we're gonna have to head over to a quick break as we get things rolling here for game number 2 of the night. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Unicorns once again on the blue side, and Guardians on the red. Color schemes don't match, but that is A-okay, as we see a 5-point coming in from both sides. No shenanigans here in game number 2.
No shenanigans at all. And Guardians definitely have to be feeling good going into this game too, right? And maybe for all the wrong reasons that there are 2 subs on the Unicorn side, right? Camcom and Aboopy too. Unfortunately, both Dinosaur and Bleeding Wolves have been struck in by the internet gods. Hopefully they show mercy and hopefully we can get an exciting series here. But I wouldn't necessarily count somebody like Cam out, right? They performed very, very well last series, right? They are a good player, right? And a good player will shine regardless if you don't have the lane synergy, if you don't have anything like that. Playing something, I want to say easy to execute is no disrespect to them, but something that is easier to execute with the Jhin Renata, right? You know your job, you know your role, you have the lane dominance there, and all you need to do is just keep Muchai and Footstomper pushed in, go for early drags with Max Hydra, your jungler, and start contesting these Kindred objectives. Really trying to keep this Kindred down is going to be what's key for the Unicorns to start building that early pressure, building those early dragons and getting that early dragon soul. Hopefully they can roll something like the Infernal or the Hex deck to really start, solidify that win condition.
And it's a very similar win con like last time. The Unicorns do want to grab themselves up that soul as early as possible. And this time, though, they don't have the Kayle to fall back on, right? They're relying on the Zeri, on the Azir to be dealing that DPS, right? So it's a little bit different than last time, so we'll see if they're able to make it work.
Yeah, no, interesting to see the itemization that's going to be coming out of Sylas. If he's going to build your prototypical kind of the Everfrost into Zhonya's, or if he's going to go something for more of like a tankier Sylas build, like potentially the Sunfire, something that we've been seeing out of Yone's, right? They build Sunfire and then they go full damage. Will we see something to that effect out of Noatalk in the top lane, or is he just going to go a standard build, right? He started right now with the Doron shield, expecting a lot of poke coming out from Boopy, but Boopy smartly started the first strike here, and he's just trading really well with Noatalk.
Quite aggressively, and you can do that as a Gragas because of your passive. You sustain quite a bit more in lane than the Sylas, who does need to hit that level 9 to even match your sustain as the Gragas, and he's going to be having a great time in lane. He has the range advantage, but the gank coming up, the level 2 going to be hit, but they're looking for the play here onto Masked Hydra, has to flash away. No attack, going to be stunned up there by the body slam, but Alcove Gaming is Masked Hydra. We're stuck in the bottom side because of directed camp, but they go onto Mooch. They have the body slam? They do not. Forces the flash away from Stunna.
Yeah, and Boopy still has the flash body slam available, so if they want to re-engage on the no attack, he does not have a flash here. The mark has spawned, but these lane dominant picks, like you mentioned, Salt, they're going to have
the root lands. Double root going to be found. The exhaust is down as well. Footstomper trying to run for the hills. The flash fourth shot is available, but they are not going to use it. But they at least burn something away from this Yuumi.
And now we just see how these picks are working out in these lanes. A lot of what Guardians
they're going in. Ultra-Shock Laser going to go wide here, but the wave is a little big. Camcom going to find a beautiful handshake onto the backline. The Ignite is down as well, but they have the Insanity Potion. Keeps them alive. Bonito finds the first blood onto Muchai. A big change in the matchup. Flash forward. One more auto will do it, but Footstomper stays alive.
Footstomper stays alive with the...
no, he doesn't! Never mind! The Deadly Flourish finds the kill, and he lives too! Bonito finding his footing here in game 2 of the night.
Footstomper doesn't have 9 lives to work with here, only has the 1 right now, and dies in lane, unfortunately, and a near 2,000 gold lead has been accumulated by the Unicorns, right? They have these lane dominant lanes. They have the ones that can push, that can be aggressive. And now you can see the lead that they're building up, but they are on a timer. Guardians will scale. Guardians will eventually hit their power spike. So now what does Unicorns do? Do they use this pressure to start pressuring dragons? Do they use this pressure to start pressuring Stunna in the jungle? Or will they let this lead fizzle out like they have time and time again in previous series?
Definitely here. We see slowly but surely the Unicorns are amassing themselves CS leads. They're amassing themselves leads overall. And, I mean, the Guardians will scale up. They've given up a little bit of gold because of those kills. A double kill over to Bonito's Soul means a lot coming forward here for the Unicorns. Giving them that confidence, right? The comfort pick did not work out very well in game 1, but here it's shining true once more. Being that artist, being that showman that is known as a Jhin, and 2.2k, that is it's not even remotely close gold lead-wise. Most of that is on Juanito. But they find something onto Muchai, who is going to be able to get over the wall, able to get back to safety.
Yeah, and there's something that can be ignited in players, right? A kind of a X factor. When you're playing with subs, you know, you may feel like Juanito Sol, he might have to feel like he has to play even better than he does, right? That might elevate his level, right? Somebody like Hydra, somebody like JDK, these players can rise to the occasion when they're playing with subs, right? It's not a simple cut and dry of, oh, we have subs, we're gonna lose this. It's like, okay, we have subs, I'm gonna have to play absolutely out of my mind. And right now,
they're
Juanito is
collapsing onto
performing.
Masked Hydra, gonna be able to get over the wall. They might look to re-engage onto Boopy, but the Abscon does land. The Abduct is there as well, but Boopy is too tanky, and they're finding some more damage there onto Foot Stomper, who is gonna take a big chunk of health, but is back safe with the Zeri.
Yeah, and for Yuumi, your health is used almost like your mana bar, right? It's a resource. It's not necessarily something that you need to consistently keep track of, right? You absorb a lot of the trade, you take it, you go, you know what? Well, I'm not active in lane. I can literally make myself invulnerable. So you try to use that as an advantage, right? It's similar to certain card games where you can use your health as a resource. It's very similar in the way that Yuumi plays, how they want to use their health as a resource and really facilitate, you know, really proactive trading and win your AD carry the trade.
Definitely, and we do see that Stunna pathing towards this bot side here, wants to try and grab up that Scuttle Crab, get themselves the first mark of the game here. But it is, you know, it's a 1k gold lead, almost 2 in favor of the Unicorns. They have amassed themselves a great lead compared to last time, which was a very slow and steady game, but they are going to force Stunna away. They're going to grab up this one nice and easy, but they find the route onto Chitin, who is going to be able to walk away.
Walk away. JDK is just going to walk it out right now, and interesting pickup coming out from JDK. I don't know if my items are bugged there, Salt, but do you see the Vandal Glass Mirror in this guy's hand?
That's going to be a Shurelia's coming in very shortly for this Swain, but I really don't like that component overall. I think the components in that component are great, but going in is no attack, finding some decent damage there, but mana bar is just not there. Presence of Mind going to find something there, but a beautiful cast gets himself some more damage. Finds something. Boopy does not have lethal just yet, though.
And I like the point that you brought up about the Vandal Glass Mirror, right? The components in of itself, very good. The upgrade, the gold value you get, not so good.
Quite horrendous.
Generally you want to build the components for that and then upgrade into your Kindle Gem, right? The
Exactly.
Kindle Gem, another item that gold value-wise, you're only getting about 100 extra health and about 10 CDR, but it's way better proactively and effectively in lane than the Vandal Glass Mirror, which only gives you about, I believe, 50% base regen. The ability power is negligible, right? Those components, the core recipe items are really good, but upgrading them into the lane can be very difficult, and that's kind of where the stunt happens. So hopefully we see JDK back with enough gold to build the whole Shurelias, and he doesn't have to back just building the Kindle Gem. As I say that, though, he's backed and only build the Kindle Gem plus the refillable.
It will be the Imperial Mandate that will be coming forward here for this Swain, but a lot of players are actually foregoing the Imperial Mandate first and going the Rylai's, so it's interesting that JDK is opting for the Mythic first. Its Spike I don't think is as strong. I think Rylai's is just such a synergistic item with Swain's new kit. It's just so obnoxious to deal with. You're getting constantly slowed by that ulti.
I think the idea here is that they're going to contest an early objective, an early dragon soon, which they should be doing. You want the most immediate power for that fight, right? And an Imperial Mandate, I believe the gold cost is only about 2,200 versus
I think it's
Rylai's,
2,500. So Rylai's is 100 more gold, but I think it's a bigger spike.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he could be looking for the team fight value as well, right? With the Imperial Mandate.
That's true. That's very true.
In theory, you're buffing up your teammates. There's a lot of hidden gold right there. A lot of hidden gold value in getting that extra damage down for the, I believe it's 15% extra on the Imperial Mandate. But we're going to see if they even look to contest these Giants, because they have the 1.5 gold lead. Mass Hydra should be contesting.
They're going in, finds the play here, but the shuffle does not find anything because of the Unstoppable coming through. And they are going to find the flash from Chitin. Good looks coming in from Masked Hydra, though.
Flash for flash, ulti for ulti overall, but Chitin can back and use the TP to get right back in the lane. JDK has the flash ghost available. Pings are finally going out onto that bottom side, and Stunna's gonna take this 1v1.
Stunna's taking the 1v1, forced to flash away, but Muchai has the ultimate available, going to go forward, flashing over that Berserk coming through, but Muchai can't get over the wall, trying to deal the damage, but it's going to be Masked Hydra who finds the first kill. Mooch trying to do something here, has the ultimate available, has the Lamb's Respite, not going to use it a little bit too late. Footstopper is alive, but they find the kill onto Masked Hydra. The heal is there, the last chapter going to be used, going to buy the space, but Mooch is going to be taken down as well. JDK living up to the double kill name, finds two. Maybe looking for 3. The Ghost buying himself some space. Oh, a beautiful flash! Finds 3! Maybe call him JTK. He's popping off here in game number 2 of the night.
Yeah, triple kill for him with Juanito opening up the blicky right now onto everybody. They pick up the Dragon, they pick up 3 for 1, and they're going to come home with about a 3K gold lead for the Unicorns. And this is what I was talking about, Salt. These players, they're rising to the occasion. Something's burning within them. I don't know what it is, but they're playing better within these
Wait,
subs.
Muchai might have overstayed. Oh, Muchai trying to find something here, but the Vi is very close by. Has the cease and desist, not just yet, but a Deadly Flourish does land. They're looking to try and save this one. Muchai trying to run for the hills, but it does not even matter. Masked Hydra takes the kill.
Masked Hydra takes the kill. He says, I'll put that one in my pocket for now. And Muchai, as soon as he spawns, gets sent right back to base.
Saying a lot of damage. Explosive cast going to be used. It can be used in return. Boopy has it available. Not going to use it just yet, though.
Ooh, he was looking for it. He's hunting for it.
Oh, fight for it! Cast! He finds the kill out on the bot side. We have a fight. Mooch trying to run for the hill. Stunna. Can he make it out? No. Masked Hydra finds the 3rd. Looking for more. Chitin is next on the menu. Do they have the CC? They do not, but they find 1.
That man tried at all the angles, Boopy, with the geometry, the algebra, the calculus ready to go. Big brains, no attack right now. Oh my Lord.
My goodness, no attack, just not having a great time. 10 CS down a plate. Big plays coming from Boopy, the substitute top laner.
Substitutes, man, subs, the ringers, we'll call them, the mercenaries of the Unicorns within Camcom and Boopy. And
Gale Force forward,
feeling himself.
The Deadly Flourish onto Muchai. 4-shot, not going to find enough damage, but gets themselves a Dark Harvest deck.
They've extended their timer. The Unicorns, a 5K gold lead nearly at the 12-minute mark. I don't know if Guardians can hold out long enough for their scaling composition to work. The
curtain call has been used, but Camcom takes the kill. Going to be able to walk out of that tower as well, get themselves a play. Foot Stomper has a last chapter. Going to use that one, trying to find something, but Mooch is there on the backside as well. The bailout is there from Juanito, trying to find at least a kill to try and buy himself the space, and Juanito is not going to be able to find it. It's not there in time. Cannot get the rest, and Foot Stomper has the heal. Does he have the mana to get Camcom? No, he does not. Camcom will be able to make it out of there alive.
Make it out there alive. I respect the attempt from Juanito trying to go for that extra kill knowing you were dead. Foot Stomper, sorry, lives with just a little bit of HP, and that's the idea, right? Using your health as a resource, keeping them baited, keeping them interested while just dancing out of that kill range, dancing out of that threat range. And right now, the Guardians have a lot of climbing to do. There is still 5K gold down right
the
now.
shuffle finds something here. Mooch is there on the menu as well, trying to find some damage, but JDK has popped that ultimate, trying to keep that one rolling for as fast as possible. One more auto will do it. The shutdown goes over to Stunna, who's finding their place on the Kindred here.
That's a very dangerous man to start getting fed. Stunna will come back with a vengeance. Stunna's Kindred has carried these corpses of Guardians before, and I think he can do it again. Any more gold, any more stacks going over to this guy could be dangerous, could be deadly. And once we thought maybe the Unicorns had a solid foothold, and now they're slowly losing their grip. The kills are falling through the cracks. They need to temper themselves down. They need to...
Booby take, finding a big player onto no attack. The explosive cask is available. Could look to use that one, and he's going to find it. Look at the damage. It's another solo. Oh, is it a solo bolo? Who's going to find it? No attack. He's going to be able to get out to safety, but Boopy almost finds the outplay once again.
Don't give this man Gragas anymore. This guy's deadly. He's an assassin. He's got the geometry ready. Almost gets another solo kill onto no attack. And this Gragas is looking something fierce. I'm afraid to see that in team fights when you start breaking it out right now.
Masked Hydra looking for Muchai here onto Noah, or onto the Zeri. Finds the damage. Muchai is going to be taken down. Foot Stomper stuck is going to be taken down. They can't find the CC. The last final chapter going to be used. Trying to find the 4-shot. Can he find it? Finds the snipe from downtown. The Berserk going to find something here, but they cannot find the damage. No attack has shown up in this bot side fight as well. Chitin TP down as well, but they can't find anything more.
2 TPs for literally nothing as a 2-for-0 goes over to the Unicorns. The Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds here. They're going to establish vision. They're going to establish lane dominance, lane control, and look to move themselves towards this Dragon. The second one coming up, it is a Hextech Dragon, so we could potentially a Mountain Soul, an Ocean Soul, or even a Cloud Soul here, which would be very
Oh,
unlucky
the
for them.
play, the
Titan!
shuffle into the tower. Can he find the damage?
Enough?
Capcom is still alive, but has the bailout available. Chitin trying to flash away. Will the burn be enough? The heal is there. Will buy the space, but Mushai flashing forward, has the speed, zooming around on those gates. One more auto will do it onto Cam. Can they find the no? A beautiful handshake into the deadly flourish. Finds the kill. Mooch trying to find the damage. Lamb's respite is available. Can't survive under the tower. Is going to use it to stay alive just a little bit longer, and they find the kill.
They find the kill here finally after investing in an egregious amount of resources. Mass Hydra is coming back though. Actually, no, he's going to the Herald. He's gonna give the Dragon away. Look to take the Herald potentially here, but definitely Unicorns have the manpower to fight this. They can definitely take this Dragon without contention here. I don't agree with giving it away if they're gonna do that.
Would be just gonna grab that tower nice and easy. We'll just walk away. They are going to give it in exchange for the Dragon and the Rift Herald that take 2 objectives for 1, but this soul stacking should have been their priority.
Soul stacking should have been their priority. Oh, actually, they get bailed out. It's a Cloud Dragon. Never mind.
Oh, you get bailed. That's nice and easy. Camcong maybe next on the menu here. The bailout is available. The slow from the Kindred is there. Looking to try and find anything. A little bit more damage. We'll find it. Lock it. Buys the space. Buys the time. The flash forward. The hostile takeover. Finds the Berserk. But Footstomper takes that kill. JDK gonna pop the Demonic Ascension. Trying to buy the space, buy the time. No rally just yet, but the Imperial Mandate doing so much damage. TP in. Boopy finds the backline. No attack. Has the Demonic Ascension as well. The Infinite is there, but Juanito Soul might be next on the menu here. The Kingslayer is going to be used, but it's going to go wide. Can they find more damage? And Noatak is dead as well. It is going to be a 2 in exchange for 3. At least it's a winning trade for the Unicorns.
Unicorns get the winning trade, but that's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be trading 2 for 3, 2 for 2. If you're the team ahead, you want to...
Oh, no flash. Mass Hydra looking for Muchai. Cease and desist. Zeri, you're not allowed to move. This Zonite is taken down by the Piltoven. And the Unicorns find more kills.
That's a 0-7 Zeri right now. Muchai not doing too hot on the Zeri this time around. And unfortunately, this is leading him to do some desperate things like push out lanes, grab as much CS as he possibly humanly can, and he's not even on pace. He doesn't have his mythic yet. It's 17 minutes into the game and you don't have a mythic as your ADC. This is something going very, very wrong for them. It's going to be hard for them to contest any objectives. The Rift Herald is still on the menu for the Unicorns here. They have yet to drop it anywhere. They could drop it mid, they could drop it bot, they could drop it for the tier 2 in the top lane if they really want to. So many choices. They need to calm themselves down and really understand how to close this game out early.
Yep, Mooch is looking for the play here. They have Footstomper as well. They are going to get spotted out, though. But wait, they saw that the ward got deactivated. Muchai over the wall, trying to find the damage. Mooch is going to pop off here, looking for Nuda Soul. The bailout has been used already. Will they be able to get the kill? Will they be able to get the revive? Will they do? Muchai is going to be taken down too early. So Bonito does not get the res. Capcom trying to run for the hills. This Yumi will hit that Q, but it does not matter. It is going to be a 1-for-1, and trades when you're behind are worth every day of the week. But Mass Hydra, looking for the play here. Final chapter going to be used there onto both of them. The hostile takeover going to land, but it's only onto Mass Hydra, who should be taking out the bailout. Can they find the time? No, it's a double kill for Kindred, popping off Stunner on that one-trick pick. Having a great game.
And the reality is that if Capcom uses that ultimate, the hostile takeover, it gives enemies that are Berserk 100% attack speed. If you only land it onto one person, Salt, that means you're giving your opponent 100% attack speed boost. Of course Stunna's gonna win that fight every day of the week.
Especially with the Yumi.
Especially with the Yumi, you gotta be careful. You cannot land that on a sole person because he's just gonna end up attacking your teammate. And you saw Stunna shredding through them with the Kraken Slayer. And now the gold is slowly creeping up. It's evening up for Guardians. Kills are going on to the right members.
6K to 4K.
180 carry? No, we need 2, because maybe the Guardians knew that Muchai was going to int his brains off. They've got Stunna in their back pocket, ready to fire.
Double 80 carry compositions, and they could get objectives nice and easy. They shred them nice and easy, but Capcom could be looking for a play here onto Muchai. The pink ward going to spot them out, though, and they should be able to make it out to safety.
Make it out to safety nice and calm here. 4,000 gold lead at the 20-minute mark is still nothing to scoff at. Unicorns still have a firm grasp on this game, but like I said, they're overzealous. They're overstaying for these fights. They're thinking that they can take on the world with the Guardians. They're the #1 seed for a reason. They're at the top of the table.
They were not the #1 seed.
I meant in the playoffs. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Right?
Yes, I do.
The #1 seed.
Oh.
#1 seed in the playoffs.
Yep, Rift Herald's going to be summoned up here in this mid lane. Going to be very easily going to be able to grab this tower. They find the root there, but Mooch has found their way into mid lane. The Ghost is going to be popped, but the Shuriman Shuffle is not going to be used. They're going to look to just try and break this Rift Herald before it gets the charge off. Oh, nice aggro juggle. They are going to grab that one. Oh, it's a 3v2, but they aren't going to be able to grab the tower with the Herald.
That was just such a uneventful, unpurposeful Herald, right? You got to throw that thing down with purpose. You got to support it. You got to pick up what it's putting down. And unfortunately, the Unicorns left it to die. They could have opened that. They could have opened the mid lane turret up. They could have opened the vision up for themselves, but instead, they're going to get bullied out of this dragon vision that's coming up in about 25 seconds. Guardians have all the positioning ready, but I'm pretty sure Unicorns can just slap them with their wallets.
Yep. I mean, at the same time, though, they're looking for the pick onto JDK. They have the damage. The Demonic Extension going to be used. The Zone Use is popped as well, but Beauty finds a beautiful play into the back line. Muchai taken down already. Demonic Extension buying so much time. Lamb's Respite as well. Shuffle out of the Lamb's Respite. Will find the damage. The shutdown comes forward. No attack. Popping off on with that Swain ulti. Juanito going to be taken down to the back line as well. And the Guardians just turned this game around.
There's a reason they were at the top of the table.
Boopy, carried by the play. Titan's dead.
Boopy makes it a 2-for-2 at the very least, but the Dragon goes in favor of the Guardians. The team fighting, the synergy. Did you see what happened there, Salt? Stunner with the ultimate, dropped it down the Lamb's Respite. You know what Chitin did? You know what? Everybody that's not my team, you're evicted.
You're out of here.
Your rent is due, and I'm not your landlord anymore. Shoves them all out, and the kills begin to rack up. No attack deep into the back line. And then Stunna just taking on Juanito's Soul. 1v versus, I would say 1v1, but Foot Stomper was there on the backside with Stunna, ready to assassinate. Just a beautifully played team fight from Guardians, and it doesn't feel like they're down 4,000, 5,000 gold. They are playing as if they're ahead.
And that's the power of Stunna's Kindred, I guess. Popping off, having a great game here. Doesn't matter if Muchai is 0-9. We'll eventually get items, but Yumi just makes the champion so incredibly strong here. And no attack, getting that Demonic Ascension. It's just so insane how much damage that ultimate does, but they might be looking for Stunna. They have to. Going up forward. Oh, beautiful dodge away, but Cease and Desist going to find the kill, and you cannot move. You're rooted. Ever frozen is Stunna. And they are going to grab that kill and look to turn it into potentially a Baron or maybe another pick.
Stunna might have ice in his veins, but he was frozen down right there. Boopy and Mass Hydra pick up the kill onto him, send him back to the fountain for 30 seconds. And now we're hitting that lull state. The Baron is up, but I don't think the Unicorns are confident enough to do the start.
No attack going in here onto JDK. The Everfrost is going to land. The damage is there. Demonic Ascension going to be used. No attack has it as well. It's going to be an ultimate v ultimate. Both of them have conquered. They're both sustaining so much. Going to be able to dodge away from the never move. JDK is not going to be able to deal with this King Slayer, and it is just going to be a trade of ultimates. Teleport going to be used down to this bot side. They're looking to try and take out no attack as well, but they find the pullback. They find the root, and no attack has to try and run for the hills. Mass Hydra and Juanito Soul going to try and grab this tower, but Muchai trying to find the fight. The damage is there from the tower, but they could look to turn it. Cease and Desist is not available just yet. Zooming around is the Zeri, sparking away, popping off with those skates, but it's just hitting like a mosquito at this point in the game. The bailout going to buy some time as well, but walks a little bit too far for a Foot Stomper. Is there Mooch trying to find something, but the explosive task going to go wide. Boopy under the tower. The zone just is there to buy some time. Curtain Call going to be used. TP is there, but Juanito Soul finds the Gale Force kill. Mass Hydra is going to live as well, and it is just going to be disaster for the Guardians. Oh, wait, that could be a disaster as well. Shutdown goes over, and that is just a team kill coming forward.
The TK coming out from the Unicorns here, using the Batman. So you know what? Here's the sacrificial lamb. Take Mass Hydra. We don't need him anymore. The Dragon's coming up in 2.5 minutes, and yet all this skirmishing, all this fighting, Unicorns trying to be proactive as they possibly can, using Boopy's teleport aggressively. And now, finally, we might have slightly hit a low period as Chitin is going to look to take this turret. He's going to take it down pretty fast, but he has the Leandries plus the recurve bow in hand. They're going to pick up the mid lane turret. The gold is going to shrink down to about a 5k gold lead for the Unicorns here. But the way that Guardians are playing these fights, the longer this game goes, that gold lead will be insignificant, Salt. And Unicorns need to stay aggressive. They need to press onto the Guardians as much as they possibly can.
And that is an Archangel staff completed there for Boopy with 75 stacks. That's not going to be finished for another 6 minutes at least.
No, not at all. I mean, I was hoping we would see the Fimbulwinter, but It feels like Boopy definitely understands the Gragas, knows way more than I do in the top lane. He's definitely going to look to just try to assassinate somebody, get them out with the R, E, E flash R into Q, barrel waiting for them as Juanito Sol is going up onto that 3-item mark. Did build the collector here. I don't hate it. I don't hate collector here, mostly because there's no hard tank on the side of Guardians here. As
Moochai? Oh, the body extension going to be used as well,
Stunna.
but Mooch has joined the fight. Stunna looking for the damage. Look at that Kindred go. It does not even matter, as this is a 3-item Kindred, 10 kills to their name, and they want to turn this into a Baron.
Excuse me, sir. That is a 3-item Kindred. That man is a machine. He's a monster. They're going to try to take this Baron. There are 3 people bot lane. Guys, the Baron, guys. Wait a minute.
It's a tier 2 trade. At the very least, they get something back. But Juanito trying to try and snipe that one up with the curtain call, but does not even matter. They grab the Baron. Dragon's up in 30. They need to get their bases off fast. And Furious get home, get moving, and get over to this Dragon.
Oh, they're going to get their empowered recalls coming back here. Now, are the Unicorns going to set up a trap here? I like
Oh,
this play.
Chitin maybe
love this
next on the
play.
menu. Whereas the Bait Ward, Masked Hydra, going to look over the wall, finds the play, finds the damage, cease and desist. Azir cannot move, and Boopy is unstoppable. The substitute top laner popping off.
That's when you look at the death recap and you just look at how many seconds of CC it is, and it just says like 6. Just
Yep.
like 6 to 8 seconds, and you're like, oh, well.
I got to play the
nothing I could
game.
have done. Yep. Merc Tread? Nah, I wouldn't have done anything. Cleanse? Nah, I wouldn't have done anything. You just never get to play the game when there's that much CC being thrown at you. But a lot of ultimates were used, right? The curtain call down. Mass Hydra, cease and desist down, like you said. They're going to give it the Dragon. They're going to take the mid lane pressure here.
No attack grabs something. He grabs the Demonic Ascension at the very least. It is going to be 2 dragons apiece. They're going to try and push towards this top side, get something down there as well at the very least in exchange for this dragon here. And
Yeah, they don't even pick up any
Get
damage onto the mid lane tier 2. They want to pick up the standing tier 1 here. Are they going to set a trap?
oh, they're going to send
Oh, I
Moochai
like
there, try and
this.
get some solo gold, but they could be looking for Boopy. The Gromp is available nice and easy, and they're going over the wall. The last chapter going to be used. Boopy taking so much damage. Flash forward. They find 1 kill. Shutdown goes over to no attack.
That's 850 gold going over to no attack. That man's going to be getting paid today. And just as the Unicorn set a trap over for the Guardians, you know what? We're going to yoink that. They use the Kakashi Sharingan. They take that jutsu for themselves, and they're able to finally snap back at the Unicorns. And now that's going to open them up for...
Mooch going over for
Birdie
Cam.
top
Has
lane.
the bailout, but that does not mean anything. Juanito trying to deal the damage. Flash forward, but the Berserk is going to land. Juanito trying to run for the hills. Has to Gale Force out. They are going to use that curtain call to try and buy themselves some space, but the health bars are so low.
Health bars are very low. Cam and Juanito both below 50% here. They end up getting the tier 1 and tier 2 into the top lane for the Guardians here, which is really nice, using that Baron to the best of their ability. First Baron taken off the game. I don't think it's going to be the last here, Salt. We might end up getting 2-3 Barons before this game ends. But like I said, the Unicorns are on a timer. They got to extend it
Look
a
at
little
that
bit.
gold lead. It's 2K now.
And that's nothing. That's nothing for a late game composition. Look at Kindred, 3.5 items. Zeri, 2 items, right? Yumi, 2.5 items. Azir, 2.5 items. Like, these guys are getting very, very close to their power spikes. Even no attack. Gonna build the Spirit Visage. A really savant move, by the way, going into double AP, plus increasing the healing from the Swain ultimate and his own Kingslayer, and the healing coming out from Yumi. He's gonna be just
no
as
attack.
unkillable.
Could take that cease and desist, could look for the play, but he sees Boopy as well. Last chapter going to be used, trying to find something here, but the explosive cast going to buy the space. They're chasing
buy
forward. They want more. The Shirelias is not available for either side. I just realized it's Moonstone, and they're just going to push for this tier 2 or tier 1 on the bot side. But Moochai, where are you going, my friend? Over the wall he goes. Going to be able to get out to safety. Everfrost's going to find absolutely nothing except the death of their own tier 1.
Yeah, but Moochai just almost sprinting it again for the 11th time this game. 0-10 right now. 80 carry gap. That's what I know, Guardians. I know, knowing the type of team Guardian is, knowing what Moochai is, he's going to say bot cap at the end of this game. he knows that's not the truth. But, like you said, the gold lead shrunk. 2,000 now. Like you said, that's nothing. This dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes. Will the Unicorns be able to hit the punch? Will they be able to hit him in the throat? Or will the Guardians be able to come back, claw their way back with this late game composition? We're now 30 minutes in, so it is the late game.
It is late game. We see this Kindred has 4 items. Maw of Malmortius also completed as well. This Swain, this Gragas, they aren't going to be hurting nearly as much. They have 0 magic pen available as well. And this Kindred going to be shredding health bars. This Swain who stacked HP going to get instantly shredded by this Lord Doms, by this Kraken Slayer, by this Blade of the Rune King. This Kindred is a monster here. And Chitin also burning that HP. with the Leandra, but Munito maybe next to mine. You force the flash away. Gale Force out as well. They burn at least one flash. Chitin trying to find the Yuumi angle, and they will find it. The damage is there. They don't want to burn more than they have to, and there's Redemption not going to come down in time. Mooch going forward, trying to find the damage. Mass Hydra chunked to half HP. The Death Dance going to mean that HP burns even more, and they're buying themselves some space. They're trying to buy themselves another tower as well.
Can I get this tower potentially?
Oh, the root lands there onto Mooch, going to dodge away from the Everfrost, but Zeri takes towers very, very quickly, and they are going to grab that one up as well. Chitin looking, has the shuffle available, waiting in the wings, but they are just going to grab this tower and move down towards this bot side.
Move towards the bot side. Dragon coming up in a minute as well. It's going to put them onto Soul Point. Either team, if they end up getting this Dragon. Cloud Soul, not the game ender for any reason, but especially on a team like the Guardians, it can be really good, right? Zeri ultimate, Azir ultimate, even depending on what ultimate no attack steals, he could be a speedy dude. While you look at some of the ultimates on the side of Unicorns, the Cloud Dragon doesn't really suit them that well, right? Camcom on the Renata, Jhin obviously is going to stand still. Mass Hydra probably not going to get too much value because after you ult, you're pretty much a one and done kind of champion. Really, the value comes from JDK and Boopy here. So Cloud Soul, more beneficial for the Guardians here, so I can see why they're prioritizing it. They want to get to that Elder Spike. They want to get to that late game where they can thrive. They want to prolong this game as long as they can until they feel strong enough, ready to end.
Definitely, and the gold lead has just reached even. 500 gold means absolutely nothing at this point in the game. The Dragon has spawned up. Masked Hydra looking for some play, but the damage is there. It's already down to 3k, and Masked Hydra has to try and go for the steal. Will find it, but into the back line goes JDK, finding so much damage. Stunna going to use that Zonius to buy some time. The Lamb's Respite is available, going to be used, buying the space. The shuffle is available. Out of the Lamb's Respite they go. The damage is there, but they are falling apart at the seams. Juanito's popping off, and Footstomper is the last member remaining. Everyone has fallen. They weren't able to get the push back in time, and they're going to turn that into a Baron.
They can get the Baron. They could have potentially gone for... they might have been able to go for the end game here. Footstomper's the only one alive. Death timers were 40 seconds. They have a wave in the mid lane as well with the cannon minion. There's definitely maybe a chance that they get this. They could have taken the game here. If not, the inhibitor turret and inhibitor as well. But they're gonna go for the safe. They're gonna go for the safe play. They're gonna go for the Baron and actually look to stall this game out a little bit longer. Ooh, I don't know if I end up agreeing with this choice here, Saul.
They definitely could have ended there. It would have been tight, but they definitely had the opportunity to no attack up in just a little bit here. They could go for an aggressive TP, but Juanito gonna grab up that tower.
Juanito alone got the inhibitor, right? Imagine you have a Vi, a Gragas, a Swain, all hitting all of that. That's definitely an end game angle there, right? This could come to bite them in the rear if the Guardians end up winning this game because the Unicorns decided to prolong it a couple more minutes.
Definitely, that timer, they're still on it. Moochai gonna hit that third item very, very soon. And look at Mooch, almost there as well. It's getting scary. This Kindred is dealing a lot of damage, but unfortunately, the synergy was not there in that team fight. The shuffle was just a little bit too late, and they were able to tank through most of the damage with the Lamb's Respite.
And you get the idea, right? The composition that come out from Guardians. Drop the Lamb's Respite, bait everybody in. Last second before the heal comes out, Chitin throws them out of the window, and you just kill them all. And I like the creative composition from them, but again, the execution, the burden
so
of
hard.
Coming out from Guardians, playing these knife's edge composition, it definitely doesn't help that your main source of damage, one of your main sources of damage, is down 0-11, super behind right now. You look at Juanito, he's almost
4
full build,
items.
Right? Yeah, he's almost full build. He has the stopwatch in hand just to negate, just to stop, but he's
no
eventually
attack.
Gonna pick up.
Oh, this
no
might be a
attack.
catch out here, trying to go into the back line. Since it's going to be used, but that's 1 HP left. Chitin trying to find something to save his teammate, cannot do it, and they give up 1. Chitin going to be forced to run for the hills. Will he be able to slide and glide his way out of this one? He will. Curtain Call not going to find any more shots, and at the very least, they only give up 1.
They only give up 1 here, which is good, but now gold lead. I fondly remember you saying that it was 500 gold about, what, 3 minutes ago? 4 minutes ago?
Not anymore.
Again, it's ballooned back up nearly 6,000 here for the Unicorns. But we're in that late game state. Anything above like 55, 60,000, you're getting close to when champions start capping out, right? Champions like Gragas, champions like Vi, they're not going to be as effective at that 4, 5, 6 item mark. But then you have champions like Zeri, Azir, Kindred, who are going to start only get stronger and stronger as they get the item.
Muchai trying to deal the damage. The tower going to be used to buy some space, buy some time. Chitin using those stand soldiers to deal the damage, to hit the wave, but that tower is going to fall as well. The laser not going to find it slow. Can they find anything more? They are only going to grab the tower and nothing else. But look at Boopy hitting that inhib. Going to be able to get out of that one with the body slam, and they're forcing towards this top inhib. They've sent so many members down to try and match Boopy, and they are going to give up their top inhib. That's 2 inhibs down.
Double inhib. Oh, yeah, nearly 2 inhibs down here. Third one will be down maybe shortly if they can use this pressure, but they're going to back with the gold in their pockets right now. 8K gold lead comfortably sitting for the Unicorns here, and they need to start funneling farm on the Guardian side to Muchai, right? They need to start getting the Zeri up to a point where she can start fighting with you, because your Kindred is nearly full build, your Azir, you know, is close to being full build, but you want your Zeri at that 3-item, 60% crit mark, so she can start participating in these fights and really start doing damage. And it just feels like she hasn't been able to really do anything. She's 0-11 right now, hasn't been being played around, has just been getting blown up by whoever the Unicorns, you know, sick on her pretty much. It just hasn't been allowed to play the game here. Finally gets that Infinity Edge. She's at the 3-item mark now. This is where things get scary.
They're looking for no attack. Season Assist is available, going to force away, but Mooch going to be forced to flash over the wall. They're going for it. They're trying to engage onto the Silas. Flash away. They find something. Season Assist into the back line, but Muchai is left untouched. So is Stunna, and they can pop out the DPS. JDK forced to use the Demonic Ascension. They find one pick. Can they find some more? Mucha trying to find something, trying to get out of this one, but JDK might be next on the menu. There it is, the Demonic Ascension finally going to pop, but Lamb's Respite buys the space, buys the time, but the bailout buys a lot of time even more. Chitin trying to kite away, trying to get out to safety, but Muchai is dealing the damage, trying to kite away, but it's not enough, and it's left to Chitin to try and save this game all on their own. Soul Point is up as well, but they could just look to end. It's all on the Azir.
Can Chitin do it? Can he do it on this?
Shuffle going to be used on the wall, trying to deal something. Bailout is there as well. Do they have the damage? The Locket going to buy the time, and the bailout buys the rebound.
It's over!
How far? And the game is over. Unicorns take game number 2. It's a series, folks.
Ooh, on the back of Hydra and Juanito here, they close the game out. Boopy, the mercenary, the stand-in sub right now, winning them game 2. Here, I don't know where they picked these. Very exceptional performance. Probably the shining star of the previous team that they were on, the Ducks. Definitely a good pickup, and we're gonna see. Hopefully, hopefully the real roster of the Unicorns can get back into the game. I don't know if the internet gods have blessed them here, but definitely Boopy and Camcom doing a fantastic job as the stand-ins, making the series 1-1.
It was a very bloody fight going both ways. But the Unicorns do take it, and they made it a series. And we're going to make over to a quick break as we get things rolling here for game number 3 of the night. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, chat. We are back on the desk after a whopping game 2. Not many would have predicted that correctly, but I did because I scored channel points. How about you? Shibi, I want to come straight to you after that game. So you mentioned early on in that game that the Unicorns were able to get a quick 2-0 lead within that first couple minutes of the game, and you said, what are they going to do with this? What are they going to do with this lead? And it seems like they were able to maintain that more or less throughout. There was a moment where the Guardians almost turned it. They got the Baron. They almost were able to dispatch of the Unicorns, but not quite. Talk us through that one. Do you feel like the Unicorns executed on it well, or did the Guardians just fall off themselves?
The Guardians, okay, definitely the Unicorns did a very good job of establishing that early lead, right? Using their lane dominant champions. They were slouching on the Dragons. It was definitely not a clean win by any means. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you, Sai. It wasn't clean, right? They got the job done. They got the game done, but they can't be slipping like that against the Guardians, right? There were very good moments where the Guardians could have taken the game, right? They could have played a team fight just a little bit better. Somebody could have got caught out 1 or 2 times less, right, on the side of the Guardians, and that's a different game. We're seeing a 2-0 screen for them. So definitely, I think the Unicorns need to kind of tighten up their gameplay. They have the right formula. They're mixing the right ingredients here. They're cooking with fire. They just need to make sure that they don't burn themselves in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they need
Ooh.
Professor X in on this one. Salt, I'm going to jump to you then as well. There was a lot of action in that game, and you are right to take a deep breath because you were working hard in that one. It seemed like the Guardians had a really solid plan in mind where they had the Lamb's Respite, they had the Kindred ult available, and then they would look to use the Azir to knock the Unicorns out of it and take advantage of then being able to clean everybody up. They were able to do it once very early on in the game, but then after that weren't quite able to recreate it. Do you think that's kind of the formula that they were going for in those team fights? Because there were a few that they were able to win and a few picks they're able to get, but towards the end of the game, the Unicorns, there was that fight around the Cloud Drake. Unicorns were able to take it and then clean up the team fight as well. But talk us through kind of the Guardians' plan and the Unicorns' execution of those fights.
I mean, they were looking for big fights. They had their plan, but unfortunately, it was misexecution. Those small moments where they faltered was where the Unicorns were able to take over and, break that goal lead or break ahead. And it was close for most of the series or for most of the game, right? But eventually, the Unicorns were able to stand forward, deal with this Kindred ultimate and dealt with everything they were given.
Yeah, absolutely. The Unicorns, so they didn't have, like you were saying, should be a perfectly clean game. Now they did have the Camcom diff, as we saw. The Zeri bot lane was not quite as effective as we saw in game 1, but also we had this Gragas come out of nowhere. The Boopy just seemed to clean up. They didn't end up going tanky. I thought they were going to go tanky Gragas to be this somewhat of a front line, but no, they got a kill early and they went, all right, I'm just going to all in on this AP and I'm going to start clapping people. And that's exactly what they did, Shibi.
Yeah, putting in work, right? Pretty much, Boopy did on that Gragas. That's was a matchup unfamiliarity, right? Like you definitely play against Gragas top lane. You play against the full tank variation. You don't really play against that AP kind of geometry level Gragas that we usually see coming out from somebody like Boopy, right? Who definitely has a lot of practice on this champion. I don't expect you to get through to the next draft, right? Like that's definitely a target ban. Like you don't give Boopy that again because of what happened in No Attack, because of what happened in that top lane. But I don't expect Guardians to come out with like a hard to draft, hard to execute composition anymore, right? They're gonna play something simple. They're gonna play something that has a clear win condition that doesn't require them to execute very, very heavily on very certain timings. It's gonna be more of okay, we're front to back, we're better. You guys are playing with subs. I want the Guardians to simply not respect the Unicorns. They're playing with 2 subs. Act like you're the better team, and most likely they can come out with the win.
Okay, well, we won't have to wait long to see what the Guardians picks are going to be. The teams are already actually in draft, so we're not going to waste any more time. There's plenty more that we could have said, but we're going to jump into this one. Hopefully the Unicorns can kind of fine-tune some of their performances here, and we'll see who ends up taking this game 3 in this best of 5. Take it away with the draft.
Alrighty, and we are already partway through the draft, so we weren't able to catch the first little bit here. But as you can see, wow, Seraphine not banned. Whoa, they're definitely not going to pick that one, and it got picked. But I understand they've wanted to ban the Swain away, they wanted to ban the Gragas, and they kept the Olaf ban as well. So
That's the
you give
that's
and you
that
take.
Yeah, that's that little like kind of inter-series meta that kind of happens where like originally the Guardians were banning out Olaf, Zac, Seraphine, right? They weren't giving these away, but now they're like, okay, is Swain the problem? Is Gragas the problem? Well, we got to take down both, and that frees up the Unicorns to get some of their power picks. Unicorns don't have to change their ban strategy up too much, right? They're gonna ban the Wukong, they're gonna ban the Nautilus, the Volley Bear, they're gonna target ban mid lane here. But Guardians really have to switch up their draft strategy, and they're on the back foot right now because they gave a lot of priority champions over to the Unicorns, and a lot of easy to execute champions as well for the Unicorns, right? Seraphine Ultimate into MFO, into a Zac Engage. It's very, very cut and dry, which is what I want to see from both of these teams.
Definitely here. They have big Wombo coming in from the Unicorns, but I mean, the Guardians are also building themselves a bigger Wombo as well. So, Guardians, I think they're following your advice. They're saying, hey, we're going to be the ones going for the big plays. We're going to be the ones going in. We have a Blitzcrank. We have a Diana. We're going to look for everything that we want. And we'll see. It's going to be the Ornn, the most broken champ in the game. I'm telling you right now, Ornn is so insane. Gwen is pretty up there too. And they are going to grab that one up for themselves. I mean, either or, I think is really good here.
Yeah,
they're both
frontline,
solid blinds as well.
Yeah, they're very good blinds. I like the Ornn here, providing that beefiness, providing that front line that they kind of needed in that last game. Also giving that late game insurance again, right? You know, even if the Zeri feeds 0-11, at least you'll have an Ornn item ready to go at that 30-minute mark, that level 15 Ornn. So he's gonna have a little bit extra oomph here. I don't think we're gonna see that performance again. That was a one and done kind of maybe from Muchai, right?
I mean, Muchai popped off game 1 and then ran it game 2.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser's a great pickup here, though.
Mordekaiser is really good. Counters the Ornn ultimate, counters the Diana ultimate as well, right? You can ult her while she's going in for that engage, and she's just going to solo ult the Mordekaiser, who's going to tank that up really well. Has really solid 1v1 potential against most of the picks here on the Guardian side. But Unicorns have to round out their composition here. They have to pick their mid laner. A lot of good stuff still open here. You have the Orianna, you have Syndra, you have you have the Irelia here. So they could potentially switch. They could go Mordekaiser mid, Irelia top. They can go Irelia mid, Mordekaiser top. There's a lot of different things you can do here. It's very, very matchup dependent. They might look to just send the Irelia wherever the Ornn is, or maybe they might send the Irelia wherever Mordekaiser wherever the Ornn is. They might try to match. Let's see what they do, because right now, I mean, Ornn into Irelia, it's kind of a free farming lane for both of these characters, right? Not a lot of high kill potential.
Oh!
Is that the Trundle? That is the Trundle jungle Diana mid Ornn top is what I'm thinking here. Really nice pick into Zac. Turns him into paper mache as soon as he ease in. You can also get, it's a super hard mechanical thing, but if you could get the E while Zac's flying it completely interrupts the engagement. So
Definitely.
I mean, Guardians have some hard to execute components with their counter champions, but if they can convert, if they can do that, Unicorns get stuffed out almost immediately every single time.
I mean, yeah, if they can catch it out. But I think we could also see an interesting draft here coming in. We send the Trundle up to the top lane, Ornn into the mid lane to deal with the Irelia, and Diana in the jungle, because Trundle, great matchup into Mordekaiser. Ornn, good, pretty decent matchup into Irelia, neutralizes the lane for the most part, and Ornn outscales and team fights better. Diana, also a great jungler, likes to power farm, likes to not be contested, because I do think Irelia is going to be the winner of that lane overall. So I think that would be the better way to deal with these lane assigns, and we'll see what they decide to do here.
Yeah, we'll see what the client draft has for us right now. A lot of flexibility coming out from the Guardians draft. Unicorns will know where we're going. Okay, so we got the confirmation onto the Ornn at the top lane, and it is a Trundle jungle.
Okay, so it is a Trundle jungle.
So it is a Diana mid into potentially the Irelia here. Both like to fight, right? They both have very strong auto attack steroids. They have good skirmishing potential, right? I think Diana's 6 is a bit more impactful in team fights than Irelia's, but
definitely,
if Irelia can get that solo bolo, if he can get the isolation kill, she has the side lane presence as well. She can definitely become a force to be reckoned with. And I think Unicorns might want to play this 1-3-1, as odd as it sounds, and just use their 3 to stack CC and kill somebody individually, right? They don't necessarily want to front to back here. Mordekaiser and Irelia are very, very solid side lane threats.
And for the most part, right? If it is Irelia into Diana throughout most of the game, even in side lane phase, I think the Irelia and the Mordekaiser will have the winning matchups inside for the entirety of this game. Mordekaiser should always be able to deal with this Ornn. Once he finishes that Demonic Embrace and has a Riftmaker, the Ornn just doesn't really stand up very well against him. And same with the Irelia, if she's able to just even stay even, I think she is a better side laner as well. So playing the 1-3-1, like you did suggest, I think is the way the Unicorns will have to play this game and just use their 3 to try and catch out the Trundle, the Zeri, the Blitzcrank, deal with that other composition. But they have to play quite safe as well because Mordekaiser really has no way out and Irelia can only go in. So it's the way these side laners play that's going to be very important in this game.
It's such a sad time, right? So we see the Blitzcrank pick, and we're not even like remotely excited. I am excited, and it is the X factor. It is the X factor.
That's
but
true.
So many ways to deal with a Blitzcrank nowadays, right? And even it's not just a guaranteed pick anymore with the Blitzcrank, right? It's the X factor for the Guardians. Some solid picks in the early game and potentially in the mid game. Blitzcrank is one of those characters that can simply end a game off of his hooks, right? You can get the key hook. He can miss 50 hooks. He can miss 100 hooks, Salt. But if he hits that one hook onto Juanito, that one hook onto Camcom, that's the fight. That's game over potentially heading into the late game. That's an Elder Dragon. That's a Baron. And that's all that matters for Foot Stomper, right? He just needs to hit the good hook. He doesn't need to hit every single one.
And that's just the power of the Blitzcrank, right? That's how that champion works here. So finding those key hooks is going to be what matters a lot here for the Guardians. They want to try and find these 5v5s because their 5v5 composition is a lot stronger than that of the Unicorns. Unicorns have very front-loaded damage, but they have ways, or the Guardians have ways to mitigate that with a Blitzcrank, with a Trundle and Ornn. Just disrupt this MF who needs to land that full channel ultimate, who needs to deal that damage over time. Up front, once that ultimate's gone, MF's kind of out of gas here. So the Unicorns need to play these side lanes properly. They need to try and dissuade these big 5v5s and force the Guardians to play into their hand.
Yeah, and Guardians have some solid, engagement tools, right? They have the force engage with the Diana. They have the long range engage with the Ornn, right? They can set it up with the Trundle. You can Ornn Horn into Trundle Pillar to guarantee the knockup, guarantee the stun. You can also set up Blitzcrank plus Trundle, right? I fully expect to see Trundle Pillar into Blitzcrank hook just to get that slow off, just to make it harder to hit. If it's not going to burn a flash, it's going to take your life here. So a lot of different tools for the Guardians to engage. Like I said, the Unicorns kind of have a very cut and dry kind of composition, right? It's Zac ult into Seraphine ult into MF ult, right? That's their engage, right? And maybe potentially Irelia can get like a really crazy stun on the side lane. But their engage is super cut and dry, very straightforward, strong, I would say, potentially in these more close encounters, right? In the Dragon Pit, in the Baron Pit. But once it's open lane, if it's like a river fight or a mid lane fight, something that's more open and has a lot of more space to work with, that's where champions like the Diana, the Zeri can really start to excel, right? Where there's environment that Ornn can play around, where there's a Trundle Pillar, right? The Trundle Pillar Ornn combo is something that we don't see often. Don't know if the Guardians can execute on it, but these guys, they've been pretty good, right? They surprised me with the Kindred Azir combo. They may surprise me again here with some of these other, kind of wacky compositional synergies they have.
And we'll see how these compositions do fare up against each other in the Rift. So we'll be right back as we get things rolling here for game number 3 of the night. Who will take match point? We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to game number 3 of the grand finals of VRD. And the sides are the exact same as they've been since the beginning of the series. No change-ups here. Both teams like where they are, but they might be looking for Munito. And the hook, that ward is actually what saved his life right there.
Yeah, it's not the ward like getting in the vision.
It's
him
the fact that he
going
walked
to
up.
place the ward. Yeah, it's him going to place the ward is what just saved his life. It's like
He doesn't
it's
even
like
know it.
casually. Yeah, it's like casually dodging a bullet or something, like bending down to pick up a quarter. It's like
Ah,
that kind of
neat.
scene. Yeah, I think just dodges out the lethal blow. Essentially, him placing that ward stopped him from dying and getting that crazy hook that Foot Stomper would have hit. Muchai has the cleanse in hand this game. I believe he went cleanse game 1. But
Mm-hmm.
if he gets Mordekaiser ultimate, he's still need to buy the QSS here. The
Yep.
cleanse is mainly for maybe like the Zac,
The
follow-up
Seraphine.
stun, the Seraphine, right? Like the Irelia stun. Maybe you just value your mobility and the ability to do damage so much that the cleanse is worth more DPS wise than maybe the heal or the ghost or the barrier or exhaust that you see a lot of their AD carries take here. Valuing more of the being able to move around and fight in team fights rather than I'm gonna have exhaust and just kind of 1v1 people and really be my own self peeler.
They could look for the play here. They don't know where Foot Stomper is. They should respect the bush, though. And Munito just going to push this wave nice and easy. Lemon squeezy here.
They don't know where he is. Yeah, the pings are going out. Foot Stomper's going to try to go for this. Right?
Yes? No.
Well, their level 1 isn't that strong, right?
It isn't that
Seraphine
strong.
Seraphine MF have the extended damage, right? The Q and then the Misfortune passive as well. Foot Stomper just backing out. They find out where he is and
trying to get the level 2. It's the rush here. Half HP. They are going to hit it first. Munito has the flash available. Going to flash.
Oh, he flashed
weirdly.
in, though.
That's a side flash. And the knockup is there as well. Foot Stomper taking a lot of damage. They could look to turn this one around. They have the damage, but they don't have level 2 just yet. What are they going to do? And we see JDK fighting up here against Chitin on this Diana, but it is going to be a flash for absolutely nothing. And we see this Trundle. Oh, they have the pillar. Stunna is here and looking for a big play. They have to try and turn it on to Foot Stomper. The damage is there. Flashes forward, finds the damage, but it is going to be first blood over to Munito. Cam has to leave. There's ADC for dead. Cam still has the flash. Will be able to walk away. The slow is there. Going to be forced to flash away, but it is going to be first blood over to Munito. And we see Zac has made their way over as well. Trundle has no pillar just yet to find the knockup, but we'll be pushing this way just a little bit.
Yeah, a little aggressive from Foot Stomper there. I don't think he needed a flash E. I think you let the Trundle come in, get the E slow down. Then you just kind of walk up and E him, right? If you take enough damage, you flash out, don't give the first blood. So overall, beneficial trade for the Unicorns, right? They take the gold lead. I believe Misfortune gets some gold, extra gold into her pocket, picks up the longsword plus the boots, and she's doing dandy here.
Masked Hydra may be in a little bit of trouble. Gonna use that that stretching strikes to buy himself some space. Camcom trying to run for the hills. Over the wall he does go with that elastic slingshot, and Cam is going to be taken down by Chitin, shifting that matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, super odd roam, uncharacteristically from Cam as well, right? To try to help out Masked Hydra. Doesn't have the HP, didn't have the value, and also Muchai was on the back chasing, so that was just you leave Masked Hydra to die, right? You don't go for him because he has the passive, he has the E. They're investing so many resources, but now you just gave over a free kill, especially over to the Diana.
Juanito may be dead to rights here. Has to try and dodge away, but the knockup is there. The hook should be next on the menu. Trying to find the damage. Has to make it rain, but they do not have the follow-up. It's a level 3 Zeri, and the Ignite was used as well. But Masked Hydra's making their way over to the bot side as well. The shield has been popped, and they're looking for Muchai. Does he have the dash? Force the flash away. Press the attack has to be used. Stretching strikes, and Juanito finds the second of the game.
Yeah, and he needed to cleanse the stretching strike there, right? The moment that Q lands, I believe you can cleanse it off of you, if I'm not mistaken, because it is slow. So really unfortunate from Muchai. Has to burn the flash, overstays, and now, whatever lane advantage they thought they had, I mean, Misfortune is stacking a huge wave. Muchai's going to miss so much here.
That's so miserable. And look at the HP there as well on Foot Stomper. They can grab a plate, just get themselves some huge advantage here.
This is a plate. This is gold into their pockets as 2-1 Misfortune. 150 gold bounty right now. Again, Juanito and Camcom establishing the lane dominance here.
That's not what happened in game number 1. Juanito showing up here with this new support. Noon Quiver already completed.
Yeah, 500 gold in the pocket of Juanito here in the Misfortune, just ahead of Muchai. And if you look across the lanes, pretty much 4 unicorns here, they're ahead almost in every aspect, right? Other than the mid lane, Chitin is up about
But the
70,
CS,
70 gold. Yeah, the
yeah, the
CS.
70 CS means absolutely nothing. Or 70 gold
Yeah,
means absolutely nothing in this matchup.
yeah. We're gonna see if Chitin can start making some plays. Did bring the ignite instead of the TP, so really looking to either kill mid or guarantee kills into the bot side when he roams with his level 6. Like they're bringing ignite, you have to get that value super early. You have to either force them out of lane, force them to TP, and really use it aggressively for you to get the maximum value out of it. But Chitin right now holding on to it so far.
And we'll see what the option here is. Level 6 has been hit. Death Realm is now available. The Masked Hydra, farming up quite well. Up just a little bit over a camp and having a solid time here, but they look to the collapse on the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to look to collapse onto the mid lane potentially here. Masked Hydra completely content with farming, but Guardians are giving him such a hard time. Warding his jungle, roaming with the Blitz. I like what they're trying to do with the Blitzcrank, right? Not keep him in lane. What's the point, right? To Zeri. Roam him around, start to bully out Masked Hydra, but all that bullying has actually left Stunna behind in gold. And I don't even necessarily agree with putting Stunna on Trundle, right? That is not the kind of champion you want Stunna on. You want him on a carry champion. You want him on something like his signature Kindred, potentially another carry pick. I think putting him on a more reactive champion like the Trundle only looks to nerf kind of the player that he is.
And we do see Mooch or Stunna hovering around this mid lane. Blue buff is spawning up very shortly for this Trundle. Dragon is up, but it is a Hex Tech, so it does shred through these health bars no matter how you look at it. And we see some decent damage coming forward here. Chitin trying to deal with the power of the Aurelia in lane. Such a strong pick into these melees.
Yeah, Masked Hydra is just chilling in the bot lane here, looking for something, waiting for Footstomper and Muchai to really extend over. Trundle is going to be here as well. Vision is black for both of these teams, but we see the Aurelia hovering towards the bot side.
Oh, the hook
This could be
does
a
land,
3v3,
but it may just be a
3v4.
bait. Stretching Strikes does not land. They cannot find one, but Stunna has arrived. TP is going to be used as well. One is still forced to flash away.
Ornn has
No,
the Ornn
level
Horn.
6. The Ornn Horn is available. Are they going to use it? This Ultra Shock Laser going to find some decent damage, but Cam, they don't have ultis. They have nothing in the bot side, and they are going to give up the flashes and potentially the Dragon as well.
No attack, TPing for the Dragon here, securing the Hex Tech Drake, the one that hurts the most, to be honest. It slaps, but they're going to take it here. No attack, not missing out on much. He's already down quite a bit CS, though, 62 to 47. What a team player from this Ornn, man. Doesn't care. It's like, you know what? Sacrifice my CS, sacrifice my EXP. Let's get this Dragon, guys.
I'm just going to TP down, get the Dragon for us. And again, the Unicorns are the team that really do want to soul stack and buy themselves 5 more minutes. Good look from the Guardians.
Yeah, really nice from them, stalling the game out to that late game potential that the Guardians have right? With the Ornn, with the Zeri.
Juanito has no mana. They may be overstaying their welcome. No flash on this MF as well.
6.
Level 6s are available. Trying to find the slow there onto Footstomper. The hook is available. Not going to find that one. Has the knockdown, but the pillar keeps him stuck between a rock and a hard place. The exhaust is down. Trying to kill Footstomper. Can they do it? But the shutdown goes over. Cam should be next on the menu. The pillar has been used. Finds the route there onto Chitin. Has the flash available. Can they make it out of here alive? Nice flash coming in. Who's trying to find something, but it's a double flash. They find the damage onto Masked Hydra as well. But the passive is available. Can they find it? No, they can't even proc the passive. Oh, and flash forward, Footstomper under the tower. Can they find the damage? Can they do it? Just a little bit more will find the Zachary, and Zachary has fallen. Chitin grabs the kill.
Zachary, that's a guy like that one. I like Zachary. It's better than just Zach, I guess. But yeah, Unicorns overstaying their welcome, losing 3 for nothing essentially. Gold lead swinging in the favor of the Guardians here, ever so slightly with that 500 gold lead. And now, finally, the Guardians are in the lead for the first time in this early game.
Mushai maybe next on the menu. Ultra Shock Laser going to find Juanito, but not much else apart from that.
And Muchai, already breaking his previous record, right? Not dying for more than 3 times within like 10 minutes. So
that's crazy.
Definitely on track. They definitely put a leash on this guy. So you know what? Please don't int 11 kills like you did last game. And we might have a winning chance.
Masked Hydra. Yeah.
Masked Hydra might die
does
here.
get that scuttle.
Yeah, he's Gonna get the scuttle here. Rift Herald is up. Are we gonna see a brawl for it right now? I don't think so.
No,
Blitzcrank
they're
has
just gonna
moved
back
up.
off.
Yeah, there are 4 people strong for this Guardian in this top lane here. And Blitzcrank moving and grooving. Not even level 6 yet. Uh-oh.
Damage is there, but not too much else. They are going to grab with this Rift Herald. You know, Boopy should know that they are on this top side here and wants to get that cannon, is going to give that one up to try and zone him away. Has the Death Realm available. The damage is there as well. The flash is up. Will he look for lethal? No, he will not. But Rift Herald is going to be claimed up. Masked Hydra going in, looking for the play. Has that Let's Bounce. Ornhorn is there, is available as well. Masked Hydra might have just killed themselves, and JDK can join this fight, but it is going to be a 4v2. Boopy has the Death Realm, not going to find it though. Going to just look to run away, run for the hills, force the flash out as well. And that was just not a great look, but Muchai can't find the Ultra Shock Laser and going to be able to run away.
Gonna be able to back out here. Both these AD carries are sitting on Noon Quiver and Pickaxe here. One has the Zerkers and one doesn't. But yeah, really head scratcher play coming up from Unicorns a little early.
X-Flash, look for JDK, the hook gonna land, but has the stun available, the damage is there. No, gonna be able to walk away. Mooch trying to find something. There's the Vanguard's edge of the shutdown, 700 gold, and a beautiful encore finds more. Can they find anything else? A Blade Surge is available as well. The Defiant Dance claims that one, and the Dancer dances across the bodies of the Guardians.
JDK living up to his namesake once again. J double kill coming in with 2 quick ones, right? Punishes the overstay from Stunner, right? Immediately eats the Irelia ultimate, and that was the go button. Camcom was on the roam as well by them, so really good job as they get the shields, they get the stuns out. But during that whole exchange, I believe Muchai also ended up killing Juanito's soul, so he picks up gold for himself. But Unicorns take the gold lead back into their favor, 600 right now. This is probably the closest game we've seen so far between these two.
Definitely here. No attack, not to get pulled back. Is going to use the Bellows Breath to get himself a wave shove, but this wave is in a great position for him here.
Yeah, and No Attack has picked himself up a nice little QSS rush. He went Bammy straight into QSS. Pretty savant there, right? Boopy's never going to be able to get any kill pressure onto him. Gonna stun No Attack's build just a little bit by about 1,300 gold here, so he's not going to be
It's Ornn.
It is Ornn. I agree, it is Ornn. The mythics and everything like that. Yeah, he gets a little bit extra oomph after he
Masked Hydra may find Foot Stomper. The hook is available, but Mooch is there. Going to be forced to stop that elastic slingshot to get himself out to safety. Mooch is there, though, but they're looking to collapse. JDK does not have the Vanguard's edge, looking to go for the play. Stretching Strike's going to find 2, but the play Camcom finds a beautiful route, but the tanking is coming in from Stunna with that Trundle ult, but a beautiful ultimate over the wall dissuades the engage, and they are going to find 2 kill, or at least 1 kill onto the Trundle, and potentially a Dragon.
Yeah, it dissuades the counterpunch from the Guardians here. Really nice ultimate usage, and just moving the right players across the map for the Unicorns here. The Dragon is coming up. Cloud Dragon will be the Dragon of choice. So we're going to get one of the 3 better souls into the game, either Ocean, Infernal, or Mountain here. And we're going to get an Infernal soul. So I fully expect to see fights every 5 minutes guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Unless there's a fight right before the dragon spawns, everyone's going to be fighting, but they're looking for Chitin. Has no way out. Going to get pulled back by the Stretching Strikes. Beautiful Flawless Duet finds the damage as well, and one more auto will do it. JDK takes that kill. Camcom going to get hooked up there, but a beautiful play from Muchai finds 1 kill. The Cleanse has been used as well. Juanito Soul has no ultimate, cannot look to fight this one anymore. Ultra Shock Laser going to be found. Vanguard's edge under the tower. The TP going to be used by No Attack to try and buy the space. Stretching Strike buys some time as well. Flash forward, and it's not going to find the kill as well. Ornhorn going to find JDK as well. Defiant Dance buying the space, buying the time, and going to get himself out to safety as well.
Yeah, the Defiant Dance damage reduction is kind of insane, right? Especially with the Trundle, who's only built Divine Sunderer here. He's not going to be able to chew through that anytime soon. Muchai almost confirms the kill on the Juanito Soul, but it is a Zeri with only 1 item. And this Zeri has also built Kraken Slayer.
Always builds Kraken Slayer.
Instead of the shield bow, which I might have expected to see, especially with an Irelia and a Mordekaiser on the enemy team. You might want to live a little longer, but like you said, always with the Kraken Slayer, gonna be a very, very strong Zeri come 2-3 items.
Definitely here. And we do see that first item completions have been around for just a little bit here, but Boopy trying to build those items as fast as possible, trying to get strong ASAP. They can deal with this Ornn in this side lane. Riftmaker will make this a lot easier. Into the wall goes No Attack, trying to buy himself some more damage, but this is Mordekaiser. He has that sustain coming through, so he should be just fine.
He'll be just fine, just chilling in the top lane right now. Gonna go for that Riftmaker, it looks like. Rush into, like you said, Rylays, potentially Demonic, right? Riftmaker, Demonic.
Oh, beautiful Bellows Breath to get himself out to safety.
Yep.
No Attack will walk out of that one.
Oh, and I believe the ultimate got dropped from Boopy as well, and immediately the QSS comes out. So an ult for a QSS, you'll take that trade any day. Noah Talk getting maximum value out of it.
Riftmaker should be up here for this. Mordekaiser here should be able to fight and duel just a little bit better for the next little bit here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Noah Talk is still sitting on the components for his Sunfire Cape. Obviously, invested 1,300 into the QSS, so he's going to be liking that a lot more. And it doesn't look like any fights are going to break out, at least for another... Oh, I lied.
Never mind. Stretching Strike's going to find one, can't find the second, but at the very least, they do buy some space for their bot lane.
Yeah, it really is. And it's unfortunate, as you see, you know, Guardians, you know, they're just kind of playing super passively. They're trying to just farm up. Unicorns are trying to force things with Zach here, and they could potentially bite off more than they could chew, right? We saw it last game. Unicorns a bit overzealous, even with the lead they had. They almost threw the game multiple times, and they kind of need to be, like I said, a little bit more tempered. They don't have a crazy 5K gold lead like they did last game. They're only 1K up. This is a very scary Guardians team, right? Yeah, you have JDK on there really with the 3-0, very, very strong, but the team fight potential coming out from the Guardians, right? The Diana ultimate, the Ornn ultimate, right? The different sorts of engage that they can force onto the Unicorn.
Yeah, and they're looking to force in this mid lane as well. Muchai maybe next on the menu, going to be able to dash away with the Spark Surge.
Yeah, they're going to be able to dash away pretty fine. I mean, Zeri's going to be fine in lane, right? They've been doing this pretty much the whole laning phase, and pretty much after that, Footstomper kind of roams around. Zeri catches the EXP, the waves that are there, and really Juanito and Capcom have not done their due diligence on just freezing onto Muchai and forcing him to trade HP for, you know, CS here, and she's been able to actually, on the Zeri, been able to pick up a really nice little CS lead for herself.
Exactly, and unfortunately, the non-freezing has led to a big deficit in this boss side. It is substantial at this point, so this area performing quite well considering, you know, how weak side they've been playing for this game.
Yeah, and really right now, Mooch is just chilling in the bot lane here. They have to suspect something. Both these junglers giving a lot of attention to these bot laners. I don't think we've seen one gank go top lane at all, either for No Attack or Boopy. It's just been
mid and bot.
Yeah, they're really just trying to prioritize these dragons, and No Attack, he's smacking Boopy up.
Smacking around, dealing some decent damage, but I mean, No Attack has the flash, has the ultimate available as well, but good pullback onto Muchai. They're trying to find something here. The Zach has the rest might available. JDK has the backside available, has the Vanguard's edge, is going to try and use that one. Going to miss the flawless duet, does not even matter. The damage is there. One more auto will do it. Muchai is going to be taken down. Flash away, but a beautiful ultimate buys the space, buys the time. JDK cannot find Footstomper. So much damage, but the heal buys the space. Shutdown goes over, but the Encore finds two. Stunna next on the menu, going to be taken down. Juanito takes that kill. No Attack going to be exhausted. Trying to run away in the death realm is Chitin. Can he fight this Mordekaiser? No, it is not even remotely close. Flash under the wall. Beautiful hook. They find Capcom, but it's a triple kill for Juanito's soul in the bottom lane. And they're going to turn that into a dragon.
Juanito picking up the triple kill. They're picking up the dragon here. Once again, he's been put in a very nice position. A very, very handsome gold lead has been given to himself over there. And now we're at about a 3,000 gold lead for the Unicorns here. A disastrous fight for the Guardians, not respecting JDK on the Irelia. JDK has been performing exceptionally well past series and this series now.
Just a great look coming in for this mid laner here. JDK performing quite well. Was a silent winner there last series, but this time put on the carry pants.
Yeah, I don't know. That's Silas in game 5.
Okay, for most of the series apart from the Silas.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. Yeah, he was more of a bystander. He kept his laning, kept his footing, but it seems like he's almost evolved as a player.
Ooh, fancy feet.
Yeah, puts the blue suede shoes on for Juanito Soul here. It feels like JDK has evolved. He's leveled up because he is winning these laning phases, right? He is doing his job as a carry in both of these
they're
last
looking.
Two games.
Can't find it, though.
No, they're not going to be able to look for anything here. And I think Guardians really need to find their footing on how they want to engage. They're playing reactionary when they should be playing proactively.
And I think that's the nature of their jungler, right? Stunna on a reactive champ here, but might be looking to try and yoink away, is going to steal that red buff, but Let's Bounce going to be used here, but it is going to be a 1v1. Masked Hydra trying to deal with this trundle, but Footstomper going to be there to dissuade that. This yoink is going to come through, and they get the blue buff at the very least.
Yeah, Mooch gets those small victories, typing in all chat, probably like, oh yeah, get jungle gapped, nerd. I got your blue buff, but no attack. Yo, you're not tanky enough. I'm sorry, you delayed your build.
You've built so much MR.
Yeah, there's so much MR. You're not gonna be able to deal with the Irelia. Go match the Mordekaiser as soon as possible.
Uh-oh. It may be Masked Hydra who's next on the menu. Stretchy Strike's a beautiful ward placement. Actually does not help out at all. JDK trying to find some damage. Ornhorn going to be used. Masked Hydra taking so much damage. Stunna waiting in the wings as well. JDK has the Vanguard's Edge. Could look for a re-engage though. Red Smite has been used. Capcom has arrived. Has the Encore available. Vanguard's Edge down. Beautiful Encore finds 3. It is just a beautiful play onto all 3. And this is Stunna who's going to be taken down as well. And the Herald going to take the tower. And it's just a disaster for the Guardians.
The disrespect Herald into the ultimate 3-man.
Over the wall, but right into the waiting arms of JDK. Stretching strikes down, the slow is there, forcing the flash. Flawless duet is there, and over the wall goes the bullet time, and they take the kill. Juanito, 6-3-0. Oh, Chitin going to be able to dodge away using that rocket bell. Under the tower, uses that moonfall. So much damage is there. Masked Hydra is going to live, is going to stay alive, and Juanito goes unstoppable.
Juanito Soul looking really good right now. And JDK on the Irelia hard carrying right now with the Unicorns. And now 16-9, a 10k gold lead coming out for the Unicorns once again. Will they be able to close out? Will this game be cleaner than their second? How will they close this out, Saul? They really need to start focusing their efforts onto the Baron. Start baiting right now. They have such a massive gold lead, and the Guardians look lost.
They do look lost. They haven't found their footing in this game just yet. No Attack has TP'd so selflessly this game, but these selfless plays have led to absolute disaster. Given the Guardians the confidence that they think they can win these fights, but it's just not enough here.
And those two deaths are some of the most impactful ones, right? Gets the Ornhorn down, uses everything, but Capcom has been on point, by the way, with the Seraphine ultimates, right? Not just using it as an engage tool, but using it as a counter engage, right? Hitting huge 3-man encores, like you said. I mean, it is changing the way these team fights are played, and Camcom, the Mercenary, the Ringer.
Boopy maybe next on the menu here. There's double QSS's, has to look for Foot Stomper. Mooch is very tanky, will be able to deal with this into the Death Realm. Goes Foot Stomper as well. The damage is there. Can he at least find the heal? Can he at least trade it 1-for-1? The knockup is there, but is going to be able to find some decent damage, but the Locket keeps him alive, and Moochai takes the kill. They're going to trade that for the Baron, though.
That's 4 bot right now. That's the Baron going into the favor of the Unicorns. They're going to burn that down super quick, right? They have Irelia, they have Misfortune. They've got enough damage definitely here. And now the consolation prize for the Guardians here is both Boopy and potentially this bot lane turret that has some a turret bounty on it at the moment. But this comp coming out from Guardians is not looking too hot.
20 or 34 seconds left on this dragon here. They have the alleyway in, they have the vision set, but do they have the damage? Do they have the wallets to deal with the strength? But they're looking for no attack first. They catch the knockup. They find the damage. One more pullback will do it. Ornhorn going to be used here. JDK trying to find the damage. Ornhorn going to only hit 1. Only Masked Hydra, and JDK is on a killing spree. 6-1-6, looking for a little bit more. They're trying to find Mooch. But Juanito's soul is there, forced to flash over the wall, and now they have to give up the soul point as well.
Give up the soul point. They give up the life of no attack as well on this Ornn into the top lane here. And this is rough right now looking for the Guardians, right? They're getting figured out. Like, the Unicorns are playing exceptionally well. They're just drafting team fight composition, hard slam your face, and just win 5v5 straight up. And the Guardians currently don't have an answer.
No, they really don't. Anathema's chains has been completed here by Mooch. Who is it on? Let's take a look-see here. It is going to be on... It's on the Irelia, who has been, popping off here this game. 6-1-6, participated in 12 out of 17 kills. JDK is showing up this series really, really well. She popped off game 1, was not able to win that one. Zach has no smite available. Gonna go back in, gets 1, gets 2, gets both camps, looking for a little bit more. But JDK has shown up as well. Beautiful elastic slingshot. Encore finds 3 again. Capcom with a beautiful engage. Vanguard's Edge finds 2 as well. Moochai trying to run for the hills. The flash forward from JDK finds a little bit more and pull back. Flash forward as well from Juanito's Soul, trying to find Chitin. And the knockup is there. Can't rocket belt over the wall. And they find 2 more.
They find 2 more. This could potentially be the end game here. Baron is down on all members right now for the Unicorns here. They're going to be able to potentially push for the game end here. 19 seconds on Mooch. 7 seconds on Foot Stomper. Their main damage and wave clear is not ready. They could go for the throw.
Gonna try and clear the wave. Doesn't have enough damage. It's gonna find half health on all of them, but they're looking for no attack first. Bellows Breath finds some CC, but that's about it. Foot Stomper stuck in the death room. They're gonna hit these towers. Mass Hydra forced to flash away to stay alive. Deal with these towers. The towers are falling nice and easy. Lemon Squeezy and Foot Stomper gonna get boxed down by the double tap by Misfortune and Muchai trying to save the game. Stunna's gonna DC. Knows the game is over, and Muchai trying to save everything he can, but it's not enough. And they're gonna end the game. Unicorns take match points.
Stunna? Yo, there's a legitimate chance to stall the game out there. I don't know. I'm hoping that was a DC. I'm hoping that wasn't a go next from Stunna. But right now, the Guardians are down 2-1 in the series. Next game is match point for the Unicorns here. This is looking scary. This is where champions are made for the Guardians here. But Unicorns, just one more game. They've got 2 more chances, Salt. They just got to draft a nice, clear composition. They just draft team fight, draft winning lanes, and that is the key to victory for them. Will they be able to do it?
Oh boy, they have the series lead here. They can end this one next game with their next draft. That will be the deciding factor here. And Boopy, the substitute top laner, and Cam, the substitute bot or substitute support, have just been playing so incredibly well this series. You know, they showed up both games so far. The Renata looked clean. The Gragas looked clean. The Seraphine is amazing. And the Mordekaiser just being that pressure sponge. Just looking so amazing so far. Speaking of amazing, this series has been amazing. And we'll be heading over to a quick break as we got things rolling for game number 4 of the night.
Welcome back, chat. We're back on the desk after game 3. Unicorns are now 2-1 in the lead against the Guardians in this grand final of the VRD. And that was a very refreshing looking game from the Unicorns. They seemed to have taken on board some of the mishaps that they had in game 2, where they weren't quite synergized well. And then they took that and they looked like a complete, full, well-rounded team there, Shibby. What do you have to say about Unicorn's general performance in that game?
I mean, they're playing really well, right? Both the teams playing with a bunch of subs right now, subs and all that stuff. So there's a lot of mishmash going on. But the
Yes.
Unicorns, they're drafting a solid composition, right? If you're playing with subs, if you're playing with players you don't know, you pick R button compositions. You pick the compositions that say, you know what? This is when we engage. This is when we can engage. This is how our engage works. It's very, very simple. It's very, very easy. And Guardians have done that 2 games in a row. Or sorry, the Unicorns have done that 2 games in a row, while the Guardians have drafted late game kiting compositions like the Zeri, like the Azir Silas, right? In this game, they drafted the Diana mid with the Trundle on Stunna, right? Stunna, one of your best players, arguably best performing players this split. You're putting him on a reactive champion like Trundle. He was one of your only win conditions, right? You're saving graces in game 2 on the Kindred. If the Guardians want to come back, if they want to climb back into the series, put Stunna on a carry, put your teammates, your subs, and your players on something that's more simple to execute, a 5v5 team fight composition, and just bash heads with the Unicorns and say to yourself that if we're the better teams, if we're the better players, we will outperform them in these team fights. Because right now, Guardians are looking to tie this up before my bedtime, man.
I mean, holy crap, we're getting close to bedtime, right, Shivy? What time is it for you? Like 7? Yeah, I gotta go
Hey,
to
I'm an
bed.
old man. I'm an old man, dude. I sleep at like 10. I go to sleep. I'm out. I gotta get up at 5 in the morning. I mean, unfortunately, that's just how it is. And the unicorns, they definitely want to make sure I get back into my bedtime so I don't get yelled at by my mom.
Yeah, I mean it's we predicted earlier on, Shibi, we didn't actually get to have your predictions, but Salt, you predicted, was it 3-2 to the Unicorns?
Unicorns. Yep.
And Shibi, I mean, let's
Oh, I'll be
imagine,
honest.
what
I'll
were
be
you
honest. I'll
predicted?
be honest. Oh, I'll be honest. I'm not gonna try to lie. Like I said, Sai, I'm not gonna come up here and lie to you. I full-heartedly, before knowing the rosters and the ESUB situation, with the Guardians and Unicorns, I fully predicted Guardians taking this 3-0. Like
Ooh.
that was what I thought. They were gonna take it 3-0. In my opinion, if I thought they had their full roster and everything, but obviously they're playing with subs, and obviously the Unicorns are playing with some star-studded subs right now as well. That actually changes it. But like I said, I thought they were going to take it 3-0. Would have I changed my prediction knowing the current circumstances? Yes. But even then, I would have taken the Guardians over the Unicorns just because of kind of the Unicorns. I didn't know their subs, right? Camcom's, of course, solid player, but is filling in the support role, a role that needs synergy with the bot laner, right? Your top laner literally could pull anybody. You don't know the champion pool, you don't know anything. Been performing amazingly well. So, yeah, like I said, I was predicting 3-0. I'm not shy about it, but definitely I'm wrong. And that's fine. I don't mind being wrong.
Yeah, no, I respect the honesty and I appreciate that absolutely. And yeah, I think a lot of people probably were going into this expecting the Guardians to probably, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, something like that. So to see the Unicorns now 2-1 up is very interesting. Now, it's not over. We could still see the Guardians going 3-2. It's still possible. We could have some kind of reverse sweep. Or not quite a reverse sweep because they have already won one game. But speaking of substitutes and how this composition has been going, so we saw in that game, we saw JDK, who's just been absolutely a powerhouse. You guys keep messing around with the J double kill, the J triple kill here, bringing out the Aurelia in that game, doing a fantastic job. We saw Juanito on the Misfortune doing a fantastic job as well, getting a lot of kills in, but also able to use the ult for zoning and whatnot, and allowing the Unicorns to take the engagements that they wanted. But talk us through some of the performances there for that game 3, Salt.
I mean, I think realistically, Cam and JDK played out of their minds this game and last game as well. You know, JDK on the Swain was having a great one, but this time on the Aurelia really showed lane dominance, even though you know, Chitin was able to move around, get some kills, gifted. You know, you never look a gift horse in the mouth. Sorry, JDK was just able to build an advantage anyways. It didn't matter that Chitin was gifted 2 free kills. And Cam just landing beautiful ultimates, being that primary engage, playing that backline role perfectly. That's exactly what you want to be seeing out of a Seraphine. So, I mean, I think those are the 2 standout performances from last game.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shibi.
Yeah, JDK has just honestly had some really insane champion flexibility, right? Obviously, remember the Silas game, but this guy was picking up Swain, right? He picked up the Irelia and AD mid laner, right? I mean, was able to be super flexible, very malleable in that mid lane. And I mean, he's just proving time and time again on these games that he's going to be able to outperform. He's going to, when the situation needs him to rise up, he's a player that has risen to the occasion. And it's been really cool to see.
Yeah, Rise Up. I'm pretty sure that's one of the like theme songs of League of Legends. I don't know. I think it's an Imagine Dragons song. I think they do a lot of the League stuff. Right. Well, the players are ready for draft, so we are going to jump into that for game 4. As we mentioned, the Unicorns are 2-1 up. If you are just joining us, this is the grand final. So the winner of this best of 5 takes it. This is match point for the Unicorns. Let's see what the Guardians can pull out of their sleeve. Let's see, Shibi, if they can stick to their guns and just take that 5v5 hard force, press your buttons, easy peasy, winning team fighting comp. Take it away with the draft.
Alrighty, here we go. Things should be rolling quite quickly here, and we'll see where the cards do land. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and finally, for once, we're actually on time for the draft. The Unicorns and the Guardians have not started it at all here. They're actually making us wait. They're building the anticipation. They're waiting for us right now. We do have a sub coming in for the Guardians here, as No Attack is actually feeling under the weather, it seems like, and has been sick this whole time. So Dog or DOG Marshall will be filling into the top lane here as an E-sub. So 3 members of the Guardians are subbing. Yeah, I believe it is Moochai, Chitin, and Dog Marshall or DOG Marshall.
Mooch is Stunna.
Mooch is Stunna, yeah, and then there's Moochai, right?
Moochai, Chitin, Dog Marshall. We got 3.
And then there's 2 subs going in for the Unicorns here, Boopy and Camcom. Probably not how both teams wanted to or expected to play this series out, but I mean, I'm glad they're willing to just give us good League of Legends, give us potentially a game 5. I'm really excited. Hopefully the Guardians can pull out a composition and make this go to a game 5. I want Silver Scrapes, so I don't know about you.
I think I can do Silver Scrapes. I can make it work. But we do see the draft already happening, and Unicorns, once again, guess where they are? They are on the blue side. Sides have not changed once this series.
Yeah, sides have not changed at all. Guardians definitely prioritizing, I would say, that R1, R2 over the B1, but they banned the Seraphine here, but they either give up the Gragas or the Swain. This is the devil's choice right now. Do they give Boopy... Oh, they actually are just...
They give him the choice. Or they give them the choice.
Yeah, they give them the choice. Are they going to take the Swain away? I don't know if DOG Marshall... I'm just calling him Marshall for now.
They're going to B1 Renata. That's fine.
Really strong lane pick. Cam looked fantastic on it in game 2.
That's true.
Was really smart. I just have to be a little bit better with those ultimates, right? Not solo ulting somebody so that your teammates die. But other than that, super lane dominant, was setting up Jhin for success. Juanito definitely has that Jhin angle ready to go. Practice on it. His favorite champion, I would say, or loves that champion. Is very smooth on it. Now the Guardians, what are they going to take? Are they going to take the Swain away from JDK? Does JDK have a counter lined up for the Swain take? Oh, Guardians, they're just not going to lock anything in.
We'll see. Tarek Ezreal. That is a throwback combination right there.
The lovers bot lane right there. The original
Before
lovers
Xayah.
duo.
Before
The
Xayah
original
Rakan.
lovers duo. The original lovers duo coming out from the Guardians here. Tarek Ezreal. Yeah, that's a very old school composition. It was good when old Tarek had the point and click stun, right? And they had all that crazy stuff. It's still good now, provides a lot of safety, right? I mean, it was Ezreal Yumi before Ezreal Yumi. right? You have the invulnerability coming out from the R. You have the stun for the E, right? Ezreal can do some crazy stuff where he repositions with his arcane shift into the stun. There's a lot of wacky things you could do with new Ezreal, Tarek. Gonna be playing it into the Tridentitude. Jin in Renata. Yeah, and the Grag is gonna be taken up in here for Unicorn's top lane here, and he was a monster on it in game 2, charting out the angles using the geometry. Boopy once again going to be taking that up there, most likely building full AP again. Don't know if I necessarily agree with it in that situation. They did end up winning the game, but I feel like they would have benefited more from having kind of a
the world ender. And we grabbed up here for the Guardians as that final pickup here, not allowing that top lane pool to be binged much more. But they're going to ban away the Sylas away from JDK once more. Expected.
Yep. JDK. Gotta get his Sylas taken away. And that's a lot of pressure to put onto the Guardians top lane here, right? Your first game in. This is potentially the game-ending series if you lose. And they're going to put Marshall on a pick like an Aatrox. Super lane dominant. Hasn't laned against Boopy yet. May have seen the VOD, but that's about it. So, this could be a matchup that, could heavily go in Boopy's favor, right? If given the right conditions. It definitely has been performing super well. Jarvan being taken away, so none of that for Stunna. Very smart, not giving him that. He's been fantastic on it this whole season. I would think Guardians ban the Swain away. You do not give that to JDK.
Oh, it's gonna be the Cassio though that they're gonna look to take off the the Udyr is gonna be what they take off the table here. So that means they do give access over to that Swain. Kindred gonna be taken away from Stunna, and we'll see what the Guardians respond with. Is it gonna be a blind mid or a blind jungle?
I don't. Oh, this could go both. A lot of
that could both ways.
Right?
It's a flex.
Yeah, it is a flex, right? Didn't look too hot on it in game 1 though. Guardians mid laner here. Kyton, the Etha, did not look too good on the Diana. Was able to get some solid engages off, but just kind of fell behind. Not to his own accord, but just because his lane opponent got super ahead, right? JDK picked up a double kill, picked up a kill from the Trundle who overdived, was able to pick up, some stray kills here and there, and that kind of set him behind. He wasn't able to really do a lot, but Unicorns took the Trundle away, and now they're going to finally pick their last champion here. So it is a Trundle jungle. They're going to dissuade any tank junglers at all. Unicorns with their final pick. What are they going to take mid? Swain is still up. Orianna is still up. There is I would say you could probably take Galio if you want. There's a lot of good mid laners still up on the board right now for JDK here, but given his champion pool, I want to say he'd go either Swain or Irelia, but instead, they're going to go with the Yasuo Gragas combo.
I like it.
Denying the Guardians the Yasuo Diana, right? This is double value here. Yasuo Gragas super strong in team fights. Generally, you want to play that jungle though, because Yasuo's level 6 is gonna tick faster than you can also gank with the Gragas level 3 or 4 with the E body slam. But very, very solid pick, and Guardians going super standard here. Double ADC scaling with the Taric. No big frontline available. I don't know if Ezreal and Corki necessarily fit into the Guardians composition. You have an Ajax and Diana who want to continuously dive. Taric who wants to be in there in the thick of things, giving the vulnerability. But then you have Ezreal and Corki playing the outskirts, playing the range game against the Unicorns. And the Unicorns have a lot of distance to cover. They definitely have the Jin stun with the W, Gragas E flash, or even Flash E, or even Flash R can really put them in distance. Guardians, again, picking another, I wouldn't say hard to execute composition, but Unicorns definitely have something a lot easier. It's 2 press R buttons and you go.
It's a little less synergistic than what we're used to coming in from the Guardians. I think every one of their drafts had an identity here. This time, though, they're throwing themselves off a little bit with mixed identities. They have that poke, but they also have champs that want to dive forward. Taric also wants to be a diver as well, a pseudo diver. So they have triple pseudo divers and double poke. And it's going to be interesting to see how they play these fights. But if the Unicorns ever get set up, it's just so hard to walk into a Gragas Trundle. Even if you have a Corki and Ezreal, your Diana Aatrox are very susceptible to getting burst down by, the full AP Gragas, by a Trundle just shredding their resistances, and a Jin who has a lot of upfront damage, right? So the Unicorns, they have their way in. They know what they want to do. They can just look for picks every single time they want to. They have go buttons. The Guardians, though, their go button is there, but their follow-up does not want to be in the thick of it.
No, they definitely want to be poking them out, poking them both for objectives, and then potentially, right, this is what they want to do. They want to poke with the Ezreal. They want to poke with the Corki, get the package off, and poke them out even before the Unicorns get a chance to sniff around any of these objectives, right? And the moment they get poked out and step too far forward, boom, you have Diana, Aatrox ready to dive in. Tarek's going to lay down the ultimate as well, so they can keep diving, they can keep following up. Aatrox can get the resets with his R and start keep chasing, right? Unicorns have to play this engage, like, they have to play it really, really clean. They have to play it really, really tight. They have to pick a moment and go. The moment they hesitate is the moment that they're going to eat a stray big one. They're going to eat a stray mystic shot. One of their members is going to be too low to follow up. And then you're going to have 1 to 2 members going in, while some of the members of the Unicorns are going to be too low to follow up. And that's when you're going to get the disconnect. That's when you're going to get the disarray coming out for the Unicorns. So definitely Unicorns don't have an easy as much time as it looks on paper. But their go buttons, like you said, are very simple, very clear, very concise. It's just Guardians have to play the poke war, the poke game, get to objectives first. They have to be proactive when it comes to these dragons, these barons, these heralds, and they have to land their big poke, right, with the Corki, with the Ezreal.
Both these comps scale pretty well. The Yasuo scales really nicely. Renata's good in lane, but also has great effectiveness in that late game. And at the same time, the Guardians have that Corki, have that Ezreal, who are able to pop off here. When they do get their 2 to 3 item spikes, that's when their damage really starts peaking. So we'll see how these teams do decide to play these games out. But this Gragas, we'll see how this early game does go. I mean, I think he's going to have a pretty solid time just looking for picks. But Aatrox is not nearly as squishy as the Sylas was when No Attack did play it. So Doug Marshall is going to be in a safer position than No Attack when we last saw this Gragas.
Yeah, and Boopy, he might just do another star-studded performance right on this Gragas. Like, this is going to be a rough matchup for both of these. Super volatile, right? Gragas, you think, is the champion that likes to neutralize and likes to, nullify laning phases, but with his recent AP buffs and the way that Boopy plays it could be super volatile. He goes for these kills. Yeah, he goes for these kills. He goes for the E flash body slam. He sets up his Q so that the R can knock him into it, right? He wants to go for these game winning or lane winning plays onto somebody like DOG Marshall and Aatrox. If he sidesteps an R, if he flashes Qs onto somebody, like, this top lane is going to be super, super volatile, and it's going to be up to Mass Hydra and Stunna, actually. Sorry. Mass Hydra and Stunna to really kind of sway it in one's favor, right? Corki Yasuo, going to be super neutral lane. Ezreal Tarek, super neutral lane. There's not going to be much going on for either of these guys. I think top lane is going to be the hot spot for both of these guys.
Definitely. Top is going to be the most volatile matchup out of these, all these lanes, right? Trundle's not going to farm nearly as well as Diana, but is going to be quite useful, scales quite nicely as well. Oh, it's very interesting. These comps are built very interestingly. I think the Guardians are going to have a weird time because, this is not a reactive jungler coming in from Mooch, but the follow-up is not as, effective as you're usually used to, right? Zeri has a better follow-up than an Ezreal, better follow-up than a Corki. They both want to sit back, shoot their missiles from 10 light years away, and have fun that way, so it depends on how Stunna plays. If Stunna plays too hyper-aggressive and these ADCs don't follow up because they're not meant to, it's going to feel really bad, and I think that could sway this game, right? Sure, they want to focus topside, but all these big team fights around these dragons, it's going to be 5v5. They're going to be looking for big plays, and if the follow-up just isn't there in time, it's going to be really weird.
Yeah, and I think the only follow-up, and I say that in quotation marks, follow-up, right, is Corki package, right? You want a Diana R, get the full Diana R off. Don't Corki package them out of her second charge of her ultimate, and then look to just kind of roast them alive in the Corki package. That's really the only thing I can think of, right? Use it to either cut off their team or follow up after that Diana engage, because it does do a lot of damage.
It does a bajillion damage. It's very, very powerful.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty carpet bomb. And if Corki can get it into a position where he can W across and then W again for his safety and look to play the outskirts with his poke, I mean, this is a scary follow-up, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if Chitin and Stunna have it in them, right? This is not the usual people they play with, right? Stunna is used to no attack in the mid lane, used to having that communication, even probably no communication because they're so used to playing with each other that they know, oh, he's going to go in. Yeah, this is how we're going to play this. This is how we're going to play this 2v2. So harder to execute composition coming out from the Guardians for sure. I think Unicorns have picked something, like I said, easier. Gragas are,
Mhm.
Yasuo are. You have the follow-up with the Jhin. You can start fights off with the curtain call, like you said. Any CC gets immediately extended by 2 seconds, right? With the Jhin W. If Gragas hits a flash body slam, if Yasuo hits a knock-up, a pillar, anything like that gets hit, you're immediately stuck for a solid minimum, bare minimum, 3 to 4 seconds. So it can
Exactly.
be very rough for the Guardians. Don't know how much value Merctrez is going to have here, but I put my points on the Guardians because the odds are just too good. There's 100,000 points on the Unicorns right now to win this game. And I think it's like, it's like 10 to 1 odds. I put all my points in the Guardians. So my points want the Guardians to win, but looking at the compositions, I think Unicorns may just end up taking this.
I guess you're a little stuck in the middle, but we won't be stuck in this draft for long because we'll be heading to game number 4 quite shortly. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to game number 4 of the Unicorns v Guardians series. It is match point for the Unicorns, and they're looking for some shenanigans. It's looking to be a brawl here, level 1, 5v5, just to start this one off.
Oh, they're stacked here. They've prepared this.
They prepared.
The Guardians know.
They know, and they're dealing so much damage. It's First Blood instantly taken down. The Trundle goes down nice and easy. They're trying to play for damage. They're trying to do something, but they have the NATO available. Who is next on the menu? Mooch is going to be able to walk away, stay safe for just a little bit longer, but they're dealing some damage. Juanito's Soul going to get stunned up here. They could look to take him out. The shields are there from Renata, able to flash away from that Q, and it is just disaster for the Unicorns.
This is a good start coming out from the Guardians here. Picks up a kill, picks up the flash from Juanito as well, and no summoners at all were burned for the Guardians. And Marshall gonna have a nice, I believe he picked up the kill. Let me make sure my scoreboard is updated. He did pick up the kill, gonna come back with a nice little longsword for himself, gonna allow him to establish a better foothold into this top lane. And you're gonna need it against Gragas, Boopy's Gragas specifically.
The invade incident has occurred once more. Oh my goodness. These invades just never work out well for one side.
No, I mean, it looks like the Guardians did their research, right? They knew that potentially there was going to be a stack onto the top side, especially with Camcom. Like it is really, really well studied play from the Guardians. They had to have read something. They have to have seen the VODs to know that they like to invade. So really nice coming out from them. Really good preparation. The stun onto Foot Stomper from Foot Stomper as well. And now Juanito's got to play Flashless, especially into Stunna here, who's going to provide potentially some pressure here.
Definitely. And Stunna, though, doesn't really have all that much to work with when it comes to gank setup. Is relying solely on Foot Stomper to make things happen here. But if they can get a flash off of this Taric or off of this Aatrox, potentially this Trundle can look for some big ganks. The Pillar, very, very solid in that respect here. But Handshake going to go wide. Arcane Shift is going to be used here.
Yep, and that's going to be the constant thing we're going to see, right? Arcane Shift for Handshake and vice versa. Going to see how aggressive they take, but now they've gotten wards down onto Stunna's jungle here. They know where he is, and right now, you look like Mass Hydra and Yasuo are going to get...
Oh, they're going for it. Another invade incident, but JDK actually just going to cut off Chitin, who has to use that Valkyrie to get out. And they're going on to Stunna, who's trying to deal the damage, trying to stay alive here, but burning away with that red buff. The Pillar going to buy some time, but Dog Marshall's there first. But JDK has level 3. The Smite's going to go through. Mooch forced to flash over the wall. Dog Marshall has the way over. The double flash follow as well. The Ignite is down onto Dog Marshall, who's going to go down first. Mooch trying to live, but it's going to be Masked Hydra who takes that kill as well. And it could just be 1-for-1. Double bumps. JDK gets it. And they are going to be able to get a double kill off of that. Stun going to go wide from Foot Stomper, not able to find that one. And the Guardians have fallen apart after getting a nice early game lead.
Oh no, that's disaster. Double buffs for Yasuo, a kill for the Trundle as well. I mean, if you're a Stunner there, you just give up that red buff. You can't fight that, right? Your Corki is half health, had to Valkyrie away, can't follow up, and Marshall is going to be trailing by, getting trailed by.
Oh wait, Muchai dashing forward, uses the Arcane Shift to get himself to safety. Handshake finds Muchai as well. Double exhaust onto both AD carries. The handshakes are buying so much space, and neither ADC is going to fall.
Neither ADC is going to fall. Really nice handshake coming out from Cam on this Renata, just picking that up, having the confidence to lock it in B1, essentially saying, this is why we needed it. This is why I said, give me Renata, we win the game.
Oh, another handshake lands on the Muchai as well. Foot Stomper is going to find that stun, but Muchai forced to flash away as well. Mass Hydra, the force shot finds the kill! Oh my goodness. Oh, Boopy is going to be able to body slam his way out of the Umbral chains, get himself out to safety.
Get himself out to safety here, and now Cam and Juanito have built themselves a nice little lead. My scoreboard is bugged, sorry about that. 1-0 for JDK, 1-0 for Juanito. All the right people are fed on the unicorns, the two carries so far. The two players that have been performing exceptionally well this series and last as well are stepping up to the plate and really showing why they could become the champions.
They're looking for Juanito. They have the flash available, no flash, but a beautiful slow coming in from Cam will buy themselves a space. Another handshake lands. They don't miss. These hands are just too good.
Yep, hands don't miss. Juanito and Camcom safely being able to exit the lane, and Cam just doing a fantastic job on this Renata here.
Wait, Gragas is 14 CS.
Yep, Gragas is 14 CS. Longsword mattered, boys. It was something, as Aatrox has a pretty substantial lead right now over the Gragas. 800 gold simply on CS and that one kill alone. So, Boopy, being super selfless, ended up taking an interesting choice here. Yeah.
Dog Marshall did not commit for that. Did not expect the Infernal Change to get that pullback. So, Boopy trying to do his best up here on the top side after getting handed the short end of the stick with that invade here. But we see Foot Stomper roaming up towards this mid lane, maybe looking to try and do something with JDK here. But the pings come out. They know he's hovering around this top river. Camcom is going to see that rotation.
Camcom's going to see the rotation, has the timers going right now, trying to match Foot Stomper here, and Boopy, interesting summoner spell choice, rune choice here for himself. He ended up taking the phase rush instead of the first strike like he did in game 2. Probably wants to just kite out these melee champions that are coming in from both.
Oh my goodness.
And Diana. Handshake again! Just being
just doesn't miss
right now.
The wave's in such a horrible position. He needs to get that Q. He needs to push this wave. But Dog Marshall's going to freeze this one. They're going to make the collapse, but they could be looking for Stunna instead. Oh, they're looking. They find the stun there onto Camcom, but they don't have the damage to follow up. Deadly Flourish going to land. Juanito's Soul on the signature pick. Just having a great time here, even after that unfortunate level 1.
Yeah, super unfortunate level 1 for the Unicorns here. But like you said, they're able to bounce back. I mean, Well, for the most part, Boopy is still feeling some of the pain right now at 23.
Oh,
CS.
stun lands onto Bonito. Handshake does not land, but Muchai
Bonito
dashes
win that
forward.
trade.
The root is found with the deadly flourish, and Muchai is chunked already.
Muchai doesn't win that, unfortunately. Even if the stun lands and you get the WEQ off, like there is so much return damage coming out from both Juanito
Oh,
and Cam,
going
right?
for the play.
Oh!
Ignite is down, flash away. Can he find the 1-for-1? It is going to be a 1-for-1, but the wave is going to be lost. So it's a big play coming in from JDK.
Yeah,
Oh,
nice
wait.
1-for-1.
No mana left. World Ender has been used. Infernal Chain's going to land, but does not mean anything. They are going to only trade one ultimate for nothing. And, I mean, that's a winning trade there for Boopy.
Yeah, he's going to be able to establish some footing back into this lane, right? Get some of the CS back that he's missed so dearly, as Dog Marshall doesn't have TP up as well, so he's going to have to just raw back here, unfortunately, as it gets stopped. And like you said, the 1-for-1 is in favor of
Wait,
JDK,
Muchai just
right?
dashing forward. Stun not going to land either. Muchai taking so much damage. Force shot is available. Lands on a foot stomper. Sad Cat is going to be found. Boopy maybe in a little bit of trouble. No body slam. Gets the third knockup with the Darkened Blade. Going to find that knockup as well. Moochie is trying to take this, or Mooch is trying to take that. Gromp is going to be able to do so, but the Dragon is next on the menu.
Yeah, and can they fight this here? 4v4 for them. They have the combo with Stunner right now. Package is not available because of the package nerf. They're just going to give this Dragon away for free right now. And Unicorns pick it up. They're going to get this Dragon stacking fairly early. Not early enough right now, right when it spawned. The Rift Herald has spawned here in the top lane, but now you look at JDK making a roam into the top lane.
This could work out very well, but they don't have the heal cut for this Aatrox, but no World Ender available. They have the flash on the Gragas, could look for the play. Not going to find the cancel, but that's so much damage onto Boopy. But it's going to be a solo bolo coming in from Marshall. M6 is going to be flashed, but this is not a winning fight for the Aatrox. The flash away, flash forward, finds the knockup. The damage is there, and JDK finds the kill.
JDK cleans it up, him picking himself a third kill like you said, and this guy is poised to carry on the Yasuo, having the confidence to pick it in the game-winning fight, the game-winning game here, sorry. It's
Match
gonna
point.
be really match point. Oh my god, thank you, Saul. I'm getting delirious. JDK picking the Yasuo here, having the confidence is really saying something, and he's 3-1 on it. He's definitely poised to carry this game.
Having a great showing here every single game. Trundle's picked up the Tiamat, will be able to farm nicely, but the Diana just clears so much faster. It's a 1k gold lead coming in for the Unicorns, and they have, the Yasuo, who is that melee, who should be behind in CS, looking pretty solid here. Gragas, unfortunately, is behind, but that is expected. Pink, we're going to spot out Stunna, and they are just going to try and get some prio on this mid lane here.
Yeah, Foot Stomper clearing out some River Vision. Dog Marshall, though, having the 2-2 lead. Boopy going all in, though, with that Lost Chapter. Gonna build the Everfrost, not even remotely going for a tank build here. I don't even think... Oh, Hydra.
World Ender's available. Infernal Chain's gonna land, but there it is. That Subjugate doing a lot of damage here. They need to find the slow onto Dog Marshall. He's gonna try and turn that one up around. Flash forward, cast, finds the Q again. He finds the play. Boopy from behind, able to do so much work here, and Masked Hydra takes the kill.
Boopy's got to be a math major. He's a math major. He's a
Physics major. He's popping off.
He is. That was a nice cue. He threw it in the bush, so then Dog Marshall didn't see it. Got ulted into the barrel queue. Took so much burst damage. Wasn't even allowed to play the game. Now Camcom.
Wait, Cam, maybe walking up a little too far forward. Moonfall is there. The flash is there. Double
nice.
Moonfall onto 2 as well. The Berserk gonna buy some time. They're trying to find one at the very least. The bailout gonna buy some time, and they find, oh, beautiful flash from Munito. Beautiful, beautiful reaction time. And at the very least, they get one. It goes on to Diana. That's exactly where you want it to be. But JDK trying to make something happen in the mid lane. Not gonna be able to do so. Valkyrie is down. Rift Herald gonna be claimed in response.
Yeah, Rift Herald's gonna be claimed in response from Nast Hydra here. They aren't able to get the double kill on the side of the Guardians here. They were able to pick up Camcom. They were able to pick up some aggression that they were putting down. And you look at the player gold right now. I mean, Nast Hydra.
Oh, stun is found. Foot Stomper trying to deal with Juanito's soul at the moment. Over the wall goes Muchai, trying to find the damage. Has no true shot barrage, but Mooch may be next on the menu. No flash available. Red Smite is down, but he's just getting slapped. The club is doing so much work, but the flash away. JDK is not going to be able to save him in time. No triumph for you, but Mooch is taken down. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The World Ender has arrived. Cam taking a lot of damage, but JDK is able to make it out to safety.
Yep, JDK is just going to glide it out here. As he's sitting on a pretty penny right now. Yeah, he's sitting on 2,300 gold at the moment. definitely looking to at least finish Noon Quiver plus.
Oh, they find the stun
I'm
there.
dead.
Beautiful work. Camkong may just be dead to rights. True Shot Barrage is going to find the damage. They're trying to find something, but there it is. They're going to dive, and they find the double kill. Mushai finds their footing here after having a horrible 2 games beforehand.
Yeah, Muchai said, you know what? I can't have this area. I int too hard. Give me the Ezreal, somebody that can arcane shift away, somebody that has a little bit more safety, and he's been playing really well on this Ezreal in this game so far. Hasn't died at once, has hit all his mystic shots, has gotten the combos off. This Ezreal Terra combo, the original lovers duo, working in the favor of Guardians right now, and is the shining light for this team.
Definitely, and they are going to get some gold into Max Tiger, who is going to clear that bot wave, at least get something. Package is up here, 38 seconds on this Dragon. It's going to be a scary fight for both teams.
It's gonna be really interesting. Everybody's got their ultimates up. The package, I believe, is up for the Corki here. That's why he's backing at the moment. So finally, maybe we can see the Guardians execute on this composition that they have.
Oh, wait, into the tower! Oh, it's not there in time, though. Booby trying to find the damage. Will he have it? But a beautiful World Ender will buy some space, will buy some time. Rift Herald has been summoned as well. They're trying to find something here, Mass Hydra. But Moonfall goes forward, finds Juanito's soul, but the Rift Herald takes the first tower. Berserk gonna find something, but Dog Marshall may be next on the menu. Who's gonna be taken down? Solo bullet from Boopy!
Boopy gets the kill onto Dog Marshall, and Marshall got the Gragas introduction. He said, hey, how are you? How you doing? This
Handshake lands, finds 2.
Titan
has the package, gonna find 2. Only finds Camham. Exhaust is down as well. They're trying to find it, but a beautiful curtain call will buy some space, will buy some time, but they have lost Cam. Can they contest this Dragon? They have very few ultimates available. It's on the pillar, it's on the Yasuo, but they are just gonna try and push mid.
They're just going to try to push mid here. They have the Rift Herald in hand. I believe it did get popped down, actually, sorry.
Yeah, it took the bot tower.
Yeah, it took
True
the
Shot
bot tower
Barrage.
potentially for the Dragon. True Shot Barrage clears the wave. Trundle.
Oh,
trying to pick up-
Juanito!
Yes.
Gotta
Juanito
get
might
out of there,
die
my
here.
friend. Is gonna be able to make it out to the tier 2s.
Yeah, and this Taric Diana combo is very, very strong right now. You see what happens. Taric can pop the ultimate, they can pop the stun, and now they're in a sticky situation.
Wait, JDK is looking for the play here. Stunna looking for Cam. The handshake lands once more. JDK gonna dash forward. Moonfall is not available. The damage is there. Bailout does not buy enough time. Mooch will be able to find 1 kill, but the ultimate is there. Going to go find the last breath. 1 more auto will do it, but Muchai has arrived. Muchai is strong, but a beautiful Windwall buys the space, buys the time. Exhaust is down. Footstop is going to be taken down as well. It's a double kill for the Yasuo. Looking for 3. Will find 3. Boopy with a beautiful flank helps out with the Yasuo.
J triple kill. JTK leveling up. He's evolving. He's a Pokemon right now. Going from double kill to triple kill. Picks up a nice killing spree for himself. 7-1 on this Yasuo. The man
that is a Sunderer on
Yep.
Titan.
That is a Sunderer on Chitin. I don't know if this guy has played Corki in the past couple of patches, but that is Divine Sunderer Corki right there. Not amazing, right? Does okay into the Trundle, into the Gragas, but I definitely would have loved to see something
Marshall
else. Luden.
is going to be dealing with Mass Hydra soon. The subjugation is there, buying the space, buying the time, shredding those resistances, but he will be able to get over the wall. The Umbral Dash will get him out to safety. But Juanito's soul maybe have caught on more than he can chew, but a beautiful Moonfall finds 2. Looking for a little bit more. The heal is there, but the hostile takeover is going to stop the engage, and Ezreal gets caught too.
Ezreal gets caught as well, but nothing really happens there. A 3k gold lead slowly. And
Everfrost going to land. Umbral
Marshall-
Chain's going to buy some space, but a beautiful pullback with those chains. Finds the knock up there. Boopy trying to run for the hills. Has the explosive cask. Will be able to buy some time. The Eclipse doing a lot of damage here from the Zatrax.
Yeah, and Boopy's just going to walk it out here. Everfrost tier in hand. And I was going to say, Saul, I have a sneaking suspicion this tier is not going to turn into a Fimbulwinter. It's going to turn into an Archangels. Knowing Boopy and knowing what he did in game 2, he's going to look to one-shot somebody here. And this Gragas Yasuo combo is looking very, very strong. Yes, it's a little bit more Yasuo favored and heavy right now, but Boopy has been performing really well given the circumstances.
Boopy going to be able to make it out to safety with that body slam as well. They're looking to try and shove this wave, get some pressure in this mid lane. Rift Herald spawning up here in just a little bit.
The trail is spawning up here. I believe the package is going to be up soon for Corki, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, it's going to be exactly timed. The timing is going to be very tight. Corki's package comes up in 2 minutes. The dragon that's coming up is going to be coming up in about 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes 15 seconds. So the timing is going to be super tight. Don't know if they're going to be able to execute again like they are going to be on the Camcom, as flashes and mobility is up for all the members of Unicorns here. So unless a flash gets blown early
Wait, they could be
on-
looking for Foot Stomper. The bailout's going to be used to get the attacks. We get the moose. Medusa Soul going to find a deadly flourish onto Muchai.
Yeah, they're going to find the deadly flourish onto Muchai, but nothing else here. Dog Marshall, GOG looking to take this fight, and everybody's warming up. Rift Herald is in hand. They don't have a package here, but they're still going to look to fight this.
They're going to look to fight this one,
Stunna.
but they have 5 first. Bonito Soul is not there just yet. Foot Stomper is going to get zoned away by Mouse
Need to
Hydra.
engage now.
Going to proc that Guardian. They find the slow with the Everfrost. Looking for a little bit more, but they are caught between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to zone. They're trying to find something here. They find some decent damage, but they're going to try and take out Stunna. They cannot do it. The Cosmic Radiance comes out in time. The hostile takeover does a lot of work, but they are going to at least grab that Rift Herald. He does not steal. Oh, he stole it. He stole it with the 4th shot. A beautiful job done by Juanito Soul, and they only give up 2, but they steal the Rift Herald.
They steal the Rift Herald. They potentially may have taken this mid lane turret as well for the Guardians here. Will they be able to aggress on it? Juanito is still up. There's some decent wave clear. They're actually going to end up taking the rest of Masked Hydra's camps. They're going to leave this man poor and starved away from his own camp. They're going to take his bot side jungle. Never mind, I lied. They're going to keep the Krugs up. I completely lied, Salt. I'm sorry.
All good, all good. Now, what are we seeing here? It is 11 to 11, 300 gold lead in favor of the Unicorns. Not a single tower has fallen.
Oh, bot lane fell.
Oh, bot lane has fallen. My bad, my bad.
Yeah, for the Unicorns. Not a single tower has fallen.
For the Unicorns.
Guardians. Yeah. Guardians have yet to take one dragon apiece. Both Rift Heralds ended up going over to the Unicorns. Unicorns only ended up grabbing one, unfortunately, but they stole the second one with Juanito Soul's ultimate, the Curtain Call. But now, this Diana, he's also going for the really, really annoying hard scale build with the Gnasher's Tooth into the Sunfire Cape. This build is
They have
so
package.
good for Diana.
2 seconds on this dragon. Ooh, they're setting up a death rush here. They are going to start this one up here. They're going to spot it out with the blue ward, but they aren't looking to fight this one just yet. They don't have their curtain call just yet here. Boopy may be caught out here, taking some decent damage. Package only lands onto 1. The dragon is going to be taken out. Chitin over the wall, has to use the package to get to safety. JDK trying to walk through it, does so much damage, but the Moonfall finds a lot of work here, forces the flash away, wind wall, blocks the shot barrage, but the shutdown, Masked Hydra just walks into the backline, deals so much damage, and will be able to walk out to safety as well. But on the backline, Dog Marshall is there, but onto the backline, Boopy, he's popping off, he finds so much damage, when he was so gonna dash away, flash away, gets himself out to safety, Gale Force is there, glide and glide, Yasuo goes onto the backline, goes onto Muchai, last call has been found, one more shot will do it onto Muchai, will they find a double kill for the Trundle? They're looking for Foot Stomper as well, and the Yasuo claims that one with the NATO, and they could look for more. They could look for the topside jungle.
That was an utterly dirty fight right there coming out from the Unicorns here. They attacked from multiple different angles. Masked Hydra going in like a madman. Don't know if I necessarily agree with the Diana build because you're going into the Trundle, you're giving him a lot of stats. It is very busted, it is very broken, but it might be this demise because Trundle was able to walk in and walk out scot-free, not punished at all.
Yep, they are going to be able to walk away, though, not get too much off of that. They did get the kills, but they do lose the Dragon, too, in favor of the Guardians. But Soul isn't really the end game for either of these teams here. Both of them just want to scale, get their items. 3 items is huge for both of these teams, if they can get to that point. And the Unicorns are slightly closer to that. 3K up after that fight.
3K up after a single fight. I mean, Juanito definitely wants to get to his 3 power spike, right? He's building Collector into the full tank Diana, or tanky-ish Diana, right? Diana wants to get to 3 items, wants to unlock the Sunfire Cape plus Zanya's combo, allowing her to live so long. Obviously, Ezreal wants to hit the Manamune Essence Reaver and Cyrilda's Grudge spike, right? Where he can start coming back into his old self of the blue build Ezreal that we've seen time and time again. Obviously, JDK wants to get that 60% crit. He's going to start hurting like a madman. The dude's 8-2 right now. So a lot of 3-item power spikes, like you said, a lot of farming, a lot of gold that needs to be injected into a lot of key members for both teams. But this game, I mean, Unicorns are just playing these fights super, super well.
Yep. Unfortunately, though, they haven't been able to set up around these objectives very well because of the package. That threat is just so insane. But so far, the packages have not landed true. They've not really done all that much so far, and that is a key part of Corki's kit.
Yep. Key part of Corki's kit is that package, like you mentioned. And honestly, he's only been able to use it once effectively. right? The second package was okay, but they got the dragon, but they weren't able to follow up. And the Divine Thunder of Corki, this build might just look to bite the Guardians in the face. You'd have loved to see like a Ludens into.
They want to poke.
Yeah, they want to poke, and that's not what Divine Thunder of Corki does. Divine Thunder of Corki wants to skirmish and brawl, and maybe that's the call from the Guardians that, hey, build a little tankier, build something with a little bit more beefiness, but I just feel like you're not maximizing Corki's kit at that point.
And we see this Yasuo just shoving in this bot lane. Will be able to get some more CS in the back pocket. 8-2 and 4. JDK has having a great showing so far.
He's had a fantastic series, right? Even in the game that they lost, he was playing pretty well. And just him able to put on the carry pants, him able to show up into this mid lane. Granted, he is playing against a mid lane sub, and the skill difference is pretty big, right? Chitin, gold 2, JDK, diamond 3. So, I mean, definitely there's some of that going on, but he also played really well last series, right? So it's not like this is something new. This is just him living up and performing up to the expectation when he had such a big mismatch in the mid lane.
These roams have worked out quite well here so far. This Yasuo is having a great time, but we have hit that lull state. Barret is up, no dragon for another minute. Package will be available quite soon here. And we just see this Gragas, actually caught up a decent chunk here. 1 minute on this Corki package, so he will have the teleport. He has to use that and the package to get there in time once that does spawn up, because the dragon is there in 55 seconds.
Dragon is there in 55 seconds. Package is going to be grabbed up soon by Chitin here, and like you said, this package is going to be integral. Also, I don't know if Corki has the components. He doesn't have the Mana Immune finished yet. He's sitting on 1,600 gold, so he should be backing, getting that finished up ASAP so he can stack it. But he's going to push the bottom wave here. You think he has a little bit more time, but it's only 30 seconds. TP is up for Chitin, though, so he can TP in with the package.
Has to wait for the package. It's not up yet. It spawns with dragon.
Wiz literally like on a pretty much a deadbeat timer here, so he's gonna wait around. He's gonna wait around.
Don't get the setup this time though. Muchai gonna be taking a decent chunk, or at least get slowed down while making their way over, but they might just look to trade it for the Baron here. They are gonna get spotted though.
They are gonna get spotted. They're not gonna trade Baron, right? There's no way they start this. They're probably just gonna pressure to force somebody to check it from the Unicorn side. No, they're gonna start it.
They're starting the Baron. They're forcing it. It's going to be a 4v5 though. Curtain Call going to be used. Going to try and buy some space, get them off of this big objective here. Dragon going to be taken down. There are no smites. 7k left, but a beautiful play into the back line. The Cosmic Radiance buys no time. Chitin is going to be next on the menu. Who is going to take him down? It's going to be Renewed Soul. JDK doing so much damage. The 4v5 does not matter whatsoever. The bailout bails out the Yasuo's health bar, and it's just a double kill. It's just a clean ace. Not a single member falls, and the Baron goes over to the Unicorns.
Baron goes over the Unicorn. The lives of the Guardians go over the Unicorns. Everything is going over the Unicorns. They are cleaning house. A beautiful 4v5. The Gragas ultimate into the Yasuo ultimate gave no time for Foot Stomper to use the Taric ult here. The Cosmic Radiance, like you said, bought no time, and it was easy peasy, lemon squeezy cleanup for the Unicorns here. Baron is in hand. 7k gold is in their hands. The game is in their hands now, Saul.
Oh my goodness, 4 minutes on the next dragon as well. Juanito gonna grab up this tower. These towers are falling, they're crumbling. The walls are breaking, and the Guardians are trying to guard their own souls, but this time they may not be able to do so.
Yeah, this is so, I mean, there's just so much that the Unicorns do. You look at the gold difference in the chart, it was even, and then it started spiking immediately after some key team fights, right? Got evened out a little bit, and then after another horrendous objective play, the Guardians just lose control. Unicorns are looking to tie to end the series. Sorry, not tie this up. I meant to tie the game up and get this over with, but they're looking to end. They're looking for the game-winning play right now. I see it in their eyes. They're setting up with the Baron. They're setting up with the split push. This may be the last fight we get in VRD.
This could be it right here, right now. This is a big series. This could be a big win here for the Unicorns. True Shot Barrage going to try and clear that wave, but these Baron up minions just take no damage. Oh my goodness. Yasuo in the bot lane shoving that one out as well.
Yeah, Yasuo shoving out that bot lane. I don't think Corki can handle him right now. Chitin He's just not equipped
They're trying for the
handle
play
the
here.
split push.
It's going to be a 4v3 flash forward, but the
Oh,
beautiful
that's
handshake
it!
stop are right in her tracks, but finds the moonfall onto 2. But the Cosmic Rainey's going to buy some time. Shutdown goes over, but the hostile takeover buys a lot of space, buys a lot of time. Yasuo will be able to join this fight very soon. They do have the Gragas ultimate available as well. They have no Cosmic Radiance to buy the space, but they're looking for Doc Marshall. The stun going to land. Only finds one. They're looking for more, but Camcom is trying to run for the hills. Doc Marshall trying to survive, trying to deal as much damage as possible. JDK dashing forward, sliding, gliding, flash forward, finds Corki. The exhaust is going to buy so much space, so much time, but he's going to be taken down to the backline as well. They're trying to fight, but they have no carries. Their ADCs are down, and it's a shutdown as well. True Shot Barrage not going to find Capcom, but they do win that fight. The overstay from the Unicorns has cost them so much.
It's cost them 3 lives, a couple shutdowns into the right pocket. Oh, they can finally potentially pick up this mid lane turret here. Baron minions are still up right now. Aatrox answering the top wave right now. Lanes are pushing in. They're losing out a lot of gold, but the Guardians have breathed some hope back into this game, so back in this life. So I lied. The last fight may not be the last fight in VRD.
It's not here. Current call going to be used. Going to try and buy themselves some time. Take out the wave, maybe get one, but Body Slam not going to land. Deadly Flourish is not going to find that route.
Not going to find the route. Not going to find anything. Stunna gets hit by the Jin E there, unfortunately. But overall, I mean, there's some life back in for the Guardians. The way they played that, they got to look for these unfair fights. There's no possible way they can 5v5. That was a 5v3, and they almost could not close out on that, right? JDK, a little bit overzealous, went for the solo NATO onto Corki and just ulted him straight up. Did not have enough damage. I believe he also got exhausted as well during his fight, so a lot of that damage was taken away. And Yasuo not going for the 60% crit, instead going for the Death Dance third item.
The passive, though, gets him that 100%.
Yeah, that's
he
true.
is Yasuo.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, he's at 100% crit, actually. I apologize for that. So he's going to build the DD, but he can't go in solo like that anymore, right? So like
no.
JEK will get exhausted. He will get stunned up. Something will happen to him. This is a scaled ADC team now. Guardians have 2 ADCs with the Corki, with the Ezreal. They do some damage now, right? And as I say that, Muchai is in the top lane. Are they just going to give up this dragon for free?
Package up at 20. They're positioning topside. They want to grab that top tower here. They have objective bounties on the board. They're going to give up the dragon, get some more gold. That is the call they make, and they are going to do so. But they are going to push towards this mid lane. It is going to be a 3v4. Trundle soloing this dragon here. Will they get back in time? Guardian going to be procced.
Yeah, this is a really good call from the Unicorns here, right? Forcing the other 2 members of the Guardians to either say, you know what, you push that top lane, you're going to lose your mid and turret. Mid lane inhibitor turret, right? And potentially your inhibitor as well. Nice call. Also letting Masked Hydra solo the dragon. Here's a Cloud Drake. Should be fine. We're 30 minutes into the game. That puts them on soul point. 5 minutes from now, we're going to get to Cloud Dragon. And then another 5 minutes after that, we're going to get to Elder if this game goes that long. But, I mean, Unicorns are poised to potentially take this Baron. They have the damage. They're going to have the vision set up here shortly as they clear everything out. The resets are on Guardians at the moment, and they're poised to take this Baron. They have the strength, they have the wallets, they have the power right now.
Oh, Gale Force 4 cannot find the damage, though. Gonna use that Gale Force, though. That is a 90-second cool, or more than that now. Right, it got nerfed.
I believe it's 110?
110. Yep.
Yeah, so it's about a minute 50, right?
Unless he went Ingenious Hunter.
Unless he went
He did not. He went Treasure Hunter.
Yep, you're right. So it is a 110-second Treasure Hunter. Wow. It is a 110-second cooldown for Juanito here, so it's not going to be up before this Baron, that's for sure. So that could potentially be an avenue to engage onto Juanito. Flashes are up for everybody except Hydra and JDK. Chitin most likely will have his flash up on the side of Guardians here, but Ezreal and Aatrox here crucially missing their flashes. Although Ezreal has a little bit of wiggle room, has the Arcane Shift available, but it's going to be really hard for Aatrox to get into these fights.
They're going to get spotted out, though. They're going to try and collapse here. Can they look for the play? Can they look for something here? They're looking for Stunna, but they aren't going to find it.
Nope, they're not going to find Stunna here. They're just looking for those bush cheeses, and I think the Guardians have kind of wised up to it after 2 games.
Oh, force the Arcane Shift. That's a 8-second cooldown at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's an 8-second cooldown, but it's not enough for them to follow up. Unfortunately, Boopy did not follow up with the flash or anything like that, so An E for an E is all we're going to get. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. So right now, we're just waiting. We're waiting for the Baron setup, or we're waiting for this Cloud Soul to potentially start a team fight here. But both teams are on a knife's edge. The pressure is mounting for both of them. Unicorns want to end this game. They probably don't want to go to a game 5. And obviously, Guardians are looking to get this extended to a game 5. And both of them, one mistake from either of the teams could swing the momentum vastly in their favors.
We see the pings. They want the Baron.
Pings are going out, although Guardians have established some solid vision here, but it's all going to get cleared out immediately as I say that. Sweeper goes down. Pinks are bought for nobody, actually, on the Unicorn side, other than Cam, unfortunately. So, got to get up on that, guys. If you're setting up for Baron, everybody buy Pinks. It's super helpful if you have 5 Pinks down near a Baron pit. They literally can't do anything.
They're going to force the Arcane Shift, going to try and get rid of some of that vision, but Masked Hydra taking a good chunk of damage here.
That's half your health. That's half your health off of 2 arcane shots right there, right? That is half your health gone. Ezreal's at 4 items. He is properly scaled. The Guardians can play the poke game all they want and then force the engage. Diana's at the 3-item power spike as well. Zonya's, Sunfire, and Nashor's Tooth now. Aatrox 3 items in as well, and these guys
They're just going to start it.
They're
just going to start it.
They're going to start it.
They don't. They're TPing in. They have the Corki package available. 7k left on the Baron. They're going to try and turn and burn. 3k left. They find a beautiful package in the backline. Cosmic Radiance, but it's going to be taken down. Chitin trying to find Cam. Will find one. Cosmic Radiance finds a couple more. JDK is going to try and stay alive for as long as possible. Going to be taken down as well. Juanito Soul is still alive. Is going to run for the hills. Foot Stomper, though, trying to run. Dog Marshall finds the Umbral Chains. No Gale Force left on Juanito. Going to be pulled back. Going to be taken down.
Juanito.
Dog Marshall finds the kill.
They get the Baron, but they lose their lives. The only 2 walking away with Baron are Masked Hydra and Boopy at the moment. But Guardians clean up with a nice package to split up the team of Unicorns, right? Splits them up.
They don't have package for Soul.
Onto Camcom. They do not have package for Soul. That is very, very true. But they need to make the most of these kills right now.
They get 1 tower, it's something, but I don't think it's enough to warrant that package usage there. They lost the Baron, too. They didn't even get it.
Juanito Soul is going to have a little bit of a behind timer on the Dragon. He's going to go up, but it's going to be 10 seconds before he can get there. So
it is Cloud Rift, though.
Yeah, if the Guardians get to this objective first, they definitely have the setup. They definitely have the tools. Chitin, you don't have package. You need to poke now. He's picked up the Ravenous Hydra now. He's properly scaled. Even with the Divine Sunderer build that stunted himself a little bit, he hurts now. His rockets hurt. His everything hurts. There's a stopwatch on the side of Ezreal as well, so it's going to be really hard to catch him. He's super simple.
Jay on Juanito Soul, though, will be able to buy a lot of time here. They're clearing up the vision. Pink ward on the Dragon as well. And it is going to be the Unicorns who are able to walk forward first.
Ooh, look at Boopy on the bottom side. He's right there. He's looking for a pinch right now. Are they going to give this Dragon up? Are the Unicorns going to start it? They have so much damage. They can take this instantaneously.
They're taking it. Boopy buys some space, but he does not find the explosive casket. Goes wide. Cosmic Radiance going to go down as well. Mooch going to be able to find that one. Boopy going to be able to dash away. Curtain Call finds a couple shots. And there it is. The hostile takeover only finds one. Only finds a tower. Camcom taking a lot of damage. Masked Hydra into the backline. They have no more Cosmic Radiance. Moonfall finds 2. JDK tries to find the backline. Cannot find the damage. Going to be taken down. They're doing as much as they can, but Boopy into the backline does not feel the damage. But the Soul, they are going to try and run for the hills. Masked Hydra is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Boopy running as well. Juanito is going to be able to make it out. They trade 2 lives, but they get the Dragon.
2 objectives so far have been completed by Masked Hydra under the pressure of a team fight, under the pressure of Mooch potentially stealing, and he's won those smite fights 2 times in a row with the Baron, with the Cloud Soul. They're going to be happy. Unicorns now have the Cloud Soul in hand. The Elder Dragon is going to spawn in 5.5 minutes. The Baron, 3.5 minutes. What can the Guardians do with this timer on JDK, on Hydra? Can they push this mid lane inhibitor? Can they get some super minions for the first time in the past 3 games?
That's the question here. They are going to grab that turret nice and easy, but look at the damage coming in from Gragas. They are getting chunked nice and easy. Camcom going to get pulled back, trying to dash forward, trying to find the damage. Bailout going to buy the space.
This is the minion mid lane inhibitor turret taken down. Super minions will be going down to the mid lane. That'll provide some nice pressure for the next couple of minutes while the Baron does spawn. So somebody's going to have to answer that from the Unicorn side. I predict it's probably going to be Boopy or JDK most likely. Boopy has the TP if he needs to, so he can answer it. But the Guardians have swung this game back not necessarily in their favor, but they've definitely nearly evened it up at what, a 1K gold lead for the Unicorns at 36 minutes in. That's pretty much even for the
Basically
Guardians.
even. Baron up here in 2 minutes here, so there's not really much on the table. It is going to hit a lull state. Soul has been claimed at the very least,
Look at
but
that gold graph.
oh my
That is-
goodness.
That is a tale of the Unicorns winning most of the game and taking worse and worse fights. As that gold graph you guys see on the graph on the stream right now, Guardians have been able to pull miracles out of nowhere. Some of these team fights, some of these engages, Stunna is trying his hardest to carry this team with his engages. 3-4-man moonfalls, like you said. He is trying his damnedest.
Oh my goodness. This is a crazy series so far. JDK is going to look for the play here onto Dog Marshall. Can he find it? The damage is there. Has the Armbolt chains, but no, he's going to find the last breath into the backline. The Ignite is down, but he's going to burn, baby, burn. The Death Stance does not save you from the Ignite. And the Yasuo claims the solo kill.
Solo ball onto Marshall is 55 seconds as well. It's a minute and a half before Baron. He's going to be up for the Baron, but will they be able to provide and take space for the Guardians? Will they be able to get vision? Another team fight might be happening here. Someone has to answer that.
4v4. They are buying the space. They have good wave clear with Boopy. Going to take a decent chunk of damage. Not going to find the Deadly Flourish, but they are going to try and push down this tower. Yasuo gets that tier 2. They are going to trade it 1-for-1 tower-wise, but Capcom going to try and find the hostile takeover. Lands onto 2, lands onto 1. Cosmic Radiance going to find some space, but it does absolutely nothing, though.
They need to answer JDK. He's in the bot lane. He's taking the turret.
He's taking
gonna
in
take
him.
the in him.
They're just stopping the base and stopping the ports. He can end right here. Masked Hydra buying the space, Boopy buying the time. Corki trying to find the base. Beautiful explosive cast, finds 3. Root is found with the Everfrost. Footstopper maybe next on the menu. They're trying to deal as much as they can, but JDK's roaming for the fight. Monito in the backline has the GA, but Chitin has joined the fray. They're trying to find the damage. The TP is there. Masked Hydra is trying to fight this backline as much as possible, but JDK is not there in time. The TP has landed. Dog Marshall has arrived, and he's dealing the damage. He's going to end their worlds, end this game. And this could just be over right here, right now. Flash forward, trying to find something. Monito is trying to deal something, is trying to run away, will be able to dodge away, but might have just killed himself. Gonna take so much damage from those Raptors, and he's stuck between 2, and the GA does absolutely nothing as he's torn asunder.
Unicorns with the massive throw.
They should have just looked for the end.
They could have looked for the end.
Oh my word, they just threw the entire game. Explosive Cask buys some time, but I don't think it buys enough. And they're trying to deal something here. Oh, it's JDK versus the world.
JDK, Boopy, can they do it? Can they stall long enough for Hydra to get onto the map? For Cam
10 seconds, 7 on
10
Cam.
seconds.
They have the hostile
Guardians are
takeover,
looking
but
for the
JDK is
end.
trying to dive onto the backline, trying to deal as much damage as he can, but the Nexus is going to fall. Hostile takeover means absolutely nothing as the Guardians tie up the series 2-2. We're rolling the Silver Scrapes.
Cha-ching! JDK's Venmo has been approved. The deposit has been put in. Guardians, thank you so much. They take the series 2-2 right now. We're going to game 5.
And we'll be right back after that banger of a game. Oh.
Welcome
Huh.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. Back on the VRD desk. Game 4. That was very, very interesting. We saw a result that we potentially weren't expecting if you look at the first 3 quarters of that game. Shibby, why didn't JDK end there? Talk us through that. Why did they not end?
He got Jedi mind tricked. Something happened. I don't know who said. He said they went. You don't got to end right now. These are not. This is not the VRD finals you're looking for. JDK sprinting it up to the top lane to join this fight ends up not ending. Right. There's so many situations you play that back. I don't want to harp on him too bad because he has been playing a fantastic series. But if the Guardians end up winning this series, JDK will have nightmares about that situation, right? Like that is the stuff that keeps me up at night, right? If I fail that hard, if I'm the one that could decide the game, right? Because if he pushes there, Aatrox can't TP. He has to defend. And it looked like, in my opinion, the Guardians were losing that 4v4 in the top. Unicorns were playing really well because Kaiden was out of that fight. Corki was super far away. He got zoned out completely. And it looked like the 4v4 was going in the favor of the Unicorns there, but just a massive, massive throw. I mean, it just happens, right? Pressure is there. It builds up. You have tensions are high. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Stress, a lot of stuff happens. I've made those kind of mistakes in my solo queue games. It happens, man. But like,
Oh,
Don't
was
lie to me, Shibby. Don't lie to me. Have you made those mistakes before?
of course,
Don't lie
everyone
to me.
has.
Everybody
of
has.
course.
Yeah, I mean, so what's your input on that one as well? How do you
It,
read this game?
I gotta say the same thing. It threatened the end, but those team fights were getting worse and worse. The fact that the Aatrox was just not dying in those team fights was really scary. I mean, I don't think the Corki was the most impactful member. I think it was mostly just Diana who was able to pop off, land those beautiful moonfalls. But after using all those cooldowns, the 4v4 goes in favor of the Unicorns. And because they attempted to make it a 5v5 by moving JDK down, he's never gonna make it there in time. Aatrox has TP. There's no reason to ever try and make it a 5v5. And that one play was what changed the game. I think right there. They could have threatened the end. Even if they don't end, Aatrox is going to be late for that fight, and it's a team fight win for the Unicorns.
Yeah, because I mean, like you guys are alluding to, I feel like the Unicorns didn't even need to take the full engage with the 4v4. They just needed to posture. They just needed to waste time and prevent the backs. They didn't actually need to force anything there, and JDK could have
No.
just kept going. And even if Aatrox respawned and kind of tried to duel with JDK, then okay, you disengage and everybody can disengage and you can reset. But I mean, JDK got the kill on Aatrox initially anyway to allow for the pushing on the inhib. So it seemed like the incorrect play, but like you're saying, Chibi, I mean, we have to be fair, right? You do have those spur of the moment decisions, and it's like, right, we're this late into the game. If I make the wrong call on this 50-50 here, then we lose or we win. And it's so much of a pressure in those situations. But I think also JDK was looking like the MVP of the series today anyway, and they were like, look, you know what? I'm gonna hedge my bets. I don't care if Unicorns win. I don't care if Guardians win. I'm gonna get MVP for either team. So that may have been what happened there.
Oh
But
my god.
but
Excuse me.
Ouch.
911. There's been a murder.
Oh, that's not just a murder. That's a mutilation right there.
look,
Oh
I just
my
1v10'd,
goodness.
okay? I don't know. But going in now into game 5, right? Somebody's going to be around their predictions when we looking at these 3-2s, though. Is it going to be the Unicorns? Is it going to be the Guardians? What now needs to take shape here going into this final game of this very dramatic series?
Oh, I
I could
can't.
go first. I could go right. I mean, the way these games have been going, right? I mean, like Unicorns in the past 3 games have gotten solid leads, right? They are no slouch to getting these early game leads. It almost feels like Guardians have kind of been giving it to them a little bit, right? They've been drafting these late game compositions, right? They drafted late game kind of once again with the double ADC scaling. with the Corki and the Ezreal. A bit safer than the Zeri, right? They dropped the Zeri. They're like, you know what? We played it 2 games. We don't like it. We want something a little bit more bursty, a little bit more proactive. Somebody that has a lot more safety and repositioning and stuff like that. They paired it up with the Taric, which is really nice. It's a new look they brought into the bot lane. But like I said, I think Stunna, like you got to see what he got to do, right? On the Diana, he was looking and finding these engages, right? These beautiful moonfalls, 2-man, 3-mans consistently, and he was the driving force. He is that go button, and you put your carry on somebody like that. You put your star player, in my opinion, their star player this whole season, their best performing, consistently performing player on a proactive carry jungler like that. Yeah, you're gonna sneak a win or two, and this was one of them. So they definitely have to play around that a little bit more. Definitely play to their strengths. Unicorns, I don't think they have to switch anything up. They've had a solid game plan. They just need to calm their nerves, execute, and come out with the game 5 double in their end.
Yeah. So anything to add into that?
Not really. I think Chevy explained it pretty well.
Sorry about that. I wanted to give you something to talk about, but it's just this game is exciting. That's a series is exciting. We're game 5 in the most weirdest of ways possible.
Water bottle number 3, by the way.
Yeah, I've just thought actually maybe it should be me and you should talk. We should just let Salt rest because Salt's having to shoutcast so much of this action, be in the play-by-play here. So it is a tough job. Salt, do you think you have anything left in the tank for game 5?
I do have stuff left in the tank, so I'm taking it a little easy right here. You know, still got some going.
I'm ready.
Going. Yeah, we're going to be waiting for the draft, and we know that they've been starting a little bit early some of these times, but hopefully we're out on track here. Something I want to pose to you guys, though, is something called the Theseus paradox, right? Which is like I guess like a thought experiment where if you have a ship and you over time replace one part of the ship over time, like one piece at a time, does it still remain the same ship? And at what point does it become a different ship? And this is what I gotta wonder about these teams tonight, because we have been rotating players on both teams every single game in the series. At what point does it cease to become the unicorns? Does it become the unicorns and the guardians and vice versa? It's been such a shift here tonight. I think it's been very exciting, regardless of how this ends up playing out. And it's nice to see that both teams have been tackling these challenges throughout.
Yeah, I mean, in regard to the Theseus paradox, I would say it's probably up to who you ask, right? I would say, if you ask JDK, yeah, it's the unicorns. It's his unicorns. Yeah, some pieces have moved around and some parts have been replaced, and it's not maybe the unicorns that he started with, but it is the unicorns. It's still the name. It is still his unicorns. And the same thing with the Guardians, right? Players have moved around, but this is still the Guardians that the heels of VRD, the smash mouth, punch you in your face, take your lunch money, and not even care about it. Guardians, that aura is still there. So it's just a perspective thing, right? Some people look at it and say, you know what? Both of these teams kind of fought with subs and asterisks. I don't know how many people can claim the dub, but the work that was put in by both of these teams from their main rosters is still there. They don't get this shot unless they win the previous series, the previous game. So regardless of who takes the series, I mean, I think there's no asterisks to be there. The work was put in, and it'll be really good to see either of these teams come out triumphant.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, and I think no matter what happens, whichever team wins, they're going to have to do some heavy calculations figuring out who's taking home some of this prize money. But one thing I do want to jump on this, Shibby, is that it has felt like the personalities of both teams have remained intact regardless. Like, whoever's fitting into these spots, it feels like the Guardians. It feels like we're watching the Unicorns, all the same. So, yeah, it's been a heck of a series. And without further ado, we're going to finish this bad boy up. We're going to get into game 5 before chat descends into madness, before the banter chat actually just erupts into flames. Like, you know that meme from the community where Donald Glover, he walks in with the pizza and everything's on fire? That's what it feels like right now in this series. So we're going to jump into the draft. I think the teams are ready to go. So, Shibby, Salt, take it away for the last time tonight and the last time for the VRD this split.
Here we go. Here we go. Final draft of the night, folks. And it's going by fast. It's going by furious. And we just see these bands going in left, right, and center.
Oh, the Olaf, Zach, and Seraphine. Those are the champions that the Guardians have prioritized. They're giving the Swain, they're giving the Gragas away to Boopy here. And the same bands coming out from Unicorns. And the lock-in for the Renata. Camcom goes, let me run that back real quick. Give me my Renata. They're going to lock it in, potentially. It's down to the wire. I don't think they take anything else. Oh, they take Juanito's Jin first round. Maybe
All
because they
right.
want to save. Maybe they want to save the counter pick. They want to save the Camcom support for another pick. They do have a lot of other picks, right? The Bard, the Amumu I've seen. There's a lot of picks that they can pull from right now. I've seen they've been practicing the Leona as well. The Lulu is really strong. Like, the support wheelhouse for Camcom is very, very strong.
Yeah, and we'll see what the Guardians are going to respond with here. Maybe they want to give Cam at least a little bit of, a little bit of time to think about the pick that they want to grab up here. But it's going to be Samira Leona. Hyper aggressiveness coming in for the Guardians. A big change up from what we've seen before.
They are slamming their you-know-what's on the table and saying, you know what? No more passive laning, no more scaling. We're going to take the fight to you. This is the most aggressive lane we could pick. Leona, Samira, we're going to smash mouth. We're going to slam you in your face. We're going to put your faces in the dirt, give you swirlies, and Unicorns end up taking the Renata here. Really nice into Leona. The handshakes have been on point. Really, the Guardians going to need to wash their hands after this series.
Oh, boy. It's a crazy draft from both sides here. Renata, Jin, great lane dominance, great range as well. But Leona, Samira, their kill pressure is insane. But the Bailout and the Handshake are just such Leona, counters. It's so hard to deal with them. But the Gragas, once again, going to be locked in for Boopy.
What do Guardians take? Do they take the Aatrox into this? Marshall had some decent flanks. He had some decent kills. He was able to take a kill out in the 2v1s, right? Was able to definitely play this into Gragas. Or does he have a different pick in mind? Does he have something else stored? Or will they take their jungler here? Will they give Stunna something to work with? Because I feel like if they don't, the Mordekaiser, nice and strong. Unicorns might ban out the Diana, though, here. I don't think they want to give that to Stunna once again. So I'm fully expecting Diana Kindred bans here.
I could be Diana Kindred. I think both those bans are very solid, but they are going to take away the Silas from JDK, but the Xin Zhao also banned away in response. So they are pinching some pools here. Mid lane going down a little bit, but a lot of junglers are off the table. And again, they're not picking their junglers phase 1 once more.
It's very odd to me to even try to pinch JDK's mid pull. I mean, he is very dominant on the Silas, don't get me wrong, but this guy has played the Yasuo, he's played the Irelia, he's played the Swain this series. He's played so many different champions this series. He might even end up picking a 5th unique champion here. Yasuo getting taken away. Guardians saying, nope, I don't want that again. Guardians, I'm not mad if they take the Corki pick. I think Corki is super smart. I think build it a little bit differently. Take the Ludens into Titanic. Clearly, we're lacking out on the damage, but the Azir being taken away for the Unicorns here, the Azir taken down. So now, what do the Guardians take? Do they rotate their top laner? Do they rotate their jungler? Do they lock their mid? Like, I don't know what they try to give here. I would just rotate the best jungler you have right now. Diana, Kindred, something like that. It's not banned at the moment.
And they did pinch a few jungle picks out, but none of Stunna's big picks have been taken off the table. But they are going to grab Zeri mid. They are
Zeri mid.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Is that AP Zeri mid? Like, that has to be, right?
It has to be AP Zeri mid.
AP Zeri mid. Oh, they answer with
Oh!
Kindred Galio? Oh, that's
wow.
That's a nice composition. I'm liking that, right? You've got the consistent DPS coming out from Kindred. You've got the burst from Jin and Galio. Obviously, Boopy on this Gragas is going to build full AP, so he's going to be able to burst you out. They are just looking to split this composition up right now. And Guardians, what are you locking as your jungler? What is your pick? Stunna, what do you take into this game 5? What do you take to put
What is your
on
X factor?
back? I gotta see. You've saved it for last. I want to see what you have. Is it a Fiddle? Is it an Eve? Is it a Hecarim? A Graves? Tell me what it is. Don't tell me it's a support. Don't tell me it's a Trundle, an Ivern. Don't give me something like that. I want to see Stunna on a playmaking champion.
It's the Graves! Oh my. It's the Graves, baby. Gravy is here. He's looking to try and win this one right here, right now. Stunna again on the 80 carry style jungler. Will they be able to pop off here in this last game? Game 5.
Game 5 here. Braves on Stunna on the farming jungler, similar to Kindred. Doesn't have to play around marks, so has a lot more freedom to gank, has a lot more freedom to execute. Graves has been kind of weak though this patch. This patch, because of the durability changes and kind of his burst has been lowered, right? You used to build him more like a lethality champion. Is Stunna gonna go for the more 80 carry, kind of in your face, kind of brawly, skirmishy Graves, or he's gonna go for the full lethality into the Kindred, into the Renata, into the Jhin, into the Gragas? You know, the Gragas that builds full AP, by the way, can get a lot of value with the Eclipse into, potentially Collector, Ghostblade. You can also go the item, the lethality item that takes the wards out. I'm so sorry.
Glaive.
Umbral Glaive. You can rush Umbral Glaive and get a lot of vision control. There's a lot of different ways you can build this Graves, and Stunna, I know it's going to be a treat for Stunna.
And I mean, all things considered, though, there's a lot of ways this Graves can play this one out. He could go for that full burst, or he could go for that fighter style, Gore Drinker, Black Cleaver, that big tank Graves that we've seen quite a bit. And it's a little bit difficult to play that one out, considering the range that they have with Renata, Kindred, Jhin. But, I mean, the Guardians comp wants to scrap. They want to go in. They want to look for big plays. They want to go for that wombo combo. And getting into the thick of it, I think the Gore Drinker build provides a lot of value.
Yeah, that Gore Drinker, tanky Graves, right? He goes into specs into the resolve tree in the second tree, right? So he can get the enhanced conditioning, he can get the increased health if he wants. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. You I thought, Marshall, you guys can't see it. The client draft was showing that Marshall was going to lock in the Graves top. But he ended up locking the Mordekaiser. Mooch is going, or Stunna, onto the Graves here for the jungle. Standard picks across the board for the Unicorns. You guys know where every single champion is going. Goopy on the Gragas, Kindred for the Masked Hydra, JDK as well. And Masked Hydra throwing the gauntlet down. So you know what? I'm going to beat you, Stunna, on your best champion. I'm going to take it away from you, and I'm going to perform better than you. That's literally what the Unicorns are doing. The amount of mental damage this will take onto Stunna could be catastrophic. For the Guardians as well. The banter chat might be going ham. But that is a Zeri mid. We were right. Really interesting pick for Chitin. I don't know if he's actually even played it that much this week, or even
see
in his series or anything like that, but he's going to bust it out, and this is one of those picks you don't have a lot of matchup familiarity with. I don't think JDK has played a lot against a Zeri mid, so might be rough. The trading pattern might be rough. You got to max, I believe it's their W, right? The one that does the
I believe it's W?
Blast.
I believe it's W. I'm not too certain.
The massive laser blast. It essentially works. It works akin to AP Kai'Sa. It's not as toxic, I would say, or as damaging because it's not as far range. But if you get hit by it, it just hurts like
also, that big shock auto does so much damage as well because of the AP scaling. It does percent health damage based on your AP. So the more you have, the more you hurt. Ooh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun. But this is a little bit of a pivot here from the Unicorns. If you're taking a look at every single other draft that they've made so far, it's been JDK on a carry. Someone who can pop off here. This time, though, they've opted to put him on more of a supportive role. This Galio is not known to 1v9. Is very supportive, is very reactionary as well, but can also play quite aggressive if he goes the Predator, can look for roams here. And, I mean, their bot lane should have prio. When Jhin and Renata definitely have that range advantage, they will be able to push, but they can't always reactionary ultimate, use that hero's entrance to buy space because Samira and Leona are so short-ranged.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Like putting your best player, arguably your best performing player, on something like the Galio, unless he completely thinks he can gap him because of the absolute skill difference coming out from JDK and Chitin. Like, you're putting your chips into Masked Hydra, which is, it's not a bad bag, don't get me wrong. But JDK, who has been performing exceptionally well, had one bad mistake last game, and now he's put on Galio duty. I don't know. I don't agree. I don't know if Masked Hydra can out-jungle Stunna, especially when Stunna knows the Kindred champion inside and out, right? It's one of his main champs. He knows the weaknesses, he knows how to play around it. It is a lot of head scratches. And like you said, there's not a clear go button for Unicorn, right? Is it Renata ult? Is it Gragas Flash E into Galio ultimate? Like, how do they engage when Unicorns have been so good on finding the engage, finding that go button and hitting it? Now you look on the side of the Guardians, they have a Leona, they have a Mordekaiser, right? They know how to start fights off. They have multiple avenues. They essentially running a triple AD carry composition, but in reality, Zeri's more of an AP caster with this build. So the double AD carry composition, the brawly AD carries coming out for Guardians here, less hard carry, more skirmishy. I mean, the comps have switched drastically.
Mm-hmm. It's usually been the Unicorns who take these pedal to the metal kind of compositions here, but this time they've taken that very scaly route, you know. They have the Kindred, they have the Galio Gragas who can play these peel bots, and Renata also a super strong support because of that bailout. It buys so much time. And one thing though, the entirety of that composition coming in from the Guardians, they have to walk forward. They have to go forward, and that means they're walking straight forward into a hostile takeover. Every single one of them is 500 range. It's so hard to deal damage. They have to walk through a Jhin. They have to walk through a Gragas. They have to walk through a Renata. It's going to, like, if they can get their key engage off, yes, it looks great. But how difficult is that with these champions they're playing against?
It is. I mean, Camcom is no slouch on the Renata.
Exactly.
Right? And
it's scary. So
scary. Have been on point. The hostile takeovers, hit or miss, but more hit recently, right? I mean, getting some nice 2-3-man hostile takeovers, and like you said, short range champions. I mean, this Graves might accidentally one tap the Zeri, right? Like, it might happen.
It could have definitely happened.
Yeah, Samira could just like one tap the Zeri. You never know. And when all that's happening, you have a Galio breathing down your neck. You've got a Gragas breathing down your neck, all wanting to engage. Don't know if Galio is going to end up going Predator here. There were some nerfs,
Aftershock.
I believe that. Yeah, you could go Aftershock. You have a lot of value with Unsealed Spellbook. Like, there's a bunch of different kind of rune choices you could make. Going to be interesting to see what JDK personally believes. If he's going for that more supportive style, he might end up just, blinding or defaulting to Predator and really looking to roam with this Kindred and get her stacks off, right? That's the idea behind this Kindred pick, in my opinion, with the Galio. You roam together, you mark top lane, you kill him. You roam together, mark bot lane, kill them, right? You get these stacks early, and you just look to snowball this Kindred out absurdly out of control.
Definitely, and we'll snowball over to a quick break as we get things rolling here for game number 5 of the night. Roll the Silver Scrapes. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Final game of the night. No matter what happens, one of these teams is taking home the trophy. And we see another stack coming forward versus the 5 stack. So it is just going to be a normal start here for both sides.
Surely,
Surely
surely
nothing happens.
Surely the unicorns do not just walk into another 5 stack, especially no Leona Samira Graves.
Surely not,
And
right? Surely not.
surely now they're gonna go with the 5-point defense. They're actually gonna go for the invade here. Gragas is gonna
Late
spot this out
invade,
though.
50 seconds. Oh, yay, first strike value, baby. That's money.
Oh, that's money. That's money in the bank right now. They get the wards down here. Jin is going to answer here. Juanito is going to get the ward onto the blue buff, and they also get a ward onto the red buff. So wards on both buffs. Definitely going to be able to track Stunna here with the Graves, and that's a Dark Harvest Grave, right? Specifically.
That's
Dark
lethality.
Harvest, that's lethality. That indicates to me that man's going lethality. He wants to kill. He wants to go for the venomous strike on this Graves right now. And Chitin taking the first strike as well, so nothing out of the ordinary. Boopy has swapped from first strike to phase rush constantly, but I think he feels like he's going to get more value with the first strike, especially into Marshall's Marshall's Mordekaiser here, who has opted in to not take TP. Instead, takes the Flash Ghost, and the TP was what won the game for them last game, right? Marshall's TP was what won the game, so very interesting choice for them. 2 TPs to 1 Unicorns versus Guardians at the moment.
Definitely interesting to see that they make this decision here. I do think that the TP had a very high value last game, right? Being able to be at those fights without having to walk, right? That's exactly why JDK was not able to join the fight. No TP versus someone with TP. So double TPs this time going to feel really nice.
Yeah, not going to have as much pushing power though, right? Obviously, Galio and Gragas don't push as fast. Oh, the nice little invade coming out from Kindred here. Stunna doesn't know at all right now.
No clue, no clue. Trying to get that Gromp. The Smite's not there. They both miss, but the taunt lands. They're trying to find Mooch first. They are going to grab that first blood. Flash over will do it. Flash, one more auto will do it. First blood. Triumph going to give the HP. Chitin trying to kite away, trying to deal the damage, but it's going to be a flash forward. Chitin going to be able to walk away. JDK might have the damage. One auto will do it. The slam dunk finds the kill. And in goes Dog Marshall onto the top side. Level 3 have been hit for both of these top laners here, but Boopy is going to be struggling here. Conqueror is going to be proc very soon for the Mordekaiser. Passive is up as well. Has that shield, the Indestructible. Will buy him some space if he really needs to, but Boopy so far winning out on these trades.
He might go for the solo kill here, right? There is a big angle. Ooh, Foot Stomper. Goes for the Leona onto this, and JDK up a kill. Masked Hydra up a kill as well. They have had Stunna's number in this early game so far, this whole series.
Yep, and double buffs over to the Galio first strike, providing a lot of value here for this Gragas, and they are looking for the play once again. Mooch has no flash, cannot get over the wall, going to be taunted up. Who are they going to gift the kill over to? It's going to be Cam who yoinks that kill.
Ooh, Stunna gets another kill. Gets straight back to the fountain, and they're gonna give over the first Kindred stack right now over to her. Now she's at
they're going in. Do they have the taunt available? They're going in on to Stunna. They find a lot of damage there. There's Ultra Shock Laser doing a lot of damage here. They take down Masked Hydra first. JDK might be next on the menu. They have the bailout. The bailout is not there. They don't have it just yet. And it's a disaster for the Unicorns as they're running for the hills. Conqueror has been stacked. Style points are there. The move speed forces the Flash away. And Juanito Soul has to watch as the support flashes out to safety.
Wait a minute. Masked Hydra throwing the little lead that he had, greeting for that Gromp, the stack, and now it gets turned completely on its head. 2-1 for the Zeri, who's going, I believe she's still going AP. She does build Manamune.
Yep.
Into, I believe,
Luden, Flash finds the Capcom. They may be dead to rights here. No Flash available. Who's going to grab that kill? It's going to be gifted over to Muchai. Maybe one more shot would do it, but no, they cannot find it. The bailout's not there in time, and Juanito has to run for the hills, trying to get out to safety. Under the tower, Footstopper takes up one more tower shot. Flash forward. One more auto will do it, and no, the minions aren't there. Deadly Flourish goes wide, and he's going to be able to walk out. Juanito has to just desperately watch as the kill walks away.
Oh no, disaster. The Unicorns are buckling right now. Uh-oh,
oh,
Mooch is back
no,
there.
Mooch is looking for Juanito. No flash. Has the exhaust. Muchai is trying for the kill. One more auto. They have no flashes, but no, it does not matter. Muchai grabs the kill.
Uh-oh, 5-3. This is an early game lead from the Guardians here.
Did Kindred not get the mark?
Did Kindred not get the mark?
I don't think Kindred got the mark.
No, Kindred didn't even get the mark onto the Raptors. Titan
Oh.
going to Massive with the W, steals it away. Masked Hydra walking away, sulking back to his own jungle. No stacks for you, no kills for you. Masked Hydra on this Kindred, looking lackluster.
So can we talk about how that thing did like 500 damage?
Oh yeah, I mean that's just Zeri, right? Maxing W, very healthy game state right now. Yeah, it does 228 damage at the moment. Slows the
And then it
first enemy
crits.
hit. Yep,
If it's through a wall, yep, that's really fun.
that's 500 damage flat. Crits it
Yep.
through the wall, like you
Oh,
said.
there it is. The Death Worm has been used. Dog Marshall just walking down Boopy. Flash away from that isolated Decimate. Can he get out to safety? No explosive cask. The shield just does too much. And trying to run for the hills. Woo, will he be able to make it out? The flash follow is not there. And Marshall is going to force the chunk and TP back.
Marshall's gonna force the TP back. He also has to get the back timing though, so that they can match. Mass Hydra.
Oh,
And
oh no!
Stunna.
Gets the Gromp there and doing some decent damage there onto Hydra, but knows that Chitin is on the way. Ultra Shock Laser not going to find anything. Camcom may have just trolled a little bit, but it does not matter as Stunna is going to go down.
That was greedy. That was such a greedy back. You could have gone.
Why
to
are
your
you
turret.
basing there? That's so unlucky. Or not unlucky, that's
Especially-
just not a great decision.
No, that is not a good decision at all. Misses the smite, and Mass Hydra had the Noon Quiver, and he had it originally. Graves did not have that serrated Dirk, so he was fighting with pretty much a long sword, and that's it. And that's kind of why Stunna lost that fight so horrendously. Really just, I don't like that back at all, Stunna. That was just a really bad play from you. You could have been safe, and now I believe Kindred is at 2 stacks now because he picked up the Gromp. Has marked Graves as well, so definitely look for more engages and invades. And JDK and Mass Hydra have been joined to the hip when bullying my man Stunna.
Yep. They have to be. They have to try and get rid of Stunna, who has been, really strong on these carries. They are going to try and grab up this, or Rift Scuttler, sorry, and get that one up as soon as possible. Get another mark into this Kindred, trying to get to that 4 point very, very fast. Already at 2. If they can get this one, they're already 1 mark away from hitting that first range upgrade.
Yep, and he's looking like he's going to get the range upgrade for Kindred here. Yep, going to pick it up at 3, like you said, that 4. 4 is that crucial march, and then every 3 after that just makes this champion more and more OP. Getting 4 super early transforms her into such a much better skirmishing champion. The damage, the attack range, like you said, it just becomes super hard to fight early game. And on track right now, let's see where the next mark spawns. Definitely there's going to be a fight for that.
Yep, that is very ideal. Or they could look for a pick onto a champ, maybe get that rolling. But Footstomper making the roam towards that mid lane. Not much going to be found off of that, though.
Going to be finding much here. The game has settled down a little bit. 1.5k gold lead for the Guardians here. A lot of that is on to, I believe, the Samira here. So Muchai is holding about 15. Yeah, Muchai is actually holding all of that gold lead at the moment.
Muchai is having a great game for themselves, right? Masked Hydra is slightly behind in that respect here, but
yeah, look at
holy
the gold grab.
cow.
Yeah, Muchai's at 3.8k. Chitin's at 3.4. And you look at Juanito, he's at the bottom of the barrel as an ADC, unfortunately. So he's not going to have as much of a good time as he had. Who has been also having a very good series as well.
Wait, this could be a solo bolo here. No flash available. Death Realm has been used. Conqueror has not been proc just yet. Boopy just trying to kite this one out. One more ability will do it. No indestructible available. The channeling comes forward, trying to find anything, but the shield is up in time. The body slam, one more cask. Can he find it in time? No, it's just going to be both of them was walking away. Flash away, though.
Both of them walk it out, and Camcom, Footstomper is here, but Mass Hydra's also
Look
here.
at that massive wave. Oh, wait, Footstomper's going to get caught. They find Footstomper. Handshake is going to be used. Not going to be used. The second cast, though. Looking for the Deadly Flourish going to land. Ignite is down. They're trying to find Footstomper. The slow is there. The flash away. Flash forward from the Kindred. Going to try and find something, but the wind wall blocks so much damage here. Juanito finds that snipe, but at the same time, it's a kill up at the top side. Grog is taken down by Stunna.
Yeah, and the bot lane turret is going to get seized upon right now. 3 members strong, so every champion that's there, I believe the turret defenses go up, so they need to kind of back out as they are going to trade essentially a 1-for-1, and the Guardians are going to be able to get the Rift Herald in the top lane. Chitin's going to get a little... Oh my god, that W. Chitin's going to get a plate for himself. That is disgusting, by the way.
Oh, Muchi is forced to flash away. And what? That's on a Galio.
I said it wasn't as toxic as the Kaisa W,
Pretty close.
Honestly, I may have lied there. That looks pretty disgusting, especially without the
It's cool,
mana pool. I can't imagine the blue buff. I believe if you max it, the
7
cooldown is 7
seconds.
seconds. That's not that bad. That is not that bad. A little bit more CDR, you can get that down to 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, that big freaking laser gun is coming at you. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, have fun. It's really fun and interactive gameplay there.
Neutralizing
so many
JDK
walls.
as well.
There's that mark,
Yes.
though, on the Raptors, and, Hydra knows you can't go for that one.
No, he can't. JDK's gone. He's now nowhere near that mark, so he can't even support him for this fight. So Stunna is going to pick this up for the free right now, and Masked Hydra has been stuck on the 3 marks for about 3 minutes now. I believe he picked up his 3rd mark at the 8-minute mark, so Stunna really looking to keep those marks away from him, keep it as much as possible. Eventually, Hydra will get that mark, whether it's due to a team fight, a skirmish. If someone gets marked properly, he will get it, right? Samira is his mark at the moment. And you look at the player gold graph once again, Chitin and Moochai running the gambit right now. Everybody actually on the Guardians, the 380 carries, air quotes I put in, 80 carries are running. And now Stunna is going to get
Deadly First is going to land. They're going forward, trying to find Stunna. Flash away. Will they look for the follow-up? No, they will not. They will grab this dragon here in just a little bit. 5 seconds on that one.
My man Stunna is going through the ringer right now. He is getting beat, battered, bullied, and he goes for the Umbral Glaive Rush, like you said, and Mooch. Stunna,
The dash
you got
away.
flashed, brother.
The taunt forces them back, and they buy the space, and they buy themselves the dragon. 2 up already.
Yeah, this is the issue. How does the Guardians team get into these fights without Footstomper leading the way, right? He's not tanky enough. He is not a full tank. He's half a tank. He's half a bruiser. Like, he's not beefy enough. Right, so what do they do? They have to wait on Dog Marshall to eventually get into these fights. Rushing the Rileys into potentially the Demonic Embrace here. Really strong build, really strong team fight build. Allowed to get all that AoE slow off and AoE damage off. So gotta see how these team fights turn out. 2 dragons, like you said, for the Unicorns. 1 Rift Herald for the Guardians. And we're sitting on a mountain dragon.
Forces the flash away from Renito's soul. They could look for the Zenith Blade follow. Not going to do so, though. That's 300 damage to a Galio. Yep. That's a lot of work here, but Masked Hydra looking for something here. Not going to find too much, though.
Not going to find much at all here. Chitin just looking, having a stellar performance, right? Probably his best game of this series right now, really on this Zeri. Potentially a broken champion. Look how he uses that W against the wall. Able to crit, pretty much automatically crits. The range gets extended, I believe. So it is pretty disgusting. Oh, Marshall, maybe just killed here. Masked Hydra going to get pulled into the death realm, though. The mark will find the damage, though. One more will do it. Dodges away, but it does not matter. Shutdown goes over, and they are going to use this Rift Herald on the bot side, zoning away Cam and Juanito, getting more gold. They will be able to get the full tower here. Oh, and if I'm Kindred here, I go for the mark on the Raptor side. You saw 3 bottom. Doesn't go for the
Kindred
mark.
went for the base here. JDK is waiting in the wings. They might overextend a little bit here. They are going. Footstomper lands the Zenith Blade, but they may have just sent themselves to death. The hostile takeover lands only onto 1. Footstomper trying to find something, trying to get out to safety, and will be able to do so. Stunna has arrived on the scene as well, but Masked Hydra just arrived as well. They're looking for something here. It is going to be a 4v3. Curtain Call going to be used, looking for the slows. But Chitin has arrived on the scene. The W lands, that's 500 damage. Half the HP is down. Hostile takeover is too late. And Chitin is doing so much damage, but Samira's taken down as well. Lamb's Respite buying the space, buying the time. Chitin is trying to kite away, but Shutdown goes through, flashes out of the healing, flashes into the auto, and Footstomper's forced to run for the hills.
The classic Guardians overstay into the lose team fight, into swing the gold lead, slowly back in the favor of the Unicorns. Unicorns play that fight really well. That 1 W, though, from Chitin onto Jin, took him down to half health. He just needed to get off a couple more maybe in that team fight, and they win. Unfortunately, Guardians throw that team fight, they engage. They got the 2nd Herald off. They got the charge. That's all they really needed. Overcommitting once again. That was a rough fight for them.
That was not the ideal fight for the Guardians. They overextend the Zenith Blade. They commit for it, but they extend too far forward.
Masked Hydra picking up his own Raptors. The Raptor mark is still there for Stunna's jungle on the
4
top
marks,
side there.
though. Has picked it up after a few minutes, though. At least has that first range upgrade.
Has the range upgrade. Gonna look to keep stacking those marks, like you said. Every 3 now, moving forward, is gonna empower.
Going forward. Gonna land the taunt. Not gonna find too much off of that one, though. Not too much happening in the ways of everything as of now. Just going to be a little bit of a lull state. The next Rift Herald spawning up here in just under a minute. Scuttle on the map as well. Mark going to be claimed up here by Stunna for the next little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're really not going to see the next team fight until this Mountain Dragon, and I think Guardians have kind of been purposely giving these dragons away. They're more than willing to scale up with the Zeri. Let her get to that 2-item power spike. Let her get to that disgusting W damage and maybe contest the 4th. They are in the lead, though, so I think they have a chance of contesting the 3rd and making the Unicorns pay with blood and money if they want to get this dragon here.
Definitely. I mean, that Ultra Shock Laser can just buy so much space, right? It forces them all to walk away from that one wall, and walking through these corridors against that is going to feel really bad, and the Mountain Soul only helps that out. Look at the Mountain Rift. Look at these extra little things placed that Zeri can just shoot that laser onto.
Yeah, kind of a real lucky soul for the Guardians. We haven't gotten a Mountain Soul this game, or the series, sorry, I believe. It's the first one of the series, so really lucky. As you're playing, like you said, the Zeri mid lane, you have all these little extra nooks and crannies that you can fire your W from. Everybody's here for the dragon, though, except for Boopy, who has the TP. Gonna look to push the lane in and TP behind them, most likely.
Yep. They are going to deal some decent damage here. Going to land that one auto onto Dog Marshall as a warning. Not going to mean all that much, though. Chitin should be poking here. It's going to be a little late. Teleport going to be used.
All right. They can use that middle dragon barrier as well to kite right in directly. Let's see how Chitin utilizes this Zeri W.
It's going to be started up here. Chitin has the W available. Ultra Shock Laser not going to find anything with that first one. Curtain Call going to be used to buy some space, buy some time. Can they look for the damage? They find a taunt onto Thu. They're looking for a little bit more onto the backside. Goes Doc Marshall, but there it is. That taunt goes forward onto the backline. He's trying to save his team. JDK is doing as much as they can, but there it is. That hostile takeover is doing a lot. Into the Lamb's Respite they go, trying to keep Doc Marshall alive. Footstomper goes in as well, but they're going to find one. They find a little bit more. Footstomper into the backline. They're going to have to try and find Muchai, and they do. Chitin trying to deal the damage. Ultra Shock Laser finds one a little bit more. Capcom is the only one who can actually stay forward. Muchi, oh my goodness, he flashes into his death. He flashed to the auto, flashed to the Q, Bonito's soul flashed to his doom. And they're gonna grab the dragon up as well.
Oh man, is Juanito getting paid here too? Flashing into the auto, tries to save Capcom's life, does it in the end. But now they lose the dragon, they lose 4 of their members. Guardians end up taking the fight and the dragon, and Mountain Soul stacking those 4 for the Guardians is gonna be disastrous for the Unicorns.
Oh, the Unicorns, they are on the back foot. They are down 2K, but they scale really well. But the Zeri is being a nuisance. You saw how much damage Cam took with one laser. It's just so insane.
It's crazy, and the amount of lasers that had to hit, it was really like 3 from Chitin that did a lot of damage, right? The more, I mean, he has the Ludens now as well, and the fully stacked Manamune. These lasers are going to hurt a lot harder than they did last fight, right? The next item for this Zeri is going to be very crucial, depending if they end up being defensive, if they're going for the magic pen, right, or if they go for something else. Yeah, that's going to clear a wave instantly.
Uh-oh. Juanito's soul not going to be hit by the solar flare. The slow is there, but the Zenith Blade is going to be land, going to go true, and Chitin takes that one with that burst coming through from the ultimate.
Juanito just not able to do anything. No flash, no problem as the Guardians take that kill, and they're going to take the second Herald right now. Potentially, they have 30 seconds right now. Can they take
30 seconds to grab that one up as well? The teleport is coming through for the Galio. They have no Hero's Entrance just yet. They are going to back away here, but it is the 4-man rotation. They may just look to try and turn and burn this one. It is going to reset, though. They might not have enough time to grab it. Footstomper is trying to buy some space. Predator is down. That's a lot of damage. This Gragas is popping off, but they're getting rotated on. They're getting on collapse. They have to either commit or run for the hills. The Zeri just does so much damage. The laser over the wall, but the hostile takeover is buying the space. It's buying time. One more laser may find one. Forces the flash out of JDK. Zeri into the backline. No lightning crash available. Is trying to find that damage, but the hero's entrance onto the Galio. Chitin may be taken down. One more auto would have done it, but they cannot do it. The anti-synergy comes through. Cam gonna pull them away from that last shot. The laser not gonna land true. JDK trying to get out to safety. Mooch on the back end as well. Stunna has that. Oh my goodness, the shot is going to find it, but the laser does not even matter. Does not even matter. The bailout is not enough to bail this Jin out of this game as he's taken down.
Titan with the massive Zeri poke. I told you, Salt, the Ludens plus Manamune, and these lasers are going to hit a lot harder right now. Calling down the Spartan laser from God of War right now, or sorry, Gears of War, and just
That is Halo.
raining. Halo?
Wrong
Oh
game.
my
It's
God.
from Halo. The Spartan laser.
I'm old, man. I'm old. I don't remember, dude. My memory's getting hazy. My meds don't work like they used to here, but all I know is that Chitin is popping off.
I think that, yeah, this is Chitin's best performance, like you said. Popping off your 6-2-5. Having the game of their life.
I gotta see the damage charts at the end of this game. Win or lose, I need to see the Zeri damage charts. It's gonna be absurd.
It is going to be absurd. 600 damage from a 5-second ability. That's so insane.
Is it 600 plus the Ludens proc, right? That's gonna add
Plus
an
the
extra
Ludens proc.
117 plus.
Yeah, it's 800
Plus-
base,
Yeah.
or 400 base multiplied by 2 because of the crit.
And
Oh
then
my goodness.
Muramana plus Ludens, that's nearly 1,000 there off of each W. Like
That's
that is
so insane. Plus the
that
proc
is
from Hextech
absurd.
Alternator.
Yeah, what is it? Is he gonna build that?
Wait, what?
into-
Oh my
Oh.
goodness, Juanito forced to walk away. Solar Flare not going to find anything though.
Juanito has not been allowed to play the game. Just as much as Stunna has not been allowed to play the game this series, right? Juanito, specifically in Game 5, every single chance that Foot Stomper has gotten, he's ulted or flashed onto this man, literally not giving him any space. And now the QSS has been built for Boopy and Mass Hydra. So Dog Marshall having less targets to ulti, having less targets to really occupy their time. Mass Hydra was a big carry, is still a big carry on this Kindred for the Unicorns here, and if he's not preoccupied in the Mordekaiser ult, they could potentially win a 5v5 here. Gonna see who Mordekaiser looks to end up ulting eventually. I'm thinking it's gonna be either Juanito or Galio. Probably more value if you take the Galio out of the picture. Doesn't provide that much space, doesn't have the stun, allows Stunna and Chitin to really move freely around in these team fights, especially also for Muchai on this Samira, who's been quiet but has had 11 KP so far and been farming really well. Though I don't necessarily. I mean, Collector's fine, I guess. There is no real armor coming out from much of the Unicorns team. Dragon is up in 14 seconds, though, Salt.
We do see Muchai preparing for something. Foot Stompers there as well. We're waiting for Chitin to arrive. Ultra Shock Laser going to do a lot of damage here over this wall, but they're looking to instantly take him down. JDK forced to use that Zonia super early into this fight. Hostile takeover finds 3 over the wall. They may have the damage. They cannot. They do find the Graves. He's taken down first. Footstomper into the back line, but instantly taken down. Lamb's Respite is not there in time. Footstomper trying to run away. Muchai dealing as much damage as possible. The flash forward. What is that going to do? The laser finds nothing. Muchai is going to be taken down. And into the backline he goes, into the backline he disappears, and Chitin maybe next on the menu. Cannot find that next laser. The damage is there. Footstopper trying to find something here, but it's going to be a full ace in exchange for 1, and they get the Dragon as well. Soul point for the Unicorns.
And Chitin mistimes the W onto JDK, right? JDK gets caught out, but doesn't get killed by the W. Is able to stall out, ults out with the Zonya as well, as so just couldn't time it.
Cannon!
Ooh, the cannon, unfortunate, unlucky, but they're still able to close at least this mid lane turret out of the picture. Let's see how many stacks. I believe she's at 6 stacks now, so 1 more stack, and this Kindred gets powered up again at the 7 stack mark here for Kindred. So really going to be looking to push the envelope, and Masked Hydra doing his best Stunna impression, trying to carry on this Kindred.
Trying, and they do grab themselves up a tower. They've gotten themselves some decent gold here. It is a 300 barrier separating the two of them. They've evened up this game after that play.
Yeah, and you saw that hostile takeover as well. Mooch nearly 2-shot Marshall here. Marshall was half health before he even got to land an ability on an enemy team member. Stunna, completely just took half of Marshall's health bar away. So, like you said, those hostile takeovers, the later this game goes, it's 1.57 seconds now. I believe it ranks up to 2.25 seconds at rank 16 if we get that late. Or rank 3 ultimate level 16. So Cam gonna have to be on point with these takeovers. Really having to catch out either Muchai or Stunna here. Really looking to turn these engages on their head. Even gold at 25 minutes, 45-45 apiece. This next team fight could either determine Dragon Soul or Baron.
Oh my word, this game is very, very close. And it's getting scary for either side here. One lost team fight can control the pace of this game. Baron is up, Dragon up in 3 minutes. Soul point for the Unicorns here. Oh,
Whole point is up in about 3 minutes, like you said. Unicorns, really good job of stacking those early dragons. They did lose one, unfortunately, but I don't think the Guardians can go for another of those bush plays. That's not what their comp really wants to do. They want to poke with the Zeri and then find the low target, ult that person with the Leona, and then dive on in with the Graves and the Samira, right? With those big ultimates, with those huge bursty ultimates, and just kill somebody out immediately before the fight starts. Marshall's job is to zone somebody out, either Juanito or JDK. Those two individuals have not bought QSS. The Ghost is in hand as well, so we can definitely catch up to them.
mm-hmm. And we see Boopy doing less and less damage. Sunfire Aegis has been finished here for Marshall. Getting stronger and stronger. Very, very tanky. Very, very hard to deal with at this point in the game.
Very difficult to deal with, unfortunately. Right now, we've kind of hit that lull state, though. 47 apiece. Gold has stayed pretty even. Stunna having a fine game here. Probably one of his better ones this series compared. I mean, he had the Diana game, which is really nice, but he was looking for Miracle Engages. This is the game where he kind of actually got to play, although Hydra and Camcom looking around for a pick here, potentially. Really, Hydra's at that 3-item mark, the 60% crit as well. He's going to hit like a truck right now.
Very much. That Infinity Edge is going to deal a lot of damage here. And not much going to happen for the next little bit here. Dragon up in a minute 30. They don't want to give up too much here. And Dog Marshall is trying to find some decent damage here onto Boopy. Going to get pulled back, though, by the Death Grasp. And the Ghost is going to be popped. Not going to use that ultimate. Is going to use it, but QSS is going to buy the space, buy the time. Explosive Cask into the backline. Trying to push him back, trying to run away for the hills. Has the flash available. Where is he going to flash to? Dodges away from the Solar Flare, but the Zenith Blade catches him out. Deadly Flourish going to go wide, but Boopy has no mana. But they are going to trade it for the Baron. They aren't actually going for it.
They're not confident. No,
they're not confident.
Pings were going out, but there just wasn't enough confidence, like you said. And the actual Rift Scuttle, the Rift Scuttler, Scuttle Crab, is in the favor of Unicorns here, so they're gonna have full vision onto it. A whole lot of ultimates used, but a whole lot of nothing in the end as Foot Stomper and Dog Marshall get out with their lives, along with Boopy, who's had a quiet game and has actually not built the Everfrost, has gone Night Harvester this round.
Looking to burst out the Zeri, burst out, you know, the Samira at the start of these fights here. I think that's the goal this time. Everfrost is more for that lockdown, but it's hard to walk through their team. They're so short range. Their damage is really insane if he gets in their face. So it's really hard for this Gragas to actually use the Everfrost effectively.
Yeah, and Dog Marshall going with the Sunfire build, right? Sunfire Cape into the Rylays, and I think now is finally building that Demonic Embrace 3rd item. Oh my.
Wow, that's a big chunk there. That's Zeri.
That's Zeri for you.
Outplayed, nerds.
Oh! Juanito!
843 damage.
Juanito's not allowed to play right now.
Nope.
One more kite and W.
563 or 593 onto Boopy. And that's Gragas with a bunch of HP. Innately tanky as well. These Ultra Shock lasers doing so much work here in this game.
Chitin, man, he's literally just fish in a barrel. Camcom down to half health. Oh,
from Boopy. Curtain call going to be used to try and find the back line. Leona's taken down first, but the Death Realm has been used. But Hostile Takeover is finding so much work here. Lamb's Respite is still available, not going to be used. They're trying to find Zeri. Flyers forward, and they take her down. And it's Glaze. It's an ace. Only the Galio goes down, and they grab up Soul, and they can run straight to the Baron.
They can run straight to the Baron. A Flash E coming out from Boopy. The man said, I'm tired of being poked. I'm tired of digging, Grandpa. Takes him down. 3-man stun. And the whole team of the Guardians collapses.
They got the poke down, but they just didn't have a way into the fight. Foot Stomper got caught out, got pushed way too far forward, had to try and engage, use the spells before they went down. And it just didn't matter. Didn't mean anything because the CC was not there on the right targets.
Nope, not at all. Unfortunate for the Guardians here. The gold has swung into the favor of the Unicorns. And this time around, the Guardians don't have a late game to fall back on. They don't have anything too crazy. It's Zeri, and that's it. It's only Zeri right now. Marshall on this Mordekaiser has not farmed up enough, is not have enough items at the moment, and Stunna is falling off. He built lethality, and as these individuals get more armor, they get more HP. The likes of Galio, right, building the Randuin's Omen third, the Gragas building the Zonya's third, right? They're just gonna get tankier and tankier, and I don't see a way Mooch or Stunna can chew through these health bars.
It's so difficult, and the Mountain Soul just makes that so much more difficult as well.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul especially. Luckily, it isn't an Ocean Soul. It is Mountain. You can whittle that away with these Chitin Ws. And Chitin right now, best performing member, trying his damnedest as the new sub, as the AP Zeri. But there is just too much healing, too much health on the side of Gragas to really mean anything.
Yeah, they're looking to try and catch up JDK. They have Stunna up in the wings as well. Death Realm is going to be used. No QSS available on this. Galio finds the Everfrost root, trying to survive as long as they can. Has no flash. The Taunt going to buy some space, buy some time, but the Death's Grasp going to find the pullback. They're fighting under the tower. Finds the Taunt. The Zonya's is there. The teleport is going to be used. They're summoning Gragas. Can they save this one? Going to find that body slam. Finds the damage. Explosive cast going to be Zonya's out. That Hourglass buying the time, buying the space, and he just TP'd to his doom. The QSS is going to be used, but it does not matter. They are going to trade it for the mid lane tower. They could grab the mid lane tier 3 as well.
They could get the mid lane tier 3. Backs are coming out. Graves is still pushing the top lane here. Oh my lord. Ooh, that's half health going down onto Capcom. No way to really heal that up other than using the redemption. Are they going to go for the chase? Stunna is pushing the top lane here.
Will should be able to. It's a Graves with full lethality. Should be able to break that tower super easily. Does so in just a few seconds. And they have to collapse. They have to try and do something here. Not going to find the laser. Going to get spotted out, though, on that ward.
Gonna get spotted out. Gonna back, and the goal is evened up completely. Objective bounties, thank you so much. As the Guardians say, they pick up the tier 2 in the top lane. They pick up 2 kills in JDK and Boopy. Boopy has no flash. He's gonna have it up in a little bit. Is he gonna be able to get another 3-man flash body slam into the members of the Guardians? One more like that, and I definitely believe the Unicorns will take this series.
Oh my goodness. Elder up in 245. Baron is down for the next 3. Whoever wins this next Elder fight gets the Baron.
Whoever wins this next Elder fight gets the Baron. I think whoever wins this Elder fight ends the game here, Salt. As Elder...
Oh wait, Moonshot might be caught! Force the flash away, going for it. The wind wall blocks a lot of damage, but it does not even matter. Mouse Hydra just taken down. Chitin's next on the menu. The Ultra Shock Laser going to go wide. Solar Flare used to Kite, and they at least buy some space, but they do lose their ADC. Oh! Ooh, that was so close.
Stunna with the lethality R, and they may look to push the inhibitor turret here.
Gonna take that one down.
They lost Muchai, who's been a key member. He's at 60% crit right now, and they don't have it.
Tower's gonna go down as well. They're trying to find one. Mooch gonna get rooted up there. They're looking for a little bit more. Taunt finds 2. Dog Marshal's gonna summon one into the Death Realm. It's Juanito's Soul, who's probably gonna be taken down as well. Sonya's buying so much time. He's gonna fall, but he buys the time. And Dog Marshall trying to fight this backline. Masked Hydra, Lamb's Respite gonna buy the space. Hero's Entrance gonna buy some time. The heal comes forward, but they are gonna find the Kindred first. They're trying to find the damage. JDK in the backline. Boopy is strong. Boopy is there, but he does not do enough. They're gonna turn the fight around. Cam is not strong enough. The handshake lands, but it does absolutely nothing. Ultra Shock Laser, not gonna find anything. That was not ideal, but that flash was interesting. Bailout, not gonna bail Cam out of anything, and they're gonna push.
This might be the end game. Death timer's at 40 seconds. Juanito Soul is the only one up.
Their wave is so small.
Push? Can this push? Can they push with this wave? Super Mutants are barreling down for the mid laners for Unicorns here. First tier 2 turret goes down in the mid lane. Juanito Soul is up in 8 seconds.
Pushing through supers.
They're pushing through the supers. They're tearing through these supers apart. Will they go for the
Cannon is the last vestige. Cannon is last alive. They are going to at least get the inhib. Juanito Soul should be able to do something here. Curtain Call going to be used to try and take down the minion. Try and buy some space, buy some damage. 49 seconds here on this Elder.
They need to reset. They're going to need to get damage. They need to get wards down onto this Elder Dragon. Dog Marshall picking off Juanito Soul here. Had to flash and goes for the R. And that's the fight. That was the fight where Boopy has the flash up. And if you look very, very closely onto the Guardian side, Salt, what do you see a striking lack of in summoner spells?
No flashes available here for the Guardians. This Boopy engage could be insanity. This is what's going to decide the game. If Boopy finds the angle, finds the play, they can win the game right off of that one. Elder's up here in 10 seconds, but they don't have the time. It's all on Chitin to try and get some poke down, but this Mountain Soul is going to buy so much health.
That's going to buy so much time. Can Chitin do it? Are they going to be able to just take this fight 5v5 raw? They're setting up. This is the game-ending fight.
The damage
my God!
already. Oh, they're just walking forward here. They don't really have any ways to answer this. Zeri, 800 damage consistently over and over and over again. Elder's going to be started here by the Guardians. They have the way in. 800 onto Gragas. He's going to be taken down. He's taking so much damage. Death Roll is available. They're trying to find the engage. They find 2 with the taunt. Find 3. Stunna has been caught out, but Boopy's down first. They're trying to find Dog Marshall. Gragas is dead. The engage is down. And Hydra is not going to be able to grab the dragon. Into the backline is Marshall. Heroes enters. Going to try and buy the space. Lamb's Respite is available, but they find JDK. He's going to be taken down, but hostile takeover buys 1. The Leona is dead. The Baron is up, but they're still running for the hills. Muchai, Chitin running after Juanito, running after Cam. They have no wave. The Super Minions are just pushing and pushing and pushing. Chitin may be able to find Juanito. That's not even remotely fair as Juanito's taken down. They're hitting the wave, but they have no minions of their own.
They have no minions. Turn your tails towards the Baron right now, Guardians. You don't have a wave to push. Do go to the Baron, take that off the table so the Unicorns can't take it. The Elder Dragon goes into the favor of the Guardians off of the Chitin poke. Simply that. Juanito and JDK are not allowed to play the game.
It's on Renata. It's on Hindred. They are here. They're up. They're up for this fight here, and they're getting shredded. Look at the health bars. They're very, very low. TP going to be used. Who is it? It's going to be Boopy in first. 2K on the Baron. They're going to grab that one up, but they traded for Muchai. Mooch is still alive. Stun is trying to find something. Cam not going to find the handshake. Chitin is trying to run away, trying to kite for the hills. Mooch going to go over the wall. Can they find at least a 1-for-1? Lamb's Respite going to be used. Stuck in there. Stuck in the prison. They are going to find 1. They are going to find 2. And Stunna just does so much damage. Chitin over the wall as well. Hostile takeover. Going to hit 1. It's going to hit the Zeri, but that does not even matter. JDK stuck in the golden statue form as he once again falls into petrified rubble. And they should just end the game right here, right now.
They will end the game. Baron in their back pockets. Dragon in their back pockets. Chitin and Stunna with a massive performance on the Zeri, on the Graves. You may beat them down, you may banter them in the chat, but the Guardians are everlasting. They are ever prevalent as they look to end the game here, Soul.
They're trying so hard. They have the Baron, they have the Supers Camcom tank, they have HP. The Solar Flare not going to land. They're looking for something. They're just going to grab these towers. Mooch goes forward, does the damage. Stunna's trying to look for a little bit more. Will he be taken down? One more auto will do it. The Deadly Flourish is going to go wide, but they're just hitting the Nexus, and the Guardians are your 2-time champions of the VRD. Oh my goodness. What a game. What a game.
I was so glad to cast with you. That was a game. That was neck and neck. Stunna putting on the carry pants. Give me the damage charts. Give me the damage charts. I want to see them. Big Tank, give me them now. Big Tank.
Thank you, League of Legends, for taking your sweet time here. Chitin, 40k damage. Most damage in the game, followed up by, not by Stunna, by Masked Hydra, and then by Stunna.
And then by Stunna, we're going to see the damage charts very shortly. Oh my lord, that damage coming out from Chitin, like you said, 40,000 off of that poke, busting out the Zeri mid, saying, you know what, it worked. It didn't work 3 times. Muchai, he said, Chitin said, Muchai, let me show you how to scratch it real quick. Picks up the Zeri, plays it in the mid lane, carries off of that back, and like you said, the Guardians are your VRD split champions here. The two-time 2001, 2000 Blockbuster champions of the year. Oh,
and we should have MVP poll available in just a second, and we will have your interviews rolling just as well. We'll be right back, and we'll be ready for your interviews with the Guardians.
Oh,
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, chat. We're now in here after the final game of this series, the final game of this split. We have the Guardians as our champions, back-to-back winners here, and we have an interview for you. So I'm gonna kick things off. Unfortunately, we don't have like player cams and everything like that, but you will be able to hear them. So we have the Guardians here. Now I'm gonna direct this question, I guess, to the team captain, and feel free anyone else to jump in after as well. But um, how does it feel to now have two victories under your belt? And as well, when you began at the beginning of week one, did you expect going into this competition to be the winners again?
Of course, I had a plan
talking.
going into the draft, and I drafted every single player that I wanted, and I knew overall we'd win.
Yeah, I mean, following up with that as well. Obviously, tonight there have been some changes in roster and things. I know throughout the, I think a couple weeks ago you had some changes as well. Did that affect your performance as a team? Or did you kind of just stay as a raw core? Because we were saying today, even when you had been shifting players, it did feel like you still had that same feeling, the same personality of the Guardians. And this is no attack responding here. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of went for the same playstyle, just swapped some people around. Um, I mean, I'm kind of like a fill player. I kind of play enchanters in all roles, so going to the top lane was a little bit different. Definitely a little bit on my playstyle. After game 3, I did get a bit of a headache, so I asked Marshall to sub in for me, and end up finishing out the series. But we had the same kind of playstyle going in to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you probably had to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest, just to give yourself time to, you know, prepare for this winner speech, I guess. Right, I will let Sol and Shibi take it away. I don't know if which one of you kind of wants to jump in first. I guess Shibi, clearing your throat there. Go for it.
Yeah. I gotta give Salt some time to rest, man. That guy has been
Yeah.
going crazy on the mic. Yeah, and this might be. Hopefully, you guys can kind of recant and recall this, but what kind of is the mentality, right? Slumping in kind of the last couple weeks of VRD, right? Everybody's looking down on you. Other teams like the Ducks, the Unicorns, they were looking really hot. I mean, how do you guys pull yourselves back up from kind of that ditch, right? If you lost 7 games in a row, then you end up kind of 3-0ing, I believe, the Unicorns in the winners finals. Then you go into a neck and neck series, game 5 in the grand finals. What is that mentality behind your team? How do you guys kind of come together as a squad and really just like how do you guys lean on each other? What was the mindset there? Anyone can answer. Doesn't matter who.
I think the last 2 weeks of regular season, we started to get a little bit lazy, doing less scouting, doing a little bit more trolling. People started to figure out that I can play only 2 champions in the mid lane, so they started banning those 2 champions. And I think going to playoffs, besides the subs, I just kind of stopped asking people what they wanted to play and more gave them suggestions to draft how I kind of wanted the team to play. It worked out for some of the games. Some of the games didn't work out, but yeah.
And anybody else on the Guardian or sorry, yeah, the Guardians want to answer that? I mean, Stunna, if you have anything to say, I know you played with a rotation of different players. How do you kind of just keep your game and keep your mentality through that 07 slump, through all the E subs, stuff like that?
I think personally for me, like whenever we went 0-7 or whatever, I was like kind of slumping, and I feel that we kind of like play around jungle a lot because a lot of us like are off role, like no tax off role playing mid and stuff like that. So I kind of felt like I was a reason for a lot of our losses, but I knew once playoffs started that it would be a different ball game.
Well played and well answered. I guess that came true. Salt, final question.
Alrighty. Blast from the past. Or not really the past, but like maybe a couple weeks ago. What team were you most looking to face here? Like, who did you expect to make it out of the losers bracket coming in? Unicorns or the Ducks? And which team were you more prepared for coming into this series?
Um, Honestly, I thought the Ducks were going to beat the Unicorns. I was watching their series, writing down notes, like planning the drafts, and then they ended up not winning, so it was all useless. But at least the Ducks got beat. That's all that matters.
Oof.
I think honestly, I think for me, I didn't think the Ducks would even win a game because it's kind of like one human with 4 wards. So I really didn't. I thought Unicorns would just sweep them, but I guess Sloth PhD had his backpack had an extra large backpack that day and took them to 5 games, but couldn't finish it in the end because his jungler ran it down.
Ouch.
Oof.
Yikes.
Ooh.
Oof.
Ooh.
Great
That
to hear.
hurts.
Yikes
That
indeed.
hurts.
Hey, truth hurts, you know.
That's true.
Oh,
That's
man.
true.
I mean, you can talk that talk. You walk the walk. So I mean, you
True.
get to definitely
I
2
mean, we
times
walked
now.
the walk and they got
It's not a
stuffed.
fluke.
So
It's not a fluke. It's not a fluke. You guys won 2 times. I
Guardians,
mean,
2 titles to the team name.
yeah.
I feel bad for the jungler, man. He's just kind of dog.
Oof.
Oof.
Sheesh.
Okay. Okay, Sai. Get us out of here
Should I
before
get us out
somebody
of here?
gets murdered.
Should I get
Before
us out of
somebody
here?
gets murdered.
Right. Well, thank you for the interview, Guardians. You are the Victoris Rival Draft winner for, I guess, the summer split. So, congratulations. Enjoy your prize money. Enjoy the trophy. I think there's a parade that we're planning as well, a cake or something.
Okay.
Congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of your evening, whatever's left of it. And yeah, we'll
You
jump back
too.
onto the desk.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Well, I think, are we jumping back to?
Yeah, let's
Should we-
let's
Hey,
roll.
yo, the jungler got a free trip to Brazil. What can I say? What can I say?
What?
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Be back in. Okay. Okay. Well, that was a lovely interview. One thing I would have loved to find out is if they're planning on playing in the next VRD. Would love to see a lot of
The
the players.
shivvy's done.
He's gonna keep going. I'm gonna get to you because I know he has his wombo combos. Yes, it would be so great. I think we had so much great competition over the course of this whole event, over the 8 weeks. So many great teams ended up showing up and showing out, and great players and everything. Really great to see a lot of those players coming back. And of course, chat, make sure that you're in the Victoris Discord. Make sure you're keeping in touch with the channel, following the channel on Twitter, on Twitch here, and just staying tuned. Maybe you want to compete one day. Maybe you want a free trip to Brazil. We also have the MVP of the day. I don't know if that's been voted for already, or if we need to now do that. Production will definitely throw up a graphic
Oh.
for me if it's ready.
Okay, Stunna. And I don't know if he played Silas at all this series, but it is what it is.
I I I I think I think this is fair, right? I mean, he did kind of have a rough series, but he was getting targeted a lot, right? Like JDK was roaming, leaving waves and roaming over just to like neuter this man, right? Like he was so much of a threat that they had to game plan around invading his jungle constantly, invading him on every single buff, looking to invade early game, right? You saw, I mean, Stunna had to work for every single camp that was up on the map. He didn't get anything for free there. So for him to kind of bounce back, to take the Graves, right? A hard carry pick like that, to take that into his hands and say, you know what? Give me the ball, right? And just really run with it. Obviously, you know, with the help of Chitin in the mid lane, but yeah, I think Stunna definitely deserves this. He's been consistently good throughout the whole split. Been the Guardian star player, definitely that player that you can lean on for that carry performance. And you just saw a night and day difference, right? Trundle versus Diana, Kindred versus, you know, something like Zinzao or something, you know, less hard carry, more ganking, right? Like the way he's able to farm, play these team fights, it's just night and day difference. So definitely well deserved for Stunna. I honestly, I'm sorry, I don't think you can make the case for anybody else on that team.
That's why we have the MVP for a reason. Yeah, so anything that you kind of wanted to throw onto, just for me as well, like the depth of the champion pool for Senna. I think every single game this series they played a different champion as well. So definitely showing their a person of many hats. But yeah, so anything that you kind of wanted to jump onto as well.
I'm out of juice, man. I'm gonna be honest
That's
with you.
That's fine. That's all good. Yeah, I mean, we have run over a little bit over the show. I know for me, when I started this evening, it was actually the evening, and now it's 6 a.m. for me. So it's now daytime. So I know how you feel, Salt. It's been a
Oh,
long one, but we've
it
had
has
some
been a long
some
one.
stiff competition. How give me a feeling then. So how would you kind of wrap up today?
Not what I expected. It was a long one. It was a fiver. I did predict a fiver, but god
Yeah.
damn, it was a long one. And it did not go the way I thought it would. Again, especially with the subs, right? But again, it was still a fun series. It was nonstop fighting. You know, gotta put me to the test, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely earned your weight in gold. I would say, so dude, you gotta get on Twitter, you gotta get out there, you
I
gotta be getting
do.
your show reel and everything, because I'm telling you, you're an incredible caster, and you need to make sure that the world is seeing that. You gotta be be on the LCS or something one day. But yeah, anything that you kind of want to wrap up with, and then we'll jump over to Shibby as well. Anything that you want to close out with? Have you got a Twitter link or anything like that? Go
Not
for it.
really. I'll get that stuff ready for next split. But it's been a
Yes.
great VRD split. Having me back was always fun. I always love seeing a bunch of different teams compete. What best of ones are super fun to watch because you get something different every single game, right? Different players, different play styles, different methods of play. It's always fun. So that's why I like VRD. It's very dynamic, at least to cast. A lot harder to produce, mind you, but it's always fun to be on the desk.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Shibi, gonna come to you, of course, not to be outdone. I know you're already on Twitter, so I don't need to big you up. But yeah, absolutely incredible casting across the whole of these series, all of the weeks. Whenever you've been able to make it here into these games,
I knew that was coming. I knew the knife was coming for me. I knew it.
I got you. Yeah, anything you want to wrap up with, my guy?
I mean, honestly, like again, shout outs like working with my schedule, Psy and Salt. I know it could be super weird. Unfortunately, like I just work when these games happen, so you have to miss the
Unfortunately, I just
pre-show.
work. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a day job. I got that 9 to 5. I'm salaried, so I was trying to my best to make it here, but I got called into a meeting. So really, shout outs to obviously Becky and Cam for filling in on the cast the weeks I've been gone. And obviously, shout outs to you guys for just working with me, working with my schedule. I know I'm kind of new to VRD and Victoris as a whole, right? Gurf kind of just picked me up off the streets. He threw like a post in a Discord. It's like, hey, who wants to cast? I'm like, well, I can do it, but I don't know if I can make everything. So really shout outs to Gurf. And obviously, I mean, big shout outs to the man behind the scenes. I always love thanking the producers. Big Tank making it happen every single
Yes,
time.
sir.
I know it's late for that man. I think it's midnight, 12:30 for him. So he makes us look good, man. I love it. I love it. He makes me look good. He deals with my wackiness, my crazy mic, my me being late, and he just rolls with the punches. So obviously, shout out to that. Shout out though to the most important people here, the viewers. Thank you so much. I mean, I think we peaked 99 viewers. I don't know if we hit 100, but it don't matter. I'll try to be back for next split. I'm hoping I see Salt and Sai next
Yes,
split as
sir.
well. I'm hoping I see you guys. I love working with you guys. That's about it, man. I just really cool to be a
Always
part of
fun.
something like this. Really cool to be a part of something.
Absolutely, and yeah, you said it. You said it best, right? Thank you to the chat, of course. Thank you to Big. Thank you to Gov. Thank you to production, and
Ooh,
yeah, should be
115.
115. Okay, and fantastic
That was
peak.
our
I mean, we
peak. Let's
we love
go.
that. Love to see it. Well, maybe we can double that next split. But yeah, no, should be you doing a great job, dude. Absolutely no apologies necessary. And of course, been a pleasure working with you and Salt and the whole team. We are gonna be wrapping it up here now, though. Make sure, chat, that you are following the Victoris channel here on Twitch. As I mentioned, follow us on Twitter, follow us on in the Discord, get into the banter chat, get involved with the teams, maybe form your own team, or get into some of these drafts and some of these splits, and you can end up competing yourself. It's a lot of fun. It's really fun to cast and to watch your gameplay and be able to talk about you as players. So definitely get involved. But that is going to be it from us on the Victorious Rival Draft. That's it for this split. We will see you next time around. That is it from myself, Sai. That's it from Salt and from Shibby. Have a great night, and we'll see you again in the future.